Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today, I'll bring you a brand new story. If you enjoy it, please give me a like, share, and subscribe to support my channel. Now, let's dive right into the story. In a large and ancient architectural structure, birds are happily flying above the roof. Behind it, there are overlapping mountains, creating an incredibly peaceful scenery. Below, a young man is digging the ground near a small hut. He is drenched in sweat, wiping his forehead under the scorching 40-degree heat. I have completed plot number 108. His system interface displayed today's reward, Transformation Art of Self upgraded to 9th level. Tion sighed at the screen, I wonder what level my strength has reached. System, show me my attributes. Name, Tion. Age, 23. Strength, 3 stars. Speed, 4 stars. Intellect, 1 star. Skill, Transformation Art of Self. Realm, 1st level half-saint. Seeing that intellect was only 1 and thought to himself, soon, I can go find you, Qing Shui. He couldn't help but get excited and kissed the hoe. Coincidentally, a beautiful girl approached from somewhere. When she saw this scene, she put her hand to her mouth in shock. Tion panicked and quickly explained, Senior sister, you misunderstood. The girl placed her hand on Tion's face, surprising him, junior brother has grown up, from now on, senior sister will often come to visit you. She pressed Tion's face into her chest, making him gasp for breath. Tion blushed and struggled, trying to explain, it's not what you think. The senior sister stopped him from speaking further, covering his mouth, no need to explain, I understand. She turned away, blushing as she left, but not forgetting to say, Junior brother, you have come of age. All along, Zhangjian Peak has always belonged to you alone. Late at night, in the stillness, it's hard to avoid loneliness, hard to endure. Tion was stunned and speechless upon hearing this. He quickly adjusted his expression and asked another question, is there something on your mind today, senior sister? Speaking of which, there is indeed something. Today is the day Kunlun Sword Sect is recruiting disciples. The sect master wants you to come over. Ever since Jiang Junior sister left, you became the master peak of Zhangjian Peak but still did not accept any disciples. The master's opinion of the disciple was very significant. Teaching disciples is really exhausting. They just come and go, but still, I will go there to see. He stood up, I will go change my clothes, please wait a moment, senior sister. I'll go change clothes with you. No need. Thank you. In front of the gate of Kunlun Sword Sect, 2 mysterious figures in black appeared. One of them whispered, the holy girl has escaped from Kunlun Sword Sect. This matter requires the master to personally decide. The 2 figures in black felt they could do nothing more, so they returned to the demonic sect. At that time, there were many people gathered in the Kunlun Sword Sect square, very crowded. Sitting in the front row was Tion, the master of Kunlun Sword Sect. She turned to look at Tion, who arrived late in a relaxed manner. He was wearing new clothes, looking exceptionally handsome, with a prominent nose and double eyelids, and holding a book in his hand. The women in the sect couldn't help but be mesmerized by Tion. Master Peak is so handsome. Every time we see him, it leaves us in awe. The men, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel envious, a mere spirit realm yet he looks good enough to accept disciples. Someone else followed up, that's right. Unfortunately, since Jiang Master Peak became the holy realm and left Dongzhou, Zhangjian Peak has not been the same. Tion, hearing this, didn't pay much attention and remained leisurely reading the super rare book, discussing 1,000 ways to remain still amidst the chaos of life. Tion, seeing him like this, smacked him on the head, look at yourself. You are the master of Zhangjian Peak, yet you spend all day immersed in nurturing birds, and your cultivation has only reached the small spirit realm. Don't you feel embarrassed? Tion, feeling wronged, shed tears, didn't you tell me to come? Tion, hearing this, became furious, did you eat crab guts today, daring to argue back? At that moment, Tion's senior sister appeared, vigorously defending him, all right, master, please don't tease Qin junior brother anymore. Jiang junior sister is the only holy realm expert in our sect in the past several thousand years. If she has taken an interest in junior brother, she certainly has her reasons. The more she spoke, the more she pressed her chest against Tion, making him uncomfortable. Be mindful of your posture. Tion sensed something was off and glanced down at the crowd below. Seeing the scene, some people looked bewildered and then began to cry loudly. How disgusting. Just because he's handsome, does he think he can do whatever he wants? And yet, both Master, one of the 6 great half-saints of Dongzhou, and Su Master Peak, one of the 3 great beauties of Dongzhou, have fallen into temptation. When Tion raised his hand to signal. The trial begins. Each person lined up at the trial table, some passed, while others failed. An elder shouted, "Next," and Miao Ling, a girl with silky pink hair, full lips, and a captivating figure, stepped forward from behind the crowd, radiating beauty. The men present praised her incessantly, all eager to vie for her attention. The girl slowly placed her hand on the crystal orb. The orb began to emit a beautiful blue light, and an ice phoenix flew up from it. The people from Kunlun's sword sect gasped in astonishment, even the masters were no exception. Is this really an ice phoenix vein? The elders and masters present noticed her extraordinary physique and rushed down. The sect master spoke up, "I want to take you on as my direct disciple, do you agree?" Her face was cold, showing no interest in Tion. The elders, seeing the master being rejected, brightened up. The sect master has been rejected, we have a chance now. The elders there rushed to introduce her to their sect. Tion saw the elders fighting over each other, so he spoke up. You can choose which peak to join, it's up to you. The sect's cultivation resources will ensure you won't lack anything. And Miao Ling turned to look at Tion, who was sitting in a corner at the back. Tion was surprised to see her staring at him, and Miao Ling seriously pointed at Tion, "I want to join Sangjian Peak." Tion's eyes widened, pointing at himself in panic, "What's going on? Are you really eavesdropping on your own affairs?" I, and Miao Ling, the heartless empress renowned in my past life, was ambushed and killed by 3 strong Emperor realm experts. Reborn, I became the cauldron of the master of the demonic sect, escaped from the demonic sect, and joined the Kunlun sword sect, seeking a weak master. As long as my identity isn't discovered, relying on the supreme oblivion record from my previous life, I am certain I can reach the Emperor realm again. By that time, I will definitely kill each one of them. And Miao Ling felt sad and frustrated about her current circumstances. Tion led her to a room in his sect. He opened the door, and Miao Ling saw the white, dusty table and traced a line on it with her hand. "Let's stay in this room, I think it suits you." And Miao Ling was speechless at the dusty room, as it had not been occupied for a long time, causing flies to buzz around. She waved her hand, sending dust swirling everywhere. Tion noticed and raised his hand to touch something. The next moment, he touched Miao Ling's cheek. She was startled and exclaimed, I've been taken advantage of." Tion quickly explained, "Your face is dirty, I was just trying to clean it for you. No need to be so agitated." And Miao Ling, scared, stepped back, trembling all over, with tears welling in her eyes. Previous male disciples didn't even have the courage to look at my face, yet this guy dares to take advantage of me. Tion didn't notice and continued, "If you have chosen to be my disciple, there are some rules you must follow. First, I'm very busy, taking care of the garden takes a lot of time, so I might not have much time to teach you." But he didn't know that she had drawn her sword, wanting to take his finger. Tion clapped his hands on the table, causing dust to fly everywhere. "Actually, I will occasionally arrange some chores for you to do." And Miao Ling saw Tion banging his hand on the table, angry and confused. "That's not right, it seems like it's the other hand." Tion sat in a chair and asked her, "Do you agree?" Hearing Tion's question, and Miao Ling immediately knelt down, "I agree." As she bowed down, she revealed her sword. Seeing this, Tion exclaimed, "This girl, whether she's paying respect to a master or practicing swordsmanship, is really diligent." In her mind, she was furious, wanting to chop off both of Tion's hands. Suddenly, his system interface popped up, "Congratulations, the host has acquired an excellent disciple. This woman is the reincarnation of the Empress, so train carefully." Rewards include a level increase for all weapons, a premium reward of the Imperial Weapon Ice Lie Sword, and the Supreme Swordsmanship 3-sword formula. Tion was surprised. The reincarnation of the Empress. But he paid no attention to that, only focusing on the rewards he had received. Tion joyfully danced around, leaving En Miaoling speechless. A moment later, Tion put on a serious face, cleared his throat a few times. Since you've accepted me as your master, then consider this a gift for your apprenticeship. As he spoke, he opened his hand to create a small whirlwind. The next moment, it transformed into a sword in his hand. En Miaoling revealed a contemptuous side. What good things could a spirit realm possibly have? As soon as she picked up the sword, she felt comfortable, her face beaming with happiness. It's so hot. It's gripping my hand tightly. A moment later, she was startled and horrified, her face contorting and darkening. This is actually a supreme imperial weapon. Seeing that this was a supreme imperial weapon, En Miaoling was skeptical. You really want to give this to me? Tion waved his hand in response. That's right, this sword should be good enough. Upon hearing Tion say that, En Miaoling looked down on him. Can this guy even die without bragging? All weapons and skills are divided into yellow grade, profound grade, earth grade, emperor grade, and supreme. Each grade is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme levels. In my last life, I encountered life-threatening troubles just because of a low-grade imperial weapon. Why have you treated me so well when we have never met before? En Miaoling asked. Tion, upon hearing her, scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean why? Isn't it normal for a master to give a gift to their disciple? If you don't want it, return it to me. I also have a pair of socks that have been with me for many years, I can use that as a gift too. She quickly turned back, holding the large sword and shouted, I don't care about your stinky socks. Because the sword was so good, En Miaoling still couldn't shake off her doubts. Was it really just a master's gift? Unable to understand, she decided to bound herself first and talk later. En Miaoling placed a finger in her mouth and bit it, dripping her own blood onto the sword. A moment later, waves of aura surged from the sword. Why was this happening? Clearly, The powerful aura shot straight up into the sky, casting a shadow over everything. The spiritual energy was so strong that even the master, who was smoking a pipe, took notice. The big shots were all panicked by this power. In a room, a girl who was nibbling on snacks also had to pay attention to the strength from just now. Interesting, after I exit, I should pay a visit to the Kunlun sword sect. Tion approached En Miaoling, waved his hand, and broke the omen. The omen disappeared, and the sky returned to calm and clarity. Tion reminded her, stop playing, the master is here. En Miaoling was astonished by the earlier scene, he was able to extinguish the omen with just one move. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside. En Miaoling saw the master flying over and hurriedly bowed to greetings, master. As she stepped down to the ground, she moved forward and lifted Tion's chin. He was scared by the master and stammered, Sect master, sister, what are you doing? When Tion angrily shouted, speak. Omen just appeared at Songjian Peak, did you all do something? Tion quickly denied, you saw two spirit realms, what big commotion could we have made? When Tion found this somewhat reasonable and turned back to ask, really? En Miaoling nodded vigorously. Tion continued to deny, it's just an omen, if it exists, it just does. Hearing Tion's nonsense, when Tion hit him on the head, what do you understand? This omen appears at Kunlun, I fear that Kunlun will encounter troubles. Tion hugged his head, feeling wronged, all things are impermanent, like a road and like lightning. Sect master, sister, don't worry. When Tion advised, just be a bit more careful. After saying that, she turned and flew away. Once when Tion left, En Miaoling raised her hand to summon the ice sword. She looked at it with a contemplative gaze. Conveniently taking out the exquisite imperial weapon that can lead to natural omens, with a flip of the hand, one can make the omen disappear. Your master truly makes me more and more curious. At dawn in the demon ceiling tower, a golden eagle was diligently counting, 7661, 7662, early morning is the golden time of the day, 7663. Only by persistently practicing every day, 7664, can one have a chance to escape the hands of the evil god, 7665. This golden eagle is sure he will have a bright future, 7666. While it was practicing, a hand suddenly grabbed it. They trembled, clutching each other in fear. Stop. You evil god-killing monsters without blinking. The one who grabbed them was Tion. He revealed his eyes full of evil energy and a sinister smile. The golden eagle kept crying out, "Stop. You've plucked all my feathers." The golden eagle's wails shook the entire demon ceiling tower. After plucking the feathers of the golden eagle, Tion walked leisurely, saying, "This meat is very firm, no wonder it's the most disciplined golden eagle in the demon ceiling tower. Today Miaoling has a feast ahead." The scene shifts to a bamboo grove. Miaoling was standing there practicing diligently. She closed her eyes, focused on drawing the sword and recited, "Frost Mist Sword Intent." She delivered a devastating blow to the nearby bamboo, causing them to snap apart. Following that was a freezing effect. After witnessing the move, and Miaoling, feeling dissatisfied, sighed, "Sword intent truly is not easy to comprehend. Even if I have the experience of a past life." Suddenly, Tion's voice came from behind, "Miaoling, come eat." She coldly and bluntly refused. Just as Miaoling was about to swing her sword to continue practicing, Tion unexpectedly appeared from behind. He used a pan to block her sword's hilt. This action startled her. "When did you appear? Moreover, what kind of rule is this?" Hearing this, Tion explained his jungle rules. And Miaoling was left speechless. In the room, Tion set up a table full of delicious food, making even the Empresses enamored. The flavor is truly rich, just the smell feels like eating it. Tion brought over a pot of chicken soup with a mischievous expression, leaving Miaoling at a loss for words. Tion scooped a bowl of soup for Miaoling and handed it to her. "After this meal, perhaps you will break through to the first stage of the golden body realm." And Miaoling was at a loss for words after hearing this. "Master, are you okay?" The cultivation realms are divided into 9 realms: mortal, transcendent, spirit, golden body, nirvana, magical powers, half-saint, holy realm, emperor realm. Each realm is further divided into first, second, and third significance. Do you think breaking through a realm is as simple as having a meal? After saying this, she slurped down the soup. After finishing her meal, Miaoling felt like lightning was coursing through her body, causing even the bowl to fall and break. Seeing this, Tion wore a smug expression. "It's here." And Miaoling's face showed a relaxed expression as the streams were flowing vigorously within her body. "What is this feeling?" "It flows through me." The blood circulation from the heart throughout the body takes 20 to 25 seconds, but this hot flow only takes 5 seconds. "I must endure. I can't hold on anymore. So delicious, so satisfying, this is the gourmet delight of the mortal world." Sweat dripped down her face. "I actually broke through." Tion, witnessing her rolling around like this, couldn't help but have a nosebleed. The next moment, Tion put on a righteous face and coughed a few times. "The master said that if he could help you break through, then he definitely can. If not, wouldn't that be a waste of the 3-legged golden eagle king?" And Miaoling was startled when she heard about the 3-legged golden eagle king. "Are you using the 3-legged golden eagle king to make soup?" After continuously witnessing the magical displays by Tion, she began to doubt. Tion is not just simply at the spirit realm. Tion, while eating, felt pleased with himself. "As expected of me, I have taken another step closer to cooking that can glow." And Miaoling slowly approached Tion, who was eating. "Master, do you?" Before Miaoling could finish her question, she was interrupted by Tion. "A person should always maintain a sense of mystery. For example, I have a secret and you also have a secret." Hearing Tion say this, and Miaoling's eyes widened in shock. "Does he know my true identity?" Tion placed his chopsticks down on the table and pinched Miaoling's lips with 2 fingers. "Remember to finish your food, and also clean the dining table." And Miaoling glared in anger. "You're taking the opportunity to eat my tofu." Sooner or later, I will chop off your hands. A few days later, Tion arrived in a region of the South Pole, where the snow was falling heavily. Tion went alone to the lair of the demon clan. They saw Tion and were furious, shouting loudly, "Every day you come to capture my companions. Today you even brought yourself to our doorstep. If you have any sense, immediately release all the demon kings you have captured." "How wicked, but I really like it. How about spending the night here drinking with me?" Tion replied, "Don't worry, they are well fed and taken care of, drinking to their heart's content. In fact, I came to you today to borrow the blood essence of the demon emperor, as much as possible, to take everything." The bird demon was enchanted by Tion's good looks. "This sounds really impressive." The demon monkey, seeing the bird demon so infatuated with Tion, angrily shouted, "Wake up. He came to kill us." The demon king shouted, "Borrow your head. You're going too far." After shouting, he swung his spear to attack Tion. The demon monkey wanted to sneak attack from behind. Tion pulled his hand back, clenched his fist tightly, and murmured, "If you won't lend it to me, then I'll just take it myself." The power of Tion's punch was as strong as an ancient monster. The demon monkey was hit, unable to defend itself, and flew far away, lying in one spot. After dealing with the demon monkey, Tion continued to provoke the other two, "Come at me together, time is gold." The dragon king understood and used his technique. The bird demon understood and said, "All right, I really don't want to ruin this handsome face." As he spoke, the two demon clan members gathered a strong aura from behind them. The technique, combining wind and snow to create a thunderous assault, charged toward Tion with immense power. But he remained still, with a calm expression. "A combined technique? What a coincidence, I know that too." After saying this, Tion stepped back and adjusted his stance. He kept both arms level with his shoulders and began to channel energy. Streams of energy flowed in, creating a large circle. Tion lightly swung his hands, and the spiritual energy transformed into countless swords flying toward the demon clan. Wherever Tion's technique passed, a large hall appeared. The two demon clan members were struck, tumbling over and fainting. A moment later, Tion sneezed, not because of the cold, but because he felt a Miaoling at home missing him. "Once I get the blood essence, it's time to return to Zhangjian Peak. Luckily, I held back, otherwise, there wouldn't be anything left." The scene shifts back to Zhangjian Peak, where the night is calm and peaceful. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurs, startling the sleeping cat. A Miaoling steps out onto the balcony to see what has happened. She immediately recognizes the elixir pharmacy. Has he returned? The elixir pharmacy is in ruins. Tion emerges from the debris, coughing violently. To make such a commotion right after returning. Did you blow up the elixir pharmacy? When Tion sees her, he happily hands her a pill. "While it's still warm, quickly take it. This is a special pill made for you by the master." And Miaoling stares blankly at the pill in her hand, panicking. "This is the demon emperor pill of earth-grade perfection. With my former identity as an empress, it would be very difficult to obtain one. So, the reason the master has been missing for the past few days is because of me?" Tion wipes his face and looks at Miaoling with a goofy smile. "Why haven't you taken it yet? Is the pill bitter?" And Miaoling looks back at Tion and replies, "Do you think it's appropriate to take it here?" Tion turns around and sees the elixir pharmacy utterly destroyed, panicking. It seems a bit inappropriate. The two of them return to Zhangjian Peak. And Miaoling brought the pills to her mouth and swallowed them. Tion happily placed his hand on her back, feeling the warmth radiating through her body. "As long as I gradually transfer my spiritual energy into Miaoling's body, her condition is very good. This enlightenment is going smoothly." Suddenly, Miaoling placed her hand on Tion's shoulder, causing him to panic. She slowly pushed him down onto the bed, her dazed face satisfied, wanting to do that with Tion. Seeing this scene, Tion's face turned stiff like a dried chili pepper, allowing Miaoling to do whatever she wanted. "I am Tion, a crossover person who has a registration system. Right now, I am facing a serious crisis related to purity." And Miaoling pinned herself on Tion. "Master, you can't escape. Tion panicked. Miao Ling, calm down. We can't do that. Due to the side effects of the pill, and Miao Ling didn't listen. I won't listen, I won't listen. I just want to do that with the master. The master's scent is so alluring. She proceeded to act intimately with Tion and hugged him. Tion tried to resist, but it was insignificant. Damn it. The effects of the Demon Emperor pill have all faded away. First of all, I am a righteous person. We can only channel the effect of the medicine in Miao Ling's body to proceed with the awakening. With that, Tion hugged and Miao Ling tightly and began to experience a passionate night. Late at night, Tion's cries echoed across Zhangjian Peak. Were you born in the year of the dog? Why are you biting me? And Miao Ling scoffed. Suddenly her eyes sparkled. A ice phoenix flew up from her room, illuminating Zhangjian Peak the brightest in the night. After a Miao Ling's breakthrough, Tion's system panel appeared. The host's disciple has awakened the ancient ice phoenix veins of the highest grade, and the realm has broken through to the first level of nirvana. Reward: host's talent increased to 7th grade, reward points increased to 6th level. Tion choked up. This time, I gained a lot, finally my purity is not in vain. And Miao Ling fainted, lying in Tion's arms. Is it because of the awakening that she temporarily lost consciousness? At this moment, the room was very quiet. Tion was savoring a cup of tea when Miao Ling woke up. Seeing this, Tion said, "You're awake. What's wrong with you? Just so you know, Master is very upright, it was you who took the initiative. In the future, you need to be a little more careful, after all, there is a difference between master and disciple." After finishing a long speech, Tion set down his teacup and quickly ran out of the room, leaving Miao Ling bewildered and confused. Did I do something? She suddenly realized, damn master, stop right there. And Miao Ling's shout echoed throughout Zhangjian Peak. As she stepped out, she saw the master and the elders had suddenly arrived. Miao Ling, have your veins awakened too? Upon hearing the master say this, and Miao Ling responded indifferently, The sect master continued, that's great. With the talent of Kunlun, this is a holy realm talent, soon our Kunlun will have a second holy realm. The elders following the master began to murmur, Sect master, I think Miao Ling cannot stay at Zhangjian Peak. Yes, someone with such talent shouldn't be delayed by Tion, it would be better to have a skilled master guide and teach her. And Miao Ling felt angry upon hearing the elders' words. She looked at them with a cold gaze, this time I awaken thanks to my master. If you continue to slander him, please leave Zhangjian Peak, you are not welcome here. The sect master and the elders, after hearing this, were speechless. What's wrong with this little girl? She's really enchanted by that little guy Tion. Suddenly, a person rushed in from behind, Sect master. It's bad. The elder, upon hearing this, reminded him, mind your image, don't embarrass the sect. But the guy, with tears and snot running down his face, continued, I'm sorry, but the demon clan is about to attack Kunlun. The sect master quickly reminded Miao Ling, you and Tion should escape first. The elder, no longer caring about his image, exclaimed in panic, repeat that. Is it really the demon clan? It must be the illusion of the ice phoenix that has caught the attention of the demon clan. We need to confront these demons. At this moment, the disciples of Kunlun had gathered at the main gate of the sect, all looking up at the sky, weapons in hand, ready to fight. The demon clan members were flying towards them rapidly. The leader was from the dragon clan. The ice phoenix bloodline ancient is right here. After saying this, he glared at the Kunlun sword. Immediately hand over the one with the ice phoenix veins, or today, this royal will turn Kunlun into a sea of blood. Just the imposing presence of the demon dragon made Kunlun feel like it was about to be swept away. Even Miao Ling had to brace herself to resist. Is this the breath of the demon emperor clan's demon dragon? But this breath feels somewhat familiar, as if it's resonating with me. I understand now. The demon emperor pill has the exact same breath as the demon dragon. The pill contains dragon blood, and when dragon blood encounters phoenix blood in my body, it will stimulate the most genuine emotions deep within my heart, that's why I. After saying this, she recalled the earlier scene with Tion and returned to Tsangjian Peak, furious, kicking the door open. But when she returned, Tion was nowhere to be found. As for her master, she was angry and spoke with a fierce tone, such a small demon dragon, but you have quite the arrogance. After saying this, the two of them flew into a sparring session with some basic martial arts moves. Both sides became increasingly intense in their fight. She smugly mocked the demon dragon, with this level of power, you're dreaming of exterminating my Kunlun? The demon dragon retorted, my power may not be enough, but I have the other demon emperors and me how? 3 demon emperors, is that enough? They will arrive in 5 minutes, and by then, relying on just you, it's likely you won't be able to protect this sect. Ha! When Tion, upon hearing this, was alarmed, there are more demon emperors? The scene shifts to the 2 demon emperors above the Kunlun sword. It's all your fault. Instead of focusing on recovering, you're late now. He blew spiritual energy into the paper airplanes. Please, contestant number 78, fly and chase after them. After flying for a while, the 2 demon emperors noticed something unusual. I wanted to ask earlier, these paper airplanes have been following us the whole way. Your new pet. The bird demon was confused. What? How is that possible? The demon monkey saw something burning on the paper airplane and shouted, be careful. Just a second later, the paper airplane exploded. A massive explosion left them dazed. Are you okay? I'm fine, but what the hell is this? They looked up at the sky and were puzzled. A pot. Sitting on it was Tion, looking relaxed. Gentlemen, you can't pass this way. Go back from where you came. The 2 from the demon clan were startled upon seeing Tion. It's you. That damned man who injured us last time. Are you from the Kunlun sect? Tion replied, congratulations, you guessed correctly. There's a reward for that. The 2 demon clan members heard this and hurriedly ran away. Why are you running so fast? You haven't even received your reward yet. Transformation art of self, turn into a dragon. The 2 demon clan members looked up at the sky and saw a golden dragon hand flying toward them. The hand caught the 2 demon clan members and smashed them to the ground until they died, blood flowing in pools. A large crater was left on the ground. Tion saw this scene inside, cleaning his ears and shaking his head. The flying pot of Tion also mocked the demon clan, you are so weak that you can't even withstand a single move. On the side of the demon dragon and the master, the 2 sides stared at each other in silence. Hey, it's been almost half a watch, it seems your companions are not very reliable. The demon dragon, hearing this, became angry and shouted, retreat. When we return, I will make those 2 know what's what. The disciples below cheered when they saw the demon clan retreat, we're saved. No wonder it's the Master Lord. When Tion stood in place, deep in thought, the demon clan from the Manhwa mountain range has taken notice of Miaoling. I need to visit the back mountain. The demon dragon, feeling frustrated and angry at being let down, blamed the 2, they actually let me down, those 2 scoundrels. The frog, seeing its big brother so angry, hurriedly tried to comfort him. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Invite the elder to drink tea. Better to say nothing than to say something and then get pinched on the cheek by the demon dragon and scolded, drink that monkey. If you were a bit stronger and could tie that damned woman up, we wouldn't be in such a mess. Tion flew past them, but neither of them saw each other. It's unclear where Tion had caught the buffalo, but he looked very happy. The dinner menu tonight was braised buffalo meat. After a while, Tion was sleeping when the sunlight became blinding, waking him up, the sunlight is too bright. Wait, my room only sees the sunset, have I been sleeping for a whole day? After a month, Miaoling finally stopped tormenting me. Tion was so happy he was in tears. He happily took a knife to the demon ceiling tower, catching the buffalo to celebrate, causing it to cry out loudly. In the quiet of the night at Tsangjian Peak, and Miaoling was curled up in a cocoon in a nearby forest. She seemed to merge into the cocoon, the threads continually wrapping around her body. Suddenly, Tion appeared from behind. Miaoling, it's time to eat. There's good food tonight. And Miao Ling coldly rejected him. Tion saw the cocoons wrapping around her and wondered, wasn't it just a while ago that you were a cold beauty? What are you doing now? And Miao Ling replied, don't touch it. I'm just experiencing the limitations of practicing the Supreme Oblivion record. Tion was confused, as if he had realized something. Supreme Oblivion record? I think I've heard of that somewhere. It is said that one who understands the heavenly mandate can overcome emotions, and has mastered the balance of the 5 elements. The Supreme Oblivion record is a skill for practicing extreme detachment, reaching directly to the Emperor grade. Realizing this, Tion gave Miao Ling a light slap on the head and explained, no. You completely misunderstand. The Supreme Oblivion record is not about total detachment, it's about being emotional but not being bound by emotions, handling feelings with ease. In fact, whether it is total detachment or emotional attachment, neither is good. With your compatibility as a swordsman, you are more suited to following your own will. Therefore, you are suited to practice this Sword Dao book, advancing straight to the heart of the sword formula of the Supreme Realm. So, just with 2 tokens. And Miao Ling was astonished looking at the book in Tion's hand. Supreme Realm? Could it be a realm above the Emperor realm? And Miao Ling took out 2 coins and placed them in Tion's hand, then quickly snatched the Supreme Realm book as if afraid he would change his mind. Tion looked at the 2 coins in his hand, turned to Miao Ling with a puzzled expression. And Miao Ling held the book in her hands while trembling. What she had failed to obtain despite facing countless dangers in her past life, she could now acquire so easily. She turned to look at Tion with affectionate eyes. Master. Thank you, Master. Seeing Miao Ling so happy, Tion blushed and felt that giving her his Supreme Realm book was truly worthwhile. Early in the morning, Tion took the initiative to get up early and called Miao Ling to practice. Let's go train, and also address the effects of the Supreme Oblivion record on you. In the sky, a girl was on her way to train with them. When she arrived, she happily called out, little uncle. Tion placed his finger on his lips to signal silence. The newcomer was Yen Qingxi, the direct disciple of Mo Wen Tian. Little uncle, what is everyone doing? Tion replied, the skill that Miao Ling was practicing was not directed correctly. Yen Qingxi, upon hearing this, looked worried. Is Miao Ling alright, uncle? Tion said smugly. It's okay, with the help of Master, she has cultivated a new skill even stronger than the previous one. Yen Qingxi listened to him with great admiration. And Miao Ling sat on the tree stump, her hands clasped together, focusing on her cultivation. But around her, there were continuous noises. Delicious. What is this? Fried potatoes. My cooking skills are not bad, right? Little uncle is the most impressive in the sect. The constant noise affected Miao Ling, and she began to frown, shouting loudly, enough. Can you go somewhere else? I am cultivating. Tion lay on the mat with his belly swollen, starting to lecture. I know, but do you understand what I mean by this? It's to keep the heart calm and not let external things disturb it. To keep the heart empty, not tempted by outside influences. Only with a heart that disregards any danger and remains calm can one travel further on the path they wish to take. Therefore, we are training your mentality. Little uncle speaks wisely. Tion saw Miao Ling draw her sword, sweating profusely with worry. Miao Ling, why did you draw your sword? Today I will commit a great act of disrespect. I want to kill the master. Tion sensed something was wrong and hurriedly pulled Yen Qingxi along, leaving his sandals behind. Run fast, your disciple is too fierce. As night fell, Tion was sitting and drinking when the demon monkey approached. I have arrived. You shouldn't have come, but I had to come. After saying that, the demon monkey attacked Tion. Tion skillfully dodged his attack. Tion retaliated with a kick to his stomach, then punched him downwards. With just 2 moves, Tion knocked the demon monkey to the ground. He walked over to the jars of wine that the demon monkey was brewing and picked up 1 jar. That's my wine, put it down. Tion took a piece of paper with his name on it and stuck it on the jar, cunningly replying, my name is on it, so it's my wine. The demon monkey was so enraged by this scene that he spat blood. Tion happily put the jars of wine into a net and then left cheerfully. Let's go enjoy some fine wine with Miao Ling. By the way, let's check in. It's been so long since I've accumulated the check-in times. System notification board. At a bamboo forest on Sangjian Peak, a girl happily buried her face into an Miao Ling's chest. Finally, I've grasped the sword intent. I've been bothering you for the past few years, thank you so much, Miao Ling. Hearing this, and Miao Ling felt shy. It's fine, practicing with you has been beneficial for me as well. The one hugging in Miao Ling was Yan Qingxi. She, feeling joyful, continued to speak to Miao Ling. I used to blame you wrongly, it was all that wicked Qin Tion's fault. You truly are a lovely woman and extremely beautiful. After saying this, Yan Qingxi cheerfully waved goodbye and walked away. Miao Ling, I need to go back and report this good news to the master, I'll take my leave now, goodbye. After Yan Qingxi left, and Miao Ling lazily stretched, after all this training I'm covered in dirt, I really need to take a bath. She went to a nearby hot spring. The towels and everything were fully prepared. As soon as she stepped into the water, she felt the comfort that the spring provided. Joyfully soak in it. After that, someone should have appeared by now. Qin Tion appeared right behind Miao Ling with a mischievous face like no other. Miao Ling, the master has cooked a lot of delicious dishes, hurry up and come eat dinner. And Miao Ling was angry because Qin Tion always showed up just when she was bathing, every time it was so coincidental. She asked, Master, are you doing this on purpose or just being careless? Qin Tion explained, on purpose. It is definitely on purpose. Do you know? Tonight, the master has obtained 800-year-old monkey demon wine, so hurry up and put on your clothes to drink with the master. Don't worry, the master won't peek. And Miao Ling was furious and threw the towel at Qin Tion, making him fall back. Tonight at Sangjian Peak is a full moon night. Qin Tion leisurely sat rocking on the porch chair, humming. My family has a daughter coming of age. And Miao Ling suddenly appeared behind Qin Tion. What are you thinking about again, master? Hearing that, Qin Tion smiled mischievously. And Miao Ling felt shy. Why are you grinning so lewdly? She appeared in a form-fitting outfit, extremely enticing. Qin Tion looked at her, unable to hold back his nosebleed, eyes wide open, staring intently. Unexpectedly, wearing this outfit, she looks extremely beautiful. And Miao Ling looked down at her chest with an annoyed expression. The outfit master bought is very tight around the chest, I can barely breathe. A moment later, the button on her chest could no longer withstand in Miao Ling's fullness and popped off, hitting Qin Tion on the forehead. Seeing the hot scene in front of him, Qin Tion's nosebleed started, and his face turned as red as a tomato. And Miao Ling, embarrassed and angry, chased after Qin Tion all over Sangjian Peak, wanting to silence him. The next morning, Qin Tion cooked a stew for Miao Ling, making her praise it deliciously. Master's cooking skills are getting better and better. Eat more. Qin Tion suddenly noticed something, and Miao Ling curiously asked, What's wrong, master? Qin Tion replied, A half-saint brought someone to Kunlun. They might want to cause trouble, let's go to Master Peak and check it out. Okay, master. At the martial arts training ground of Master Peak Kunlun, When Tion stood next to the elder, puzzled. I heard that recently Elder Len Jaya has been taking the top disciples around to challenge the young disciples of major sections. I wonder why he's doing that. Elder calmly explained after hearing. It was just a misunderstanding. It's because Xiaohua is stuck and unable to progress, which is why he wants to interact with the disciples of various sects in search of a breakthrough opportunity. In fact, we came here this time to meet someone with ancient veins from legend. He is Len Jaya, the Grand Elder of the Penglai sect. When Tion expressed doubt upon hearing this. This old fox must have ulterior motives, there is definitely another purpose. Think of a good excuse to refuse him. I'm really sorry, Miao Ling is currently in seclusion. Len Jaya said with a disappointed tone. Then we are truly out of luck. Right on the Kunlun stage, a white-haired figure was sitting and yawning. Is the lightning guiding formula not finished yet? I'm so bored waiting. He is by Xiaohua, the top disciple of the Penglai sect. Suddenly, a voice responded. I've kept you waiting for so long, you will regret letting me finish the lightning guiding formula. He is Xian Lei, son of Master of Yulei Peak. Xian Lei gained momentum, breaking the tiles beneath him, and soared into the air with a tight fist. If you get hurt soon, don't cry and call for your mother. Bai Xiaohua remained smug, standing still as if nothing had happened. Is that so? It's a pity. I see that you're really just this much. Martial skill of the middle grade, heavenly class, first sword fixing the mountains and rivers. He only used a single finger to channel a small amount of spiritual energy, launching the attack towards Xianlei. The moment it made contact, it exploded, causing immense damage. In just one move, Xianlei was sent crashing against the wall, lying still and motionless. The onlookers gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Xian heir, what happened? That was too fast, we didn't see anything." Xianlei's father, a peak lay master, wanted to rush in and teach Bai Xiaohua a lesson after seeing his son beaten so badly, but he was desperately held back by those around him. Bai Xiaohua did not forget to taunt. "Lei Senior, I apologize, I truly didn't expect him to be unable to withstand even one move. Alright, who is next? Are you the one to be my opponent, or you?" Bai Xiaohua looked down at the crowd, constantly provoking them, but not a single one dared to step forward to fight him. Seeing him so arrogant, Yan Qingxi wanted to step up and teach him a lesson. "Master, let me go. If this continues, the trust of the disciples will be completely suppressed." The sect master agreed and instructed, "Okay, you need to be careful." Even though Yan Qingxi was confident, she thought it was better to have a lifeline to be more certain. "Master, please call in junior sister as well." When Tion, upon hearing this, was confused. What good will it do to call her now? She hasn't even reached the level of proficiency. Yan Qingxi continued to respond, "Master, you are unaware. Under the guidance of little uncle, Miao Ling has comprehended sword intent. Because of that, I have also stepped into the threshold of sword intent, which means having no sword in hand but a sword in heart." The sect master was incredulous and doubted, "Qin Tian teaches sword Dao? And Miao Ling comprehended sword intent? Are you sure?" Yan Qingxi replied once more, "Absolutely sure." The sect master fell into contemplation. "No wonder I always felt this little guy was quite strange, it turns out he has been hiding his skill." Saying this, Qingxi stepped onto the fighting stage and shouted, "I should be your opponent." Seeing a lowly, Bai Xiaohua sneered, "If Grand Senior Sister Kuan-Luan is up, how about we make a bet? The bet is a quota for the secret realm Xiaoyao. If you defeat me, my quota will belong to you. If you cannot defeat me, you will give me a quota." The sect master understood their intentions after hearing him speak. It seems that their real goal is the quota for the secret realm Xiaoyao. After seeing the master's code, Qingxi also agreed with him. "Fine, we accept." Once everything was agreed upon, he drew his sword and wanted to begin. "Then let's get started, Grand Senior Sister Kuan-Luan." And Miao Ling rushed towards him like the wind. He closed his eyes, focusing on chanting the sword intent of the tempest. And Miao Ling also refused to back down and chanted the sword intent of the gentle wind. Bai Xiaohua saw that she also knew sword intent and began to mock. "You actually know sword intent? It seems you are worth me using all my strength on." The two sides fought fiercely, flying from one corner to another. Bai Xiaohua grew bored and started rambling. "Then watch closely the higher realm of sword intent." Sword intent and sword skill merged together, supreme heavenly grade sword skill of the Tempest Sword. He created a whirlwind that charged straight towards Miao Ling. Qingxi was astonished to see this move. This is not good. His technique seemed to want to sweep away the entire audience. She was sent flying high, and unable to withstand it, she spat out blood. After the vortex lost its effect, Qingxi began to fall due to inertia. The sect master, seeing his disciple in such a state, panicked. "Qingxi." The faces of the two Bai Xiaohua were very pleased. Her sword also fell straight down, embedding itself in the ground. Bai Xiaohua surprisedly looked toward Yan Qingxi. A foot stepped forward. It was Qin Tian and Miao Ling. He appeared, catching Yan Qingxi like a god. The girls saw Qin Tian appear coolly, carrying Yan Qingxi, and they were envious, whispering, "Little uncle is so handsome. I really admire Yan Senior Sister. I also want little uncle to carry me like a princess." Bai Xiaohua turned to look at Qin Tian with half an eye, displeased. "Where is he handsome? I really don't understand what these vulgar people are thinking all day." Suddenly, he blushed when he saw Miao Ling. He stepped forward, approached Miao Ling, and put on a cheesy act to flirt. I am the top disciple of Sect Master Penglai Sect. At the top of the three great young geniuses, Bai Xiaohua, I don't know your junior sister's name. Can we get to know each other a bit? Lin Jia revealed a mischievous look upon seeing her. Finally, the target has appeared. Let me see if besides your veins, you have any other talents. Qin Tian slapped Bai Xiaohua's misbehaving hand as he kept holding Miao Ling's hand, mockingly saying, "You bug, get your dirty hand off." He angrily shouted, "What, a bug? You're the dirty little rat." Miao Ling and Yan Qingxi, after hearing Qin Tian being insulted like that, reacted by pushing Bai Xiaohua to the ground. "You're the dirty little rat. He is my master, he is my little uncle." After hearing this, Bai Xiaohua seemed to recall something. "Wait, I heard that Kunlun has a useless little uncle, but he is very handsome. It seems that this is the person in front of me." The two of them glared at each other as if they wanted to pounce and tear each other apart. Bai Xiaohua said disdainfully, "They must have been enchanted by your beauty. I must save them so they know that strength is the most important thing." Then, he broke into a sinister smile. Qin Tian saw that Bai Xiaohua was beyond saving, only giving Miao Ling a few instructions before leaving. This smile is really disgusting, just looking at it, you can tell he's thinking of something bad. I have to teach him a lesson. Later, you must use 3 moves to deal with him, and leave some face for Penglai. Both sides stepped onto the stage and began to fight. The spectators below whispered incessantly, "Do you think An junior sister can win?" "I don't know, after all, An junior sister has only been cultivating for more than a decade. But An junior sister has ancient veins, she might be able to cultivate several times faster than us." "That's probably true." When Tion saw Qin Tian continuously holding Yan Qingxi and reminded him, "How much longer are you going to hold my little disciple?" Qin Tian started boasting, "Isn't Qingxi injured? So I'm helping her find some fun, to prevent Qingxi's injury from worsening." When Tion was left speechless after hearing Qin Tian bragging again. Bai Xiaohua's feet stood firm on the arena, with her sword thrust straight down into the ground. "Your cultivation surely can't surpass Yan Qingxi. With my strength, I can turn this into a match for teaching. It can both demonstrate our strength and show our demeanor." Bai Xiaohua invited Miao Ling to strike first. She did not hold back and attacked first, the sword darting towards him as fast as lightning. He sensed the danger but it was too late, and Miao Ling easily injured both arms of Bai Xiaohua. If it weren't for Qin Tian's request, Bai Xiaohua would have fallen with this move. He gritted his teeth, his cold eyes fixed on Miao Ling. "Little girl. If I hadn't intentionally given way to you, how could you have injured me?" Bai Xiaohua drew his sword in response. Martial skill sword intent mad sword defines mountains and rivers. But Miao Ling lightly swung her sword and easily broke his technique. His sword was shattered as a result. Bai Xiaohua was astonished by this move. And Miao Ling glared at Bai Xiaohua, furious, "This is too superficial. I still have your furious wind sword technique from before. You are just a shell. The true martial skill sword intent should be like this. Sword intent is the essence, martial skill is the art." She created a tidal wave of cherry blossoms. And Miao Ling twirled, her figure radiating a magnificent aura. The cherry blossoms gradually formed like a whirlwind that swept away Bai Xiaohua, causing him to spit blood. When Tian's disciples, witnessing Miao Ling's move, exclaimed, "Is this the genius? Bai Xiaohua is definitely no match." Bai Xiaohua was knocked to the ground, looking utterly miserable. He still could not believe he had been defeated. "How can this be?" Miao Ling replied, "Nothing is impossible." After saying that, she raised her hand towards him, beginning to gather energy. It was too late for Bai Xiaohua to regret, and Miao Ling unleashed the jade bone ice gale. Swift as lightning, her strike approached him, creating an explosion of ice on the arena floor. When Tion still couldn't believe that Miao Ling had won. As the smoke cleared and the leftover ice slowly shattered, it revealed Bai Xiaohua, who had been frozen. The disciples of Kunluan's sword sect cheered joyfully, "We won. It seems our junior sister An is at the top of this younger generation, that's great." When Tion smiled happily. Lin Jia also did not forget their prior agreement to give her a quota for the secret realm Xiaoyao. After finishing the task, he jumped off the stage, carrying away the frozen disciple. He revealed a cunning face, found it. After the match, Tion did not forget to praise his disciple, Miao Ling, great job. And junior sister is so talented. Not at all. Lin Jia, after taking his disciple back to treat her wounds, immediately went to a small cave on the cliff to report. Palace Master, I have found a suitable host. She possesses ancient blood and has mastered great sword intent. The person inside was the Palace Master of the Demon Palace, Mu Yui Shui. Her body was almost petrified, sitting in a coffin surrounded by chains. Well done, Lin Jia. Once I have a human body, I will certainly unify Dongzhou. At that time, I will not forget you. Lin Jia expressed his gratitude to the Palace Master and turned to leave. Mu Yui Shui sat inside, constantly recalling the grudges of the past. The humiliation you brought upon me, once I am free, I will repay it 100-fold. Some time later, at the secret realm Xiaoyao, the guide began to explain the advantages and limitations of the secret realm. The secret realm Xiaoyao is a realm that the three major sects Kunlun, Penglai, and Tai Bai had to pay a huge price to open. Every 20 years it opens once. Inside, there are a lot of treasures such as elixirs, artifacts, etc. But it has two limitations. Firstly, only those below the Nirvana realm can enter. Those above the Nirvana realm will be thrown out of the secret realm. Secondly, when it opens, only a maximum of 9 people can enter, and the key to enter the secret realm is the token in everyone's hands. Everyone must remember that after entering the secret realm, there are only 3 days to explore, so they must make good use of this time. If there are no further issues, then let's set off. We will wait for good news from the elites. After everything was said, they began to depart. The token in Miao Ling's pocket fell out without her noticing. Mu Yui Shui sensed that Miao Ling had entered the secret realm and ordered her subordinate, she has entered the secret realm, bring her here. Understood, Palace Master. Inside the secret realm, Miao Ling calmly walked while eating an apple she had gotten from somewhere, expressing her delight. I ended up getting lost from Yen's senior sister. Su Master Peak never mentioned that a situation like this would occur. She noticed a red eye hidden in the darkness, staring intently at her. She dashed out, quickly grabbing the sword and striking a blow that severed the crow's head from its neck, but she still held on to the apple. Suddenly, a scroll fell from somewhere, piquing her curiosity, and she couldn't help but approach to open it. A scroll. Is this the opportunity in the secret realm that Su Master Peak mentioned? Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Fruit. I remember that just by eating it, I can break through to the peak of Nirvana realm, just a veil away from magical powers realm. Alright, let's set off to find the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Fruit. Behind Miao Ling, a red-eyed crow appeared, staring intensely at her every move. Suspicious shimmering dots appeared at her waist. After walking for a while, Miao Ling found what she wanted. Got it. With these Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Fruits, I can quickly break through to magical powers realm. She stepped forward to pick them, but a binding formation tightened around her legs. She couldn't move at all and could only remain still within the formation. After a while, Miao Ling realized this was a motion-sealing formation. A strange creaking sound emerged as chains surrounded her, trying to bind her tightly. Mu Yui Shui appeared from behind Miao Ling. She recognized immediately, indeed, it's a conspiracy. Furthermore, the one behind it is a holy realm entity. The aim is to seize my body for reincarnation. Mu Yui Shui was puzzled as to why Miao Ling recognized her intentions. A moment later, the Miao Ling that Mu Yui Shui was holding captive transformed into a block of ice. She was furious, smashing everything and shouting, "How dare! I, an elder, am being toyed with by a little girl." Mu Yui Shui launched a fireball, screaming, "You little girl! Come out here." From the dark corner, a foot stepped forward. She gasped and Miao Ling appeared. "Your face! It's you! You are the ruthless Empress." And Miao Ling leisurely stepped forward, still munching on a half-eaten apple. However, she did not recognize who Mu Yui Shui was. Seeing that Miao Ling could not remember her, Mu Yui Shui rushed toward her in a fit of rage, shouting, "You caused my demon palace to be destroyed. My body has also been ruined because of you. And yet you don't remember." After hearing this, and Miao Ling remained baffled, unable to recall anything. Mu Yui Shui seemed to go mad and charged at Miao Ling. She looked at Miao Ling and voiced her conjectures. "I heard that the Empress has disappeared. Given this appearance, the Empress must have reincarnated, right?" And Miao Ling did not respond as she wished, but instead made provocative remarks. "Who knows? Why don't you give it a try?" Mu Yui Shui replied, "I believe the rumors are true." As soon as she finished speaking, strange tentacles grew from behind her. She lunged at Miao Ling, shouting, "Right now, you are just a weak person in the nirvana stage. Hand over this body to me obediently." And Miao Ling reacted quickly, dodging her attacks. In her hands, she conjured the ice-glass sword, striking accurately to counter Mu Yui Shui's assaults. The two sides fought fiercely, flying back and forth. Loud explosions occurred continuously, but Miao Ling deftly avoided them. Mu Yui Shui's attacks were constantly blocked. She suddenly asked, "The sword that has always helped you block attacks is an emperor-grade weapon, right? Today is truly my lucky day. Not only do I get to possess a supreme gifted body, but I can also obtain a peerless emperor-grade weapon. The Empresses, raise your hands and surrender. I don't want to injure my own body." And Miao Ling calmly replied, "Stop joking. You are merely a soul from the holy realm that has lost its body. The rules of this secret realm limit all powers of outsiders. A cultivator who has passed the nirvana realm must seal themselves if they want to enter. You are no exception." The more she talked, the more fiercely she struck. The stone layer encasing Mu Yui Shui's body began to crack, revealing a bizarre face. She sneered, "You are right, the theory is like that. But every rule has its loopholes, and the secret realm Xiao Yao is no exception." After she spoke, a terrifying demon spider appeared behind her, and Miao Ling recognized that it was a half-saint. Mu Yui Shui quickly vanished from Miao Ling's sight. A moment later, she appeared right behind Miao Ling, her limbs tightly gripping Miao Ling as if holding prey. She joyfully said, "To be precise, it is a half-saint about to break through to the holy realm. I am finally about to have a body." And Miao Ling struggled but couldn't move at all. Mu Yui Shui lamented about her experiences. "Do you know that to gain the power to surpass the nirvana realm, usable in this secret realm, I have endured a lot of bitterness? Quickly restore my soul. I cannot fall here. I still have enemies to kill, I must take revenge. It cannot end here. You are merely a half-saint beast. Even if sealed by the secret realm and unable to cultivate, I can still kill you, kill you, kill you." And Miao Ling was squeezed to the point of tears. She reached into her chest and pulled out something, calling, "Master, it's time for you to appear." Tion, who was at the market, sensed Miao Ling calling for him. He recalled the memories of when they sat together on the rooftop sharing their thoughts. There are 3 days left until the secret realm Xiao Yao opens. If you encounter danger in the secret realm, activate the time-space token. Remember to keep it safe on you. Keep it on me, of course. At that time, the master will rush out from the token to help you. And Miao Ling listened to Tion and stuffed it into her chest, causing Tion to bleed from his nose uncontrollably. "Be careful when you come out at that time, master." Returning to the present, Miao Ling has gone to the secret realm Xiao Yao with senior sister Su Lan. My time alone has come back. The more Tion thought, the happier he became, bouncing along the road. A man brought up a bowl of noodles. "Senior brother, your beef noodles." Tion looked at the bowl of noodles, drooling uncontrollably. So fragrant. Indeed, the beef noodles of Chongming City are not just a false reputation. While enjoying the food, Tion sensed Miao Ling's cry for help. It seemed to be a distress signal from the time-space token. Just as Tion was about to leave, the guy by Xiao Hua with a cast appeared. "Give me a bowl of red syrup. Yes, please follow me this way." Turning to Miao Ling, she was caught in a spider web by Mu Yui Shui like prey waiting to be devoured. She mocked, "The Empresses, is this your precaution? Don't struggle in vain. Unfortunately, it has no effect at all." After saying that, she threw away the time-space token. A moment later, a hand caught the token. Qin Tian appeared with a monkey hat, grabbing Mu Yuishue's shoulder, surprising her. Qin Tian delivered a punch, as if to break her jaw, sending Mu Yuishue flying several miles away. Qin Tian broke the spider web and hugged in Miao Ling, continuously asking with concern, "Are you okay? What happened?" He landed and continued to ask, "Where are the Qingxi? Why aren't they with you?" And Miao Ling coughed violently, "I transferred this memory segment to you." She placed her hand on his forehead, transferring the memories she had experienced into Qin Tian's mind. After being transferred into his mind, Qin Tian quickly understood everything. "I see now. It turns out Len Jia and this woman are in cahoots. Len Jia led that fool Bai Xiao Hua around to find a suitable body for her." And Miao Ling paid no attention to Qin Tian's words but only focused on the hat he was wearing. "Master, why are you wearing a monkey-shaped hat? It looks really foolish." Qin Tian explained, "This is a secret. I can use half-saint power to break through the restrictions of the secret realm. The principle is quite simple. After killing a demon beast from the secret realm, you can use the soul of the demon beast to disguise yourself as part of the secret realm." And Miao Ling was surprised. "So that means this woman can use half-saint power, which also means she has killed a half-saint demon beast." "That's right." On Mu Yuishue's side, she was punched until her whole body felt numb. "What terrifying power! Just one punch and my soul is shattered." It seems that the soul of the demon beast on him is the holy ape spirit fury, which possesses the strongest power in the center of the secret realm. The soul can no longer withstand the urge to seize the body of the Empress. Furthermore, we are not a match for that man. We can only use a backup plan. How infuriating, you have caused me to become a demon beast. Her hand touched a strange light. On Miao Ling's side, she looked at the time-space token in amazement. "Master, you arrived so quickly. I just used the space token for help, and you appeared right away." Qin Tian stood aside, full of pride. "Humph, of course. When I say I will do something, I do it. One word and I appear in a flash." Suddenly, the ground shook, and the two of them became alert. From beneath the ground emerged Mu Yuishue in the form of a terrifying demon spider. She raised her long mouth, creating a ball of spiritual energy and shooting it straight at them. Seeing the situation was dire, Qin Tian reminded Miao Ling to leave. He would personally confront this creature. Qin Tian soared into the air, raising his immensely powerful fist like the holy ape spirit fury. Mu Yuishue was terrified at the sight. He continuously punched down with devastating blows, but it was still not enough to break her shell. Seeing this, Mu Yuishue smugly remarked, "Your punches are indeed weaker than before." Qin Tian was amazed by her disguise. Taking advantage of Qin Tian's distraction, Mu Yuishue opened her long mouth and unleashed a shockwave towards him. He couldn't react in time and was pushed away. Qin Tian was disheveled and drenched in sweat. "This is harder to deal with than I expected. Right now, the most important issue is that I cannot break her defense." On the ground, her tentacles emerged as hidden weapons. Qin Tian swiftly dodged her attack, but unfortunately, his shirt got hit. "It seems to be poisonous, I can't let it touch me." Qin Tian rolled continuously, avoiding her tentacles. Suddenly, Miao Ling panicked. "Master, be careful." Qin Tian didn't understand what was happening. Moments later, he was caught in Mu Yuishue's spider web formation. Her formation entangled Qin Tian, suspending him like a cocoon. Mu Yuishue, seeing that Qin Tian had fallen into her formation, revealed a triumphant smile. And Miao Ling stood behind a bush, worried. "What should we do now? What should we do now? Master is tightly bound by the web." Just when she didn't know what to do, an idea flashed in her mind. On Mu Yuishue's side, she was joyfully looking at her lute. "Ha ha ha, I have won. Mu Yuishue has emerged victorious. Next, it's my enemy's turn." Suddenly, her cocoon burst forth with light. The deadly slashes broke the cocoon. Qin Tian appeared with a cool expression, holding in Miao Ling's ice glass sword. "I almost forgot about the ice glass sword." Fortunately, Miao Ling reacted in time. Mu Yuishue was astonished to see Qin Tian break free. Qin Tian adjusted his stance, channeling spiritual energy with a confident look. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. Moon Seal, Poisonous Body Seal, Protector Gourd Seal, United Seals. He charged toward her, his body enveloped in spiritual energy. Mu Yui Shui screamed, "Stop him for me." Her hidden weapon tentacles sprouted like mushrooms, creating a wall. But Tion slashed through them as if cutting through bananas. In a flash, Tion reached Mu Yui Shui and struck her. Separated from the demonic object, she panicked, unable to believe she was being beaten so miserably. Her branches broke apart like firewood. Tion landed coolly on the ground, not forgetting to flash a confident smile. Mu Yui Shui's demon energy gradually dissipated, carried away by the wind. Tion didn't forget to return the sword to Miao Ling. "Here's your sword back. By the way, there's one more good thing." Tion led her to the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Fruit. "It's really here." The Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Fruit didn't get damaged at all. "That proves this holy fruit is meant for you." After saying that, Tion raised his hand to pick a fruit and handed it to her. "You should eat it quickly, I will protect you." And Miao Ling began to break through. Her whole body radiated auras of brilliance. Her strength rapidly increased, significantly. Tion's system interface appeared. "Congratulations. The host's disciple has reached the limit of the Nirvana realm. Reward increased by 20%. Host's attendance reward." And Miao Ling was pleased with her breakthrough. "Wait until I return to Tsangjian Peak. After secluding for a while, I will be able to advance to the magical powers realm." Tion stood aside, maneuvering a chain into a small crevice in the cliff. "Before that, I still have something to deal with." And Miao Ling asked curiously, "What is it, master?" The chain inside kept moving, releasing streams of purple air. Tion pulled hard, causing the stones to shatter. "I got you. So you were hiding 1,000 meters underground." The chain pulled someone out. It was Len Jia. He was wrapped up like a sticky rice cake. And Miao Ling exclaimed in shock, "Len Jia, Grand Elder of Penglai." He saw Tion and panicked. Everyone said the little uncle of Kunlun is a useless person. "It seems you have deceived everyone." Although they were fighting, his empty stomach still reminded him of the unfinished bowl of noodles. Tion handed Len Jia over to Miao Ling. She worriedly asked, "Master, are you leaving? Is it alright?" Tion placed his hand on her shoulder, started to transfer energy, and reassured her, "Don't worry, I will transmit the remaining energy of Holy Ape Spirit Fury to you. For now, you will temporarily have the power of the half-saint realm. I will wait for you to return at Tsangjian Peak." After saying that, Tion disappeared. As soon as he left, the chain that bound Len Jia loosened. He managed to break free, showing a smug expression. "It seems he has great faith in you. So he believes that a temporary half-saint like you can defeat an old half-saint like me?" And Miao Ling remained unfazed, revealing a confident expression. "Who knows? Why don't you give it a try?" Len Jia sneered in response, "Then let me see how capable you really are." With that, he summoned a sword that emitted a gloomy hidden weapon. Heavenly Demon Slash. He struck fierce blows towards Miao Ling. She nimbly flipped and dodged them. The strength that Tion had transmitted earlier surprised her with its power. Her body felt lighter than she ever imagined. Is this the boost in strength that comes from reaching a higher realm and the veins? Len Jia looked at her with a cold, mocking gaze. "What's wrong? Didn't that useless master of yours teach you how to use your half-saint abilities?" And Miao Ling gently stood on the tip of his sword. "Don't get too smug. I'm just getting a feel for this." Len Jia swung his sword horizontally, and Miao Ling leaped away. He continued to sneer, "With the power of a half-saint, is avoiding it all you can do? You're just a little brat." The more Len Jia attacked, the more she evaded. He roared, "I will finish you off before you touch the ground." Suddenly, Miao Ling used her hand to counterbalance. Just as Len Jia was about to stab her, she vanished. He was startled. Where did she go? A moment later, Miao Ling appeared right behind him, attacking with the fist of a half-saint realm. She smiled slightly. "This is indeed the speed and strength, but compared to me in the past, you are still far inferior. But never mind, after all, this is just a half-saint realm. Although he quickly managed to defend against a Miao Ling's attack, the damage he sustained was still too great. He couldn't withstand it and crashed into the cliff. Lin Jia was stunned by the blow, thinking to himself, what terrible strength. So fast, so powerful. And Miao Ling looked at him with cold eyes, her sword aimed at Lin Jia. Alright, let's end this farce here. Suddenly, Lin Jia stood up, tearing his shirt to reveal his muscular form. You little girl are not in the dominant position, do you still dare to speak recklessly? Today, I will show you what true strength looks like. And Miao Ling, with a confident expression, chanted sword chi, radiating a mighty aura. Perhaps you don't know that I have killed many people like you, right? Then, a loud explosion occurred on the cliff. Scene shifted to those accompanying Miao Ling, who were worried about her and hurriedly searching, and junior sister. Where is Miao Ling Jr.? She suddenly appeared behind everyone. Called out in a voice, I am here, Yen's senior sister. Yen's senior sister saw Miao Ling appear and immediately burst into tears like a child, hugging her tightly. I was so worried. What happened? After entering the secret realm, you weren't with us. And Miao Ling reassured everyone and began to explain, I just encountered a little fortuity. Huh? What kind of fortuity did Miao Ling Jr. sister encounter? Xian Lei asked curiously. And junior sister, tell us, I am also very curious. Miao Ling continued, actually, when I entered the vortex, a red gem suddenly appeared in my hand. The scene shifts to Tion, who was happily preparing to continue eating his unfinished bowl of beef noodle. Tion sat at the table, looking around, but still couldn't find his bowl of beef noodle. As soon as Tion saw his bowl had fallen to the ground, his face darkened in anger. Suddenly, outside the city, there were loud cries, Princess, run quickly. Outside were two guards beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and a princess being chased by a mysterious figure in a black robe. She managed to run for a while before being blocked by another man in black. Raise your hands and surrender. He. Princess, you wouldn't want your people to be harmed, right? Just as she was feeling confused and afraid, not knowing what to do, Tion upstairs raised his bowl of noodles and complained to the heavens. Oh heavens, my beef noodles. I haven't had a single bite yet. Princess saw Tion and quickly called for help. Young master, I am the princess of Chongming, Ming-Yi Lian. I hope the young master can assist me. The black-clad men saw Tion and yelled loudly, get lost, you! Stop meddling in others' affairs. Tion, feeling upset, was shouted at again, and he angrily retorted, stop making so much noise. Can't you see I'm talking to the heavens? Dragon transformation technique. Kill. Immediately, a dragon foot descended from the sky, creating a violent shockwave. The two black-clad men caught by the attack vanished without a trace, leaving a large crater on the ground. Ming-Yi Lian witnessed this scene and was alarmed. She hurriedly ran to thank Tion. Thank you for saving my life, young master. How about we return to the palace now to discuss how to repay your kindness? Tion bluntly refused. No need, I have other matters to attend to. After saying this, Tion climbed onto his flying pot and left. Ming-Yi Lian felt regretful, but she took out something. Gone already? Luckily, I used the reflection stone to capture his appearance. Returning, I told the intelligence team to find out who the young master belonged to. As Tion was walking, he instructed the pot, there's still some time before the Miao Ling group returns to the sect. Let's make a trip home. At the Qin mansion, Tion's house was engulfed in a layer of shielding. Suddenly, a large crack appeared. Tion, confused, leaned in to take a look. Why is there a holy realm formation set up in my house? There's not a hint of smoke. It's been abandoned for at least half a month. Father, mother, please don't let anything happen to you. He jumped onto the roof and quietly crept inside. Suddenly, the tile he stepped on could depress like a button. Tion, startled, cautiously stepped back. The tile Tion stepped on suddenly sprung up. Tion feared what might appear before him. From below, two small figures emerged with red eyes. they were the effigies of Tion's mother and father. These effigies could emit sounds. Son, we are traveling with the household servants. No need to miss us. Also, be careful with the books. Witnessing this scene, Tion was dumbfounded. Be careful of what? The books? Tion walked down the road, happily counting. Tiger, cat, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey. Very good, today is quite lucky. Call the roll. On the surface, he appeared joyful, but inside, Tion was calculating something. A system panel appeared. Tion pressed the attendance button, and a mysterious box appeared with a note. Reward for cumulative attendance number 1, level up all learned martial skills by 1. Number 2, receive a small apprentice spirit. Tion pressed the mysterious box, and immediately, a cube-shaped ball emerged from the system panel. Tion stared at the cube, confused about what was happening. He picked it up, and his face turned gloomy. Tion tossed the box aside, angrily shouting, "Are you kidding me? I've taken attendance for 7,749 days and you give me this ball? You rascal, don't think I can't recognize you just because you changed form. I've cleared all the Pokemon levels." Suddenly, a fox appeared from nowhere. It jumped high to the position of the cube-shaped ball. The ball suddenly emitted a beam of light onto the fox and sucked it in. Tion stood beside, dumbfounded. After the sucking finished, the cube wobbled, beeped, and lay still. Witnessing this scene, Tion's expression changed, utterly confused. Is it really Pokemon? Tion stepped forward, picked up the sphere, and wondered, how much longer is this thing going to beep? It won't be beeping all day, will it? Suddenly, a foot appeared from behind Tion. The man was muscular and was carrying a huge wrench on his shoulder. Little guy from the spirit realm, get lost. The box that captured this imperial princess Qingqiu belongs to me. Tion, hearing this, was skeptical. The legendary imperial princess Qingqiu. She doesn't look like it. Seeing Tion's appearance, the man began to feel infatuated, moved closer, and while speaking, he squeezed Tion's breast. This fox is indeed the imperial princess Qingqiu. I'm completely sure. Moreover, she is the one that the emperor's decree wants to capture. The emperor's decree is very frightening, so hand her over to me obediently. Then, I will take you to a very fun place to enhance your cultivation. I'm from the Holy Realm. While he spoke, he didn't forget to continue squeezing Tion's breast. At that moment, it sounded like a long-lasting melody awakening strong memories in his mind. He yelled, "Don't come any closer, you disgusting homosexual." Upon hearing this, the man was in tears. Disgusting? How dare you say that? I have to crush you so you can't say it again. He charged angrily towards Tion. His pincers were like an atomic bomb, exploding wherever they touched. The ground and the nearby trees were all destroyed. Tion could only exclaim, his strength is really terrifying. The uncle, filled with rage and with eyes full of evil energy, turned to look at Tion. Don't run away, you bastard. And the box, give it back to me. Tion, seeing his immense power, still didn't forget to provoke him with his sharp tongue. Don't lie so shamelessly. You disgusting homosexual, that box belongs to me. The uncle, infuriated by the teasing, had a twisted expression on his face. He kept swinging his pincers at Tion, roaring, "You utter that word again. I will crush you into a pulp." His furious pincers were like an uncontrollable tornado, slowly destroying the nearby treetops. The whole forest seemed on the verge of being stripped bare. By the time night fell, in the peaceful silence of the late night, Tion sat on a tree, looking at the cube repeatedly. It really has been noisy all day. My black crow mouth really is. Suddenly, the cube began to shine brightly. Tion raised the cube to take a closer look. Finally, it has stopped making noise. The uncle's pincers trembled, resting on the ground. He overexerted himself the whole day and was exhausted. That little guy was as slippery as an eel. Tion stood on the tree to say goodbye to him but did not forget to mock him with his sharp beak. Hey, gay guy, goodbye, see you never. He was angry but had no strength to do anything. The uncle trembled as he walked away but stepped on some magic trap. Tion casually left, shaking the cube. I wonder if this fox can eat. A large explosion appeared behind him, accompanied by fireworks. Perhaps the uncle was unfortunate enough to step on Tion's formation. Scene transition to Zhangjian Peak, inside Tion's room. The fox that had crawled into Tion's cube woke up after being healed. Where is this? And who am I? This place doesn't resemble my domain. Did someone save me? Tion, sitting at the tea table, spoke. You're finally awake. This is Kunluan Sword Sect and I am the one who saved your life. Upon hearing this, the fox showed a disdainful expression, thinking he was just boasting. Stop bragging, you're only a spirit realm guy, how could you save me from that holy realm guy? Whether you believe it or not, that gay guy has already been blown up like fireworks by me. Tion was speaking when suddenly Fox wanted to climb out of the window to escape. Seeing this, Tion took out his magic weapon and explained, when you fell, you hit my magic weapon, and then you entered into a preliminary contract with it, so you temporarily cannot leave it too far. As soon as he finished speaking, Fox became motionless and was pulled back towards Tion. Fox panicked, then quickly break the contract. I must leave here as soon as possible. Tion continued to explain, that won't do. The explanation book says that if the preliminary contract is broken, you will explode to death immediately. Let me see, then you must sign a complete contract, otherwise you will also explode to death after 3 days. Fox remained calm, thinking to himself that Tion was lying again. 3 days? Who do you think you're scaring? Just because you say I'll explode to death, does that mean I will? Tion suddenly exclaimed, can you see your consciousness? You can sense some contract signals in your consciousness. Fox squinted, as if feeling some pain. My consciousness? Damn it, it really is just like that man said. Is there really no other way? The fox pretended to make a pitiful face. I have been harmed by others and have offended many powerful forces. Signing a pact with me means that my karma will harm you. Tion, feeling smug, remained unfazed. Oh, I can only sign the contract. Besides, I am very powerful. No matter what karma it is, I am not afraid. Seeing Tion's expression, the fox thought to itself, humph, encountering a delusional fool who cannot be reasoned with. It seems I can only find an opportunity to snatch that thing away and then run. Tion ran over, grasped the fox's 2 legs, and proposed. Let's sign the contract for a duration of 100 years or until your realm surpasses mine. Upon hearing this, the fox was overjoyed, sticking out its tongue. Surpass you? Why didn't you say so earlier? This condition is too easy. Just give me some time to cultivate, and I can surpass you. Let's sign quickly. After saying this, the two bumped heads and started to sign the contract. Once finished, Tion's system panel announced, congratulations, host, you have signed a master-servant contract with Imperial Princess Qinqiu. Reward, Supreme Skill, Heavenly Fox Supreme, and the Heavenly Fox Pearl, Emperor's treasure of extraordinary quality. The fox stood happily to the side, thinking to itself, starting from today, I must diligently cultivate and quickly recover my cultivation, then unblock the contract. It's frustrating, but I'm severely injured right now. Tion, seeing Fox injured like that, sat aside and sighed, I'm really having a hard time, shall Kai go? I'll be back in a bit, you can eat first. When Fox heard itself being called Shao Kai Go, it grimaced in anger, you are the Shao Kai Go. Your whole family is Shao Kai Go. How annoying, I won't eat. After throwing a tantrum, Fox sat dejectedly in a corner. After a while, Fox's stomach began to rumble incessantly. Unable to resist, it approached the food table, struggling with its thoughts, I'm eating just to gain some strength for cultivation, yes, that's it. After the struggle, Fox took a bite larger than its mouth and swallowed it whole. It immediately sensed, this is the meat of the Demon King. Suddenly, it sprouted an extra tail. It seems I've been tricked. Fox returned to the food table, mesmerized by the pile of food. If I eat all this Demon King meat, it won't just be in the spirit realm anymore. At the hot spring in the bamboo garden of Tsangjian Peak, a voice cried out in alarm, "Let me go. You are injured, your realm is too low, it would be very dangerous for you to bathe alone." "No. I can do it myself, I can do it myself." One pulls while the other holds, and when the fox slipped, Tion lost his momentum and the fox was pushed back. Because of that, the fox also tumbled backwards several times and then splashed down into the water. Tion stood up, dazed and looking around, anxious to find the fox. "Where is the little fox?" Suddenly, a pale-skinned girl emerged from the water. Tion glanced over, not understanding what was happening. Out of nowhere, she lunged at Tion and struggled under the water, constantly cursing. "You bastard, can't you understand human speech?" She exposed her chest, and Tion stared in shock, saliva and blood streaming down his face. "I didn't expect the fox to be so beautiful. Her body is quite good too." Upon hearing this, the fox panickingly realized she had taken on a human form. She bashfully jumped back into the water. "Pervert. You should get out of here." Tion, with blood streaming from his nose, still didn't forget to tease her. "Get out now. I was planning to give you this pearl. You're a lecherous wolf, I don't want it." As she was speaking, she suddenly realized the gem in Tion's hand was the heavenly fox pearl. If I'm not mistaken, this type of heavenly demon jade is the precious gem that the heavenly demon formed by condensing all its spiritual energy and magic before dying. The gem condensed by the Fox clan is called Heavenly Fox Pearl. The gem condensed by the Dragon clan is called Heavenly Dragon Pearl. No matter which race the heavenly demon jade comes from, it is all an exquisite emperor's treasure. Fox stood up, covering her chest, wanting to come forward and take the Heavenly Fox Pearl. But Tion clenched his fist. He wore a cunning smile like no other. "Kiss me and I'll give it to you." Upon hearing this, Fox became furious. "No way. It's just an emperor's treasure, and yet you want me to kiss you. You're dreaming." Tion leisurely took out 2 more books, teasing her. "Is that so? I was planning to wait until you kissed me to give you this skill book and the Heavenly Fox Pearl." Upon hearing Tion's words, Fox arrogantly laughed. "Ha ha ha. I thought it was something else. Heavenly Fox Supreme Formula. The skill of my Fox clan, the 9-tailed celestial scripture, is the most powerful among imperial grade skills. I don't need your Heavenly Fox Supreme." Tion displayed an expression of satisfaction, looking at her. "Making such casual judgments is not a good habit. Why don't you just read it all the way through and then reconsider?" After saying this, Tion tossed the book towards Fox. She jumped up to catch it. "Sure, I'll read it. I don't believe there's a skill more suitable for our Fox clan than the 9-tailed heavenly scripture." Tion sat and waited for Fox to finish reading while constantly complaining, "So boring." The more Fox read, the more engrossed she became, and she was astonished. This skill can actually be cultivated to Heavenly Fox. In the hundreds of thousands of years of Fox clan history, there has only been one Heavenly Fox. That Heavenly Fox happened to break through using some extraordinary treasures. As long as I reach Heavenly Fox, won't it be easy to take revenge on the Emperor's decree? Fox skeptically turned to Tion and asked, "Are you really giving this to me?" But when she turned around, Tion had disappeared. Suddenly, he appeared right behind her, leisurely sipping a cup of wine. Fox was startled. "A gentleman's word is a bond." After reciting the lines, "Enjoying a small cup of wine is truly wonderful. So, have you thought it over? It's quite worthwhile, isn't it?" Fox blushed and shyly agreed. "Fine, a kiss is a kiss, I'll do it." Tion happily replied. "I'm ready." He pursed his lips towards her. Fox also puckered her lips towards Tion, shyly closing her eyes, tears welling up as they moved closer together. Just as their lips were about to touch, suddenly a sword flew in from somewhere. Tion saw the ice glass sword trembling and realized the danger. That was close, just a moment away from disaster. Fox panicked. What happened? Is it the enemy? Miao Ling stepped out of the shadows, her eyes glowing red with death. "Because of the pact with the master, I haven't rested for a moment since leaving the secret realm, just to hurry back to Tsangjian Peak. Go die, you lustful master." She formed a ball of deadly energy and moved towards Tion. Seeing this, he panicked and wanted to explain. "Wait, Miao Ling. Let me explain. With a loud bang, a massive ice spike shot up from below. Tion's scream echoed throughout Sangjian Peak. 5 years later, at a waterfall, a little fox was focusing on her cultivation when she suddenly opened her eyes. Finally, I have restored to half-saint realm. But why has the contract not been unblocked yet? It turned out she was by Xiao Ru of Imperial Princess Qingqiu. She angrily ran back to Zhangjian Peak to find Qin Tian and scold him. Suddenly, Qin Tian's system interface displayed a notification. System information: the strength of the pet by Xiao Ru has recovered to half-saint realm. Reward: upgrade your talent to level 9. Attendance reward has increased by 1 level. Qin Tian pretended not to understand and replied to Bai Xiaoru, who knows about the matter of this contract. She angrily yelled at Qin Tian as if the whole Kunlun sword could hear her. Qin Tian, you are a scammer, little guy. The scene shifted to a remote, dark area. We pay respects to the Demon Saint Lord. 3 demon clan members bowed respectfully. Why are you 3 not in your territory and running to my place? Demon Saint Lord, we have discovered the veins of the Ice Phoenix Ancient, but there is an expert beside her. We couldn't bring her back, and because of this matter, we were seriously injured and just healed today. The golden dragon poked its head out of the cave and exclaimed, how interesting, where are those veins? The demon dragon replied, yes, she is at the Kunlun sword sect. Upon hearing this, the golden dragon acknowledged, it's one of the sects of those 3 old bastards. If it weren't for their ambush back then, my cultivation wouldn't have stagnated and made no progress for so many years. 3 of you immediately summoned the demon clan. 3 days later, follow me to annihilate the Kunlun sword sect. The 3 members of the demon clan obeyed the golden dragon's command and began to gather the demon clans. The Demon Saint Lord has ordered to prepare for an attack on Kunlun Mountain and wipe them out. On Mo Wen Tian's side, she also sensed that the demon clan would attack, so she went to meet the old ancestor. The demon saint of the Manhwa mountain range wants to destroy the sect. Please help, old ancestor. The old ancestor replied, don't worry, you unite with the Penglai sect and the Tai Bai sect to fight back, leave the rest to me for the 3 sections. She thanked him upon hearing this and then left. Switching scenes to Qin Tian, he was leisurely reading the reward announcement. Attendance reward, a low-grade sword of life and death, transformation art of self upgraded to level 12, and everlasting body upgraded to level 2. 3 days later, at the territory of the golden dragon, thunder roared, filled with death. The demon clan charged in waves. Brothers, rush in and kill, trample them down for me. Mo Wen Tian, filled with righteous spirit, commanded, disciples of the 3 sects, heed the call and protect the sword sect. Su Lam began to chant spells. Tai Yi focusing sword. Her sword strikes were easily dodged by the demon bird. She conjured a magical sphere. It's my turn to attack now. Vines sprang up from the ground, tightly binding Su Lam's legs, rendering her unable to move. The more the vines constricted, the tighter they gripped her, as if trying to strangle her. Mo Wen Tian saw his disciple in a perilous situation and wanted to help but was blocked by the demon dragon. The bird demon, pleased to see Su Lam tied up, exclaimed, great. Old man, go die. Master Peak Yu Jian Peak. Suddenly, a voice called out, storm wind lightning strike. The next moment, a massive explosion occurred, destroying the vines. Thanks to this, Su Lam was rescued. The one who had just attacked was in Miaoling. Behind her was the demon soul of the holy ape spirit Fury from the secret realm. The bird demon rejoiced at Miaoling's appearance. Finally, you have shown up, Ice Phoenix. Miaoling turned to Su Lam and reassured her, Su Master Peak, just rest. Leave this bird to me. Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoru watched the battle from atop a tree. Bai Xiaoru noticed Qin Tian sitting still and asked, little guy, are you just going to stand there looking? Qin Tian, after hearing this, remained silent and did not respond. The eagle spread its wings, and the bird demon conjured a hammer made of spiritual energy. She swung the hammer towards Miaoling. Both sides fought fiercely, with no clear winner. And Miaoling cast a spell, striking directly at the demon bird, creating a massive explosion that affected everyone nearby. Even the gloomy sky was pierced, revealing sunlight. Both sides continued to clash at incredible speed. The bird demon swung the hammer at Miao Ling's head, but she quickly dodged and kicked the bird demon in the face, aiming to dislocate her jaw. And Miao Ling's kick was so powerful that it sent the demon bird flipping several times. She quickly regained her footing, holding her face in anger and shouting loudly, "A tiny second-tier magical power, and yet you dare to ruin the stunning beauty of this lady. This is simply unforgivable. I will crush your limbs." After saying this, she charged at Miao Ling with the hammer, her eyes filled with evil energy. And Miao Ling gracefully deflected the attack with her sword. Because of this move, the magic weapon of Holy Ape Spirit Fury was chipped. And Miao Ling sighed angrily, "Damn it. My strength is almost depleted." Both sides continuously delivered devastating blows to each other, incredibly fiercely. Taking advantage of Miao Ling's distraction, the demon bird kneeled into her face. This move caused her to lose her balance. The bird demon continued to spin around and delivered another kick to Miao Ling. She was kicked away several miles. The bird demon began to chant the technique, 9 exquisite arts. A massive ball appeared above its head. Those in the sect were worried to see Miao Ling in such a predicament. Bai Xiao Ru, standing aside, shouted worriedly, "Oh no, little guy. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and save her." She was so panicked that she slipped from the tree, but luckily Tion managed to catch her. Tion remained calm as if nothing had happened, reassuring Bai Xiao Ru, "There's no need to worry, she's fine." Okay, I got it, let me go." Tion showed a hint of surprise, looking towards Miao Ling. "I didn't expect that the half-saint power I gave Miao Ling last time, she still managed to retain some of it." Turning back to Miao Ling, she continuously dodged the lightning bolts being struck down by the demon bird. She gritted her teeth in anger, how annoying, as stubborn as a leech. And Miao Ling was worried because her half-saint power was almost depleted. The moment she used her last bit of power, the protective magic on her ears shattered into pieces. And Miao Ling rushed toward the demon bird. The moment she saw Miao Ling charging at her, fear flooded her eyes. In her eyes, she vividly recalled the scene of being sliced in half by Miao Ling. Suddenly, the demon bird sensed something behind her. She turned around and saw a flash of blue light. The demon bird gritted her teeth in anger, so annoying. She panicked, filled with fear, and Miao Ling emanated a chilling evil energy from behind, as if she could sever the head of the demon bird at any moment. And Miao Ling coldly slashed at her, causing a tremendous explosion. And Miao Ling slowly stepped down. She turned her head to look at the explosion once more. Suddenly, a carriage appeared in front, surrounded by the figure of a golden dragon. He had the demon bird firmly in his grasp, protecting her. She joyfully looked toward the golden dragon. "Demon Lord, you have come." Inside the carriage, a youthful voice emerged. "Demon King Half-Saint Realm. All demons find it hard to escape. Today you cannot escape, Vane's Ice Phoenix, come to me." Having said that, he raised his long arm and attacked her. The magic from nowhere pierced through the golden dragon's arm, thus saving Miao Ling. A shout rang out, "With the old ancestors of our 3 sects here, you won't be able to cause chaos. You go assist when Tion first, leave this place to us." The scene shifted to the warehouse of Tsangjian Peak, where Tion and Bai Xiao Ru were searching for something. "This one doesn't work, that one doesn't work either. Why do you suddenly want to go back to get something?" Tion mumbled, "I have a feeling that I will have a bit of a role to play later." Back to the battle, the golden dragon was continuously taking blows from the old ancestors of the 3 sections. Explosive blasts like they wanted to destroy an entire region occurred one after another. The 3 old ancestors combined their strength to create a space. Inside was a large, long sword pointed at the golden dragon. 3 talents formation, 10,000 worlds great sword. The golden dragon immediately recognized it. Is this the move from 300 years ago? The golden dragon opened its mouth, shooting a shockwave towards the sword. The sword of the 3 old ancestors remained unharmed as it boldly thrust straight into the carriage inside the body of the golden dragon. 2 techniques clashed, creating a thunderous explosion that sent all 3 old ancestors flying away. The carriage inside the body of the golden dragon was shattered to pieces. The true form of the golden dragon emerged. He flashed a smug smile, effortlessly catching the sword with just a finger, reducing it to fragments. The arrogant golden dragon looked at the three old ancestors and said, "Can you still destroy my bridge? It's just a pity that to defeat me, you still need a bit of skill." After saying this, he conjured the arm of the golden dragon, targeting Miao Ling in an attempt to capture her. "I come to the Emperor realm." When Tion was engaged in a fight with the demon dragon, she wanted to help but couldn't get through. Just when it seemed like she was hanging by a thread, the time-space token that Tion had given her suddenly lit up. An arm emerged from her chest, saving her. With a single punch, he knocked away the golden dragon's arm that was trying to grab Miao Ling. Tion appeared in Saitama's outfit, aside from his face. The golden dragon was astonished to see Tion emerge from her chest. Tion looked back and saw Miao Ling curled up, clutching her stomach, trembling without understanding. "What's wrong with you? What happened to you?" And Miao Ling blushed, tears welling up, shouted, "Damn it. You didn't even say a word before coming, try it once and see if it hurts." Hearing her complain like that, Tion quickly changed the subject, responding to the golden dragon's question, "Did you just ask me? I am the sword master, the protector of Kunlun." The golden dragon, upon hearing this, displayed a smug expression as he looked at Tion, "Protector of Kunlun? What a joke. Today, I will flatten Kunlun, no one can stop me." The golden dragon with sharp claws rushed toward Tion, soul-shattering dragon claw. Tion deflected the golden dragon's attack with a single sword strike. He was astonished. How is this possible? How could he slice my skin so easily? Tion looked at the golden dragon and began to boast, "You've never encountered the supreme life and death sword. When a person meets their beloved or when flowers bloom, even coffins must be opened. Why don't you take the time to learn a little?" He ground his teeth in anger, saying, "Despicable. Stop pretending. What's this supreme life and death sword? It's nothing more than a tiny imperial weapon." Tion raised his black sword, dark spiritual energy swirling around it. "Is that so? Then take this sword from me." The golden dragon sensed the situation was dire and immediately used enhancement magic to wrap around its arm. Tion slashed powerfully at the golden dragon. It tried to use its golden dragon magic to counterattack, but Tion's move was too strong, causing its magic to begin cracking. Unable to withstand the blow, it lost an arm. With no magic protecting it, the golden dragon was instantly hit. The golden dragon was sent flying far away, creating a loud explosion. Tion's attack left a large trench. When the dust settled, he saw the golden dragon lying still in shock. He hadn't expected it to die so quickly. On the side of Tion, she was beating the demon dragon mercilessly, tying it up like a wheel. Although Tion was drenched in sweat from the fight, she still kept an eye on Miao Ling. "Miao Ling, are you okay?" Miao Ling replied, "I'm fine. Has everyone handled things over there?" Tion looked towards Tion with curiosity, "Sort of. Who is that person? We just saw him use a sword to knock away the demon saint." When Miao Ling intended to answer that it was Tion, she suddenly realized, "No, that's not right. The master is dressed like this, surely he doesn't want others to know." She quickly found a random substitute to answer Tion's question. "He must be the heir left by Jiang Master, found and activated by the master, Qing Shui." "That's great. If it's her, then this war will end very quickly." And Miao Ling was stunned when she heard Tion say that, as she didn't expect her to believe it so easily. As for the golden dragon, he was beaten to a pulp, lying helpless in one place. He roared, "Damn it! I underestimated you, Kunlun Sword Sect." The golden dragon's hand began to move. A moment later, his hand had fully healed. The golden dragon's face showed clear signs of satisfaction and excitement, the ultimate secret technique of the dragon, extreme dragon transformation. An explosion occurred right where he was standing, with tremendous power. Even Tion, who usually stood still as if nothing happened, had to brace himself. What is happening? The power is too strong, so much dust. The golden dragon transformed, and a muscular figure stepped out from the rubble. "I ask you to grant me this, I am about to die, yet I have broken through." Now under the Emperor realm, I am invincible. Now I must repay you diligently, my great benefactor. The people around were shocked to see him break through to the third level, even stronger than before. Master, can we really win? The golden dragon was so joyful it seemed insane. With the support of the ice phoenix veins, I have become the demon king, ruling over 10,000 beasts. Kuan-Luan sword Sect, prepare to choose your way of death. He was feeling proud when suddenly he sensed something. Tion charged at him and delivered a strike with his sword. The speed was so fast that even he, the emperor, couldn't perceive it. The golden dragon still couldn't believe that he had just broken through and yet was taken down. I didn't break through to the third level easily. Tion stroked the sword and explained to the golden dragon why he was going to die. I intended to play with you for a while, but you talked too much. As dawn broke, the battle had ended. The demon clan members were all captured and tied up. A rough man has no one to love. The demon Saint Lord died a tragic death. Tion held a gourd and walked towards the corpse of the golden dragon. Come here, the body of the golden dragon from the holy realm is a great treasure. After finishing their work, Tion said to Miao Ling, I'll head back first. Miao Ling replied innocently, then I'll go back with master. Tion showed a cunning expression like no other. No, wait a moment. As soon as he finished his sentence, Tion swiftly dove into the time-space token in her chest and returned. And Miao Ling blushed and angrily said, what a hateful guy Tion. When Tion, while binding a few demon clan members, turned to Miao Ling and asked, has the sword master returned? She wondered who when Tion was talking about. When Tion continued, that's the person who just helped us. We haven't thanked him yet. Suddenly she noticed something about Miao Ling's chest, puzzled. But has this area of yours gotten bigger? It's even smoking. Switching scenes to Tion, he was in the elixir pharmacy, cooking something in a pot. Bai Xiaoru sat outside waiting for Tion and couldn't stop yawning. This is so boring. Tion has been in the elixir pharmacy for almost half a day. Don't you guys have anything to do like I do? She leaned against a pillar while the breeze blew gently, which only made Bai Xiaoru sleepier. Just as her eyes were about to close, a hand slapped her thigh and called her name repeatedly. Bai Xiaoru closed her eyes and woke up. The person calling her was Miao Ling. She had finished cleaning up the battlefield and returned. Why are you sleeping here? Where is my master? As soon as Bai Xiaoru saw Miao Ling, she sobbed and hugged her tightly. You finally came back. He is in the elixir pharmacy. When Miao Ling heard Bai Xiaoru say that Tion was in the elixir pharmacy, her eyes darkened as if she had anticipated something. The next moment, a loud explosion occurred. Bai Xiaoru was startled and panicked. Zhangjian Peak is under attack. Miao Ling, having grown too accustomed to this scene, could see that the elixir pharmacy had been blown to pieces. Inside, smoke and dust filled the air, making it impossible to see anything. The two of them anxiously called out, Tion. Master. Clear the smoke first. All right. Tempest, heed my command. Bai Xiaoru took out a huge 3-panel fan and blew a path, dispersing the smoke and revealing the wreckage. That's better, it's much more comfortable now. Tion sprang up from the ruins, full of joy. I did it. I did it. Tion's system panel displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for crafting a special item, Holy Dragon Source. Reward pill recipe for divine elixir. Required ingredients, Holy Dragon Source, Holy Spiritual Fruit, Divine Pet Illustration. In the quiet late night at Zhangjian Peak, inside the dressing room of Miao Ling and Bai Xiaoru, the two were putting on their outfits. What kind of outfit is this? It's so strange. I don't know either, but compared to the outfits that Master bought for me before, this one is considered nice. But it's too tight. Master said that once you get used to it, it will be fine. Tion climbed up to look from above, showing a mischievous face that no one could match. Are you ready? The cultivation night begins. Miao Ling glanced at Tion and angrily threw a bra at him, causing Tion to have a nosebleed. The three of them had arrived at the hot spring in the bamboo garden at Zhangjian Peak. Miao Ling and Bai Xiaoru reluctantly lay on the two beds that Tion had arranged. Tion, with a serious expression, tensed his muscles and began cracking his joints as if preparing for a fierce battle. Great wild tethering technique, watch me use a frequency of 99 beats per breath, making both your body and heart submit to me. 6 paths reincarnation fist, my fist turns into a super Gatling. Using a frequency of 100 hits per breath to conquer your muscles, blood vessels, and bones. Start accelerating. His finger pressed the extrinsic meridian point, intrinsic meridian point, a new, Bachi point, rubbing the Yao-Yang meridian point. His entire body became stiff. Stop right there. Tion's hands were on both girls, getting faster and faster. And Miao Ling, receiving the massage from Tion, felt as if she were being tortured. Her eyes widened, and her face turned as red as a chili pepper. Bai Xiaoru couldn't tell whether it was pleasure or pain, crying out continuously, tears streaming down her face. And Miao Ling, her face scrunched up and her body trembling, also cried out, why did it end up like this? Half an hour ago, both of them had vehemently refused, no. No. Absolutely not. Tion's face was swollen from being hit, and he grimaced, feeling aggrieved. Why? Why can't it be done? And Miao Ling and Bai Xiaoru stared at Tion, constantly scolding him, thinking he was just bragging. What do you mean by a massage that enhances the absorption of medicinal water? It's all a scam. I see you just want to take advantage of us. We won't be fooled, Tion said aggrieved, hitting the mark with both of them. You are using a petty mindset to judge a gentleman's heart. With your current cultivation, you cannot fully absorb the golden dragon blood essence in the medicinal water. So we need to do other things to support. Don't you want to quickly catch up with me, surpass me, and then unblock the contract between us? Miao Ling, haven't you always wanted to increase your cultivation quickly? This time is a great opportunity. Bai Xiaoru warned Tion, I tell you, don't play tricks. Then let's give it a try. Back to the present, the sound of their moans echoed throughout the bamboo garden. Slow down. Slow down. Tion. Master, too fast. Too fast. Tion was massaging both of them, covered in sweat. He showed a mischievous smile, final technique, divine finger. His hands began to slide down to their butts, and Miao Ling and Bai Xiaoru felt it, but it was too late. The feeling of both of them was like water overflowing the dam, a flood surging. After using the final technique with both of them, Tion smiled happily, satisfied. It's done, let's wrap it up. Bai Xiaoru, holding her butt, scolded him non-stop. You are clearly playing with me. Tion put on a serious face. You can humiliate my character, but you cannot humiliate my technique. Next, it was time to witness the miracle. After saying that, Tion stepped forward and grabbed Bai Xiaoru's hand, startling her. Because of this, he ended up getting punched in the face. Tion led the two of them to the lake to experience the miracle. It was true. The speed of absorbing and transforming spiritual energy was several times faster than usual. Tion felt wronged, with blood gushing from his nose and bumps forming on his head. Humph, Tion has never deceived anyone. Tion's system interface displayed a notification. The disciple and Miao Ling of the host has broken through to the great realm of half-saint. Awarding the host with a talent upgrade to divine grade. Attendance points increase by 5. After hitting Tion, Bai Xiaoru realized she had misjudged him and immediately apologized. Alright, I was wrong. I misunderstood you. And Miao Ling whispered something to Bai Xiaoru. After hearing it, Bai Xiaoru smiled subtly and agreed. While Tion was sitting alone in the water, and Miao Ling suddenly ran over and hugged him. Bai Xiaoru also approached from somewhere and hugged him. Both of them made him feel the warmth of their chests, then covered his eyes and kissed him. Sometime after the Great Demon Clan War, at Sangjian Peak, Tion was blissfully sleeping, with his mouth wide open like a hippopotamus. His two little junior sisters from Sangjian Peak were also sleeping soundly. The rooster walked back and forth, waiting for the right moment to start crowing. It cleared its throat a few times, then took a deep breath. Just as it began to crow, a sound even louder and more resonant suddenly erupted. "Qin benefactor, please help me." This also woke Qin Tion up, and he yawned repeatedly before going out to open the door. "Who is disturbing others so early in the morning?" And Miao Ling and Bai Xiao Ru were also awakened. "What's wrong, Miao Ling? It seems someone has come to look for the master." The girl outside walked back and forth, constantly calling out, "Qin benefactor. Qin benefactor." Qin Tion appeared behind her and reminded her, "Don't call anymore." The girl was delighted to see Qin Tion. "Qin benefactor, it's great. I really found you." Qin Tion recognized her immediately. And Miao Ling asked curiously, "Master, do you two know each other?" Qin Tion began to explain about this. It was like this, then that, and then this and that, and finally that. After hearing this, and Miao Ling exclaimed, "So that's how it is. I understand now." Qin Tion did not understand and looked at the girl. "What is the matter that you have come to find me for?" Ming Yi Lian cried out in distress, pleading. "Qin benefactor, you saved my life back then, can you save my life once more now?" Qin Tion could not understand what she was saying. Ming Yi Lian then knelt down. "What I want is to become your disciple. Now my father has the intention of passing the throne. My younger brother wants to marry me off to prevent me from competing with him for the throne. Indeed, I am beautiful. As long as you enter my harem, the Zhou kingdom and Chongming kingdom will always be brothers. The princess is becoming more and more beautiful. Whoever can marry the princess truly has the luck of 3 lifetimes. If there is no strong power backing me, it will be difficult for me to escape the fate of being married off to someone else. Therefore, I want to acknowledge Qin benefactor as my master so that I have the opportunity to seize my own fate." After hearing this, Qin Tion placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought, and made a decision. "I can accept you as a disciple in name, but you must agree to one condition. That is, I want the national flower of the Chongming kingdom, the Chongming flower." Ming Yi Lian felt this condition was too difficult, so she sadly declined. A flower Chongming requires a significant amount of resources, time, and manpower to cultivate. Usually, only the new heir can receive a breakthrough realm supporting flower. Therefore, I cannot agree to this condition. Qin Tion seemed to anticipate this situation and proposed a bold idea. "It's simple. I help you become the heir, and you give me the flower Chongming." Upon hearing this, Ming Yi Lian fell into deep thought. Her eyes darkened as she seemed to have made a decision. "Okay, I agree. I will do my best to obtain the flower Chongming. Alright, from now on you will be my official disciple. Come with me." "Yes, master." The next day, screams echoed from the forest. "Help." Qin Tion looked confused and asked Ming Yi Lian, "Ming Yi Lian, why do you want to run away?" Ming Yi Lian was in tears, constantly saying, "What a silly question. If I don't run now, I will die." Qin Tion began to scold her. "What is that expression of yours? What kind of look is that? What are those tears for? I won't study anymore. I don't want to be the heir anymore. Quickly let me go." She continuously pleaded, but Qin Tion, sitting on the flying pot, chased her even more fervently. "Don't run. Yi Lian, come towards me now. Help. I can't do this. Damn it. Don't run. Damn it, if the master is like this, someone will really die." And Miao Ling and Bai Xiao Ru sat on one side eating pastries and drinking tea, watching the scene eagerly. "Miao Ling, is this kind of training really useful?" "Who knows?" On a crescent moon night in the Chongming kingdom, there were continuous sounds of moaning. "Prince, let go, let go." She was being choked by the prince to the point of not being able to breathe. He held her tightly and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to give me everything?" "Don't blame her. If you want to blame someone, blame that old bastard and my elder sister. They are the ones who caused your death." He was Ming Guangjian, the prince of the Chongming kingdom. He squeezed tighter and tighter, and she struggled but it was useless. When she lay motionless, he finally let go. The face of Ming Guangjian was covered with cracks, sweat pouring down, his eyes bloodshot, staring at her. "Sect master, you agreed to my request, so you should fulfill your promise. right? Suddenly, the window burst open, and something came in. The dark shadow clearly showed the path it took. He slowly emerged from the black smoke with long red hair. Ming Prince, if you have kept your word, then the demonic sect will certainly not hesitate to help you ascend to the throne. He spoke while conjuring a dark sphere of spiritual energy in his hand. At Sangjian Peak, Bai Xiaoru conjured a fire spell and shot it straight at Miao Ling. If you can use magic, then don't blame me for bullying you. And Miao Ling gently waved her sword, dispelling the attack, and signaled Yi Lian to charge forward. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoru panicked. Hey! You didn't say it was 2 against 1. Ming Yi Lian braced herself, grimacing as she executed her move, desperately attacking. Her whole body was engulfed in flames, and Ming Yi Lian flew from Miao Ling straight towards Bai Xiaoru. Seeing this move, she was so scared she almost froze. Are you trying to take my life, using such a strong move directly? Ming Yi Lian stood up from the wreckage, blood pouring everywhere. And Miao Ling urged her throughout the entire distance. Yi Lian, attack recklessly one more time. The two sides were fighting fiercely. And Miao Ling continuously cheered, while Tion sat on a tree, watching the excitement. Tion observed the two battling, stroking his chin, feeling that the scene resembled a Pokemon battle. Bai Xiaoru was too tired and temporarily paused the fight. All right, let's take a break. Ming Yi Lian was still enthusiastic, charging at her with a sword. And Miao Ling stood aside, continuously praising her. After the special training from Master a few days ago, Yi Lian, you have improved a lot. Ming Yi Lian happily replied, that's right, Miao Ling's senior sister, but I don't want to go through that kind of special training again. At least now I won't just be running away. Suddenly, Ming Yi Lian's stomach growled. Bai Xiaoru noticed and reminded her, Yi Lian, your stomach is rumbling. Ming Yi Lian pulled out an item from her pocket and explained, oh, it's the news notification device from our Chongming kingdom. Because my father is worried about me, he gave me one. This is him calling me from afar through the communication talisman. She opened a visible screen, which astonished both Miao Ling and Bai Xiaoru. The content on the screen is Ming Yi Lian's father. He shows a startled face, reminding Ming Yi Lian, don't go back. As he is speaking, a hand pierces through his body, causing all three to shudder in fear. Ming Guangjian tears apart Yi Lian's father's body, displaying a wicked smile. Ming Yi Lian panics, tears streaming down her face, continuously crying, Father. Father. Please answer me. Don't let anything happen. Ming Guangjian hears this and turns to look at her. His hand, which was piercing her father's body, withdraws, letting him fall onto the ground. Ming Guangjian licks the blood still on his hand and begins to blame Ming Yi Lian. Sister, father is dead. You killed him. Ming Yi Lian frantically steps back, still unable to believe this is real. You're lying, right? Why would you do this? He steps on her father's head and scolds her. You ask me why? Tell me. I was about to be established as the new king, but after father learned that you joined the Kunlun sword sect, he wanted to change and make you the new king instead. To obtain the throne, I had no choice but to kill him. So this is all because of you, sister, right? Ming Yi Lian was furious to the extreme, as if she wanted to fly through the screen to kill him. Fortunately Bai Xiaoru behind her stopped her. Calm down. He continued to lick his blood-stained hand, constantly mocking her. What are you angry about, sister? I'm so scared. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you had obediently married someone, wouldn't that have been better? A pair of feet stepped out from behind Ming Guangjian, and Mo Tianluan placed a hand on his shoulder as a reminder. Next, according to the agreement, the demonic sect will hold a sacrifice in Chongming City. You won't go back on your word, will you, Prince? Ming Guangjian responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Of course. You are all great contributors. The people in the city will leave it to you to arrange. And Miao Ling looked at him and had a sense of familiarity. Ming Yi Lian, seeing the demon appear, became even angrier. Ming Guangjian, how dare you collude with the demonic sect? What on earth do you want to do? Ming Guangjian no longer wanted to hear her insults, so he crushed the communication device. On their side, the three of them also lost signal and could no longer see anything. Ming Yi Lian kept shouting, "Come back. You all come back and clarify things. What do you still want to do with the people of Chongming City?" Bai Xiaoru saw Ming Yi Lian so agitated and comforted her. "Yi Lian, I know you are very worried, but first, don't rush." Ming Yi Lian replied, but little sister also heard it. The demonic sect wants to use the people of Chongming City as sacrifices. Bai Xiaoru heard this and pointed at Tion, who was leisurely sitting in a tree eating watermelon. "Right now, in this kind of situation, to save Chongming City and defeat Mo Tianluan, who has half-saint cultivation, we have to rely on your master." Ming Yi Lian felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing this and looked up at Tion. He was sitting in the tree eating watermelon, feeling that her demeanor was rather bothersome. Right in Chongming City, the citizens were scared and running in panic. "Hurry up everyone, hurry. It's the city gate. As long as we get out of the city gate, we'll be safe." "Great. Come on, speed up." They were about to succeed in escaping when the vines suddenly bound their legs. One by one, they were pulled into a pool of blood. "What is this? I don't want to die. Help me." The pool of blood slowly swallowed them. They tried to call for help, to struggle, but it was all in vain. When it was completely swallowed, no sound was produced anymore. Mo Tianluan stood in the room, witnessing everything, and sighed, "After this sacrifice of Chongming City, I have finally broken through." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind the door, "Congratulations on your ascension to the Holy Realm, Mo Tianluan. Next, as you wish, you now have the qualifications to cooperate more deeply with us." The bald man holding a book walked towards Mo Tianluan. Outside the palace of Chongming Kingdom, Tion flew in with the three of them in a cooking pot. Ming Yi Lian, angry, jumped down first, fiercely opened the door and shouted, "Ming Guangjian. Come out here." A moment later, she was startled when she saw something. Three shadowy figures and a long, terrifying snake tail. Sitting in the middle was the third prince of Chongming Kingdom, who had been implanted with magic by Mo Tianluan. The three of them kept groaning and calling for help. Seeing this, Tion's group was alarmed. Ming Yi Lian fearfully cried out, "Guang Hui. Guang Bao." Mo Tianluan stepped forward, smirking at them, "You all finally arrived." The book in the bald man's hand greeted Tion as if they were already acquainted. "Long time no see, Tion." Seeing the third prince in such a state, Tion asked curiously, "What have you done to them?" Mo Tianluan placed a hand on the third prince's head and replied to Tion, "Guang Jian sought my help to enhance his power, so I used a secret technique to merge him with his younger brothers, helping him to elevate his strength. Your elder sister has joined the Kunluan sword sect. You really have put great pressure on him." Ming Yi Lian, enraged, charged at them with her sword, shouting loudly, "Bastard! I will kill you." But she was stopped by a barrier and could not advance further. "So there is a shield, how cunning." Tion turned to the bald man holding the book, asking, "Hey, bald man with the book, who are you?" The bald man replied tersely, "Before I introduce myself, let's change the scenery." The book in his hand started flipping pages. After a moment, a flash of light appeared, causing everyone there to disappear. They were all transported to a desert. "Is this a desert? My eyes, it's so dusty." The third prince, who had been merged, cried out from the dark corner, "Sister." Mo Tianluan flew in the sky, looking toward and Miaoling, continually lamenting, "Holy girl of mine, I never expected we would meet again. I truly miss you to the point of dying." And Miaoling scoffed in response, "I also miss you to the point of dying. I remember with such hatred that I wish I could chop you into a million pieces." The scene shifted to the bald man, who introduced himself along with the book in his hand. "Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Wen Na, a follower of the Holy Realm from the Bald Sect. I am a part of the 9th Great Heaven Books, a manifestation of the Space Book. My main body is entangled with your Qin family in the Celestial Realm universe." Tion, hearing him mention the Qin family, was confused. "Qin family? What universe? What do you mean by that?" The two of them were at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Tion jolted awake, as if remembering something. Oh, I remember now. I almost forgot, it was that night when the two strange puppets said a very bizarre thing. Son, we, along with the household servants, have gone out for a trip. No need to remember us. Oh, be careful with the book. Be careful with what? The book? So the caution regarding the book that my mother mentioned refers to this. I thought it was about testing something to challenge my intelligence, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. That's great. It seems that father and mother have kept a lot of things hidden. Next time we meet, I must make them reveal all their secrets. The bald man shouted loudly while holding the book. This must begin with the celestial realm universe. After the void explosion wiped everything away, the celestial realm universe was born. To prevent the celestial realm universe from descending into chaos and collapsing after its creation, the 9th Great Heaven books came into existence. We maintain the order of the celestial realm universe so that it can develop steadily. However, there will occasionally be some errors, like you and your father. You will disrupt the order, leading the celestial realm universe toward destruction. Therefore, we must eliminate errors like you. By absorbing energy, we will become invincible together. For the peace of the celestial realm universe and to unblock the curse of the bald sect, I might invite you to die by my hands. Tion looked at the bald man and the book merging together and pondered, so this book has turned into a cloak. This is a bit. The next moment, Tion's eyes lit up, and his face showed clear delight. So cool. What kind of magic is this? The bald guy, without hesitation, replied, bald head explosive fist of the three-strike technique. Tion flashed a smug smile and executed the move, transformation art of self-dragon punch. Although it looked very cool, it was unfortunately about to fail. The two fists quickly clashed, creating an extremely powerful shockwave. The water in the sea splashed wildly due to the immense force from both sides. Both parties were pushed back as a result. The bald guy looked at Tion and lamented, it seems that someone like you in the spirit realm has made a mistake, so I guessed you were hiding your cultivation. But unexpectedly, you turn out to be in the holy realm just like me. Tion began to put his mouth to good use, too kind. But honestly, I don't feel happy at all being praised by you. The bald guy's book also shot back, why can't you just die like this? Your existence will cause this world to collapse. And Miao Ling, Bai Xiaoru, and even Ming Yi Lian, they will all die because of you. After hearing his sarcastic words, Tion's expression remained calm and handsome as if nothing had happened. But I am not a fool. These are all one-sided words from you. I don't care to believe you. The book felt it could no longer communicate with Tion and ordered the bald man. Then there's no other way, One Na. Use the power of the heaven books and deal with him quickly. No problem. I'll kill Tion before he can react. The bald man took a stance, starting to channel his divine energy. Tion looked panicked, realizing it was the Emperor realm. Just as he recognized the danger, it was already too late. The bald man charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Heavy cannon fist. Tion was hit and sent flying. The bald man continued to move forward, delivering another punch to Tion. His hands were thick with spiritual energy, and his eyes revealed a cold, cruel intent. Tion was unable to resist the blows, like a prey being struck down into the sea, becoming food for the fish. Tion slowly sank beneath the surface of the sea, waves crashing around him, with a large amount of foam obscuring his entire view. The bald man stood above, looking down with a clear expression of smug satisfaction. It's over. Scene shifts to the space of Bai Xiaoru and Ming Yi Lian. The proud third prince aimed his 3 arrows at Ming Yi Lian. Sister, you've been at Sangjian Peak for so long and still haven't learned any skills. Just obediently accept your death. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot an arrow at her at the speed of sound. With her agile reflexes, Ming Yi Lian fortunately managed to dodge. Damn it, the attack speed is too fast. I can't get close. The third prince saw her struggling to evade and continued to mock her. Is that all you can do? Suddenly, Bai Xiaoru appeared from behind him with a 3-pronged fan. Just as Bai Xiaoru was about to attack, a look of panic appeared on her face the next moment. What Qin Tian's group had not anticipated was that there was another head behind the third prince. He shouted loudly at Bai Xiaoru, "You! What do you want to do? Don't come here." After saying this, he opened his mouth and gathered his energy, shooting directly at Bai Xiaoru. She barely managed to deflect the attack, but the force was too strong, and a moment later, Bai Xiaoru was sent flying away. Ming Yi Lian, seeing this, cried out in panic, "Xiaoru!" Ming Guangjian proudly praised his father, "Well done, my father." His eyes gradually reddened, and he began to shed tears as he scolded her. "Yi Lian, run quickly. Yi Lian, run quickly. Run. Yi Lian must live well. Run." She heard these words, and her face showed clear astonishment. Ming Yi Lian was increasingly heartbroken, unable to hold back her tears. Her father continued to scold her, "Run quickly. Listen to me. Why have you come back here?" Ming Yi Lian began to reminisce about her old memories with her father. "Found you. So you were hiding here. It's all your little brother's fault for scaring you with that mask. Hurry and apologize to your sister." "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "It's all right, a princess shouldn't be so timid. Father will protect you well. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Ming Yi Lian continued to cry loudly, looking at her father. Ming Guangjian angrily shouted, "Father has talked too much, you old man." Ming Yi Lian kept remembering the times when her father protected her. "Yi Lian, you should leave the palace for a while. Wait until I finish dealing with this war before you come back." "But father," before she could finish speaking, he shouted, "Yi Lian, no excuses. Hurry and go. Go quickly." Returning to the present, Father Ming Yi Lian still worried about her even though he had turned into a ghost. The next moment, his eyes transformed into a devilish red. Ming Yi Lian cried loudly, her eyes showing determination, "Father, I won't go anywhere this time." Ming Guangjian's father's eyes turned red, and his strength quickly broke through, emanating a dense demon energy from his entire body. Around him, a powerful aura was generated. Ming Guangjian constantly mocked and laughed, "Ha ha. Even after death, you still care for your sister like this. Wouldn't it be great to obediently let me absorb you?" Ming Yi Lian, furious, her eyes filled with evil energy, drew her sword and swiftly dashed towards the third prince. "All this time, I have been protected by my father. This time, I will protect my father." The scene shifts to the space of Qin Tian and the bald man. He was looking far away at something. A whale surfaced from the depths of the sea. A shadow leaped down from the whale's back. It was Qin Tian. He landed on the sea coolly. Qin Tian looked towards the bald man and sighed, "It's truly terrifying. If my strength hadn't been a level higher, I would have really lost my life. Now it's my turn to counterattack." After saying that, Qin Tian created a magic portal. He pulled out a mysterious pitch-black sword from it. Qin Tian smiled confidently, holding the life and death sword as he looked at the bald man. His sword emitted a terrifying dark spiritual energy. The bald man saw him draw the life and death sword and couldn't help but sneer, "It's really surprising, but even if it's an emperor-level weapon, you're still no match for me." Qin Tian quickly executed his move and rushed towards the bald man, 9 heavenly death strike. The surface of the water was affected by his speed, and his whole body radiated dark spiritual energy from the sword. The bald man, complacent, stood still, wanting to endure Qin Tian's attack. "Fool. After gaining divine power, no emperor-level weapon can break through my defenses." The wise book realized something was wrong. "No. That's not right. You fool. Get away." With a swift strike, he easily shattered the defense. The bald man wasn't fortunate either. He received a critical blow without even realizing what was happening. Qin Tian landed on the water, making a cool face. "Who said this is just an emperor-level weapon?" The bald man's disbelief in the reality was clear. How can this be? After receiving the move, he realized his mistake in the book. Yes. This is the death register, the power of destruction. Qin Tian continued to cut and erode him. In the end, he was burned to ashes in midair. Tion looked at his hands, filled with doubts about life. This is the first time I have met an opponent who forced me to use all of my strength. I must become even stronger, not just rely on weapons. A notification appeared on Tion's system interface, detected host's determination to become powerful. The path of transformation can be opened. The path of transformation seals away spiritual energy to hone one's mind and realize self-awareness. Tion pondered, standing alone in the vast ocean. Returning to the space of Bai Xiaoru and Ming Yi Lian, Bai Xiaoru lay on the ground, blood streaming like a river. Ming Guangjian continued to mock them, ha ha ha. You don't know your own limits. Father, look. This is the daughter you have always loved, unable to withstand a single move. The heir of Chongming Kingdom must be strong, therefore, it's no one else but me. She was bound by his tail, tears streaming down her face as she whimpered and called out her father's name. Ming Guangjian saw her crying and immediately broke into a cruel, sinister smile, angrily shouting, "Cry! Cry! Cry!" Besides crying and trying to escape, what else can you do? Why does your father still want to hand over the position to you? You disgusting creature, just die for me. He tightened his tail around her even more. Bai Xiaoru trembled and struggled to stand up. She pointed her hands at him and slowly unleashed her skill. A bright golden orb appeared between her hands, and powerful electric currents coursed through her body. The scene shifted to an Miaoling space. Mo Tianluan was surrounded by a dark demon energy. He looked down arrogantly at an Miaoling. This space is just you and me. This time you won't be able to escape. No one will come to save you. And Miaoling raised her hand to his face, gathering her energy, her confident expression replying, "Do you think I am still the demonic sect holy girl who is powerless to fight back, only knowing how to run away like before?" Mo Tianluan was shocked to sense that she was a half-saint. How could that be in such a short time? And Miaoling wielded the ice-glass sword and approached him. But Mo Tianluan stood there without a hint of concern. "Unfortunately, I am already in the holy realm." After saying this, he exerted himself and gathered energy, his whole body engulfed in scorching flames, extremely powerful. Mo Tianluan used earth magic to summon 2 earth dragons. One of them, taking advantage of its size, swiftly dove down, intending to swallow her. And Miaoling was not to be outdone. She jumped up and chopped off the head of the earth dragon. She swung her sword to summon the ice phoenix, which began to attack Mo Tianluan, emerging from the spatial rift created by Miaoling. The ice phoenix transformed into a sharp wave of water, heading towards him. The ground was also affected, forming a runway. Mo Tianluan held the magic orb above his head, Azura manifestation. The 2 strikes clashed, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the world. A great bolt of lightning struck from the sky, instantly shattering nearby boulders. A ghastly and malevolent face appeared. He was summoned by Mo Tianluan, with sharp fangs and snowy white hair, hands clasped together. He exuded a powerful aura all around him. Mo Tianluan coldly looked at an Miaoling. "Struggling is useless. And Miaoling, obediently come back with me to the demonic sect and become the holy girl." The Azura on his head cast a dark magic energy ball directly at her. The ball approached her slowly like a meteor, with terrifying power. 2 swords cut through his technique. Break and slash. She danced, slashing through deadly sword strikes in the sea of fire. Holding the sword, her eyes filled with evil energy, she charged out of the flames. She smiled mockingly at him. "Mo Tianluan, I discovered that your holy realm looks impressive, but it's quite useless." Hearing this, Mo Tianluan snorted coldly. "You've only withstood 1 move, yet you're already so arrogant." "Not good. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll find out soon enough." He ignored her words and began to gather demon energy. Magic began to accumulate before his hand. After gathering enough damage, it started to unleash a powerful blast. The magic shot through Miaoling's body, suddenly freezing her and rendering her immobile. Just as Miaoling was about to lose consciousness and collapse, a flash of light appeared. The butterfly spirits flying before her helped her regain consciousness. Suddenly, Mo Tianluan's expression changed unexpectedly. The butterfly spirits seemed to empower her, allowing her to walk lightly, sword flower dance. She jumped high, raising her large sword to strike at Azura. Tion Luan panicked. Why are you still unharmed after that move and charging to attack? And Miao Ling swung her sword down on Azura from above. Although cut in half, Azura remained calm, clasping his hands in prayer. Moments later, his body was torn apart by her sword's trajectory. Back in Ming Yi Lian's space, Bai Xiao Ru trembled, pointing her hands at Ming Guangjian, slowly casting her skill. A bright golden orb appeared between her hands, powerful electricity coursing through her body. The large fox form enveloped Ming Guangjian. He was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Bai Xiao Ru pressed two of her middle fingers together and commanded. The fox form also did the same, using both hands to tightly restrain Ming Guangjian. Under the impact of the skill, Ming Yi Lian was sent flying far away, coughing up blood. Bai Xiao Ru gritted her teeth. I can only trap him. The rest is up to you. Ming Yi Lian understood and stood up. Inside, Ming Guangjian kept shouting and struggling, damn it. Let me out. Ming Yi Lian gripped her sword tightly, recalling Qin Tion's teachings. Don't run, Yi Lian. I can't do it. From the first moment I met you, you've always been running away. Even joining a master was just to escape, right? How can you become a ruler this way? How can you protect the common people? I was wrong. I don't want to be an heir anymore. The first principle of a ruler, a king never speaks lightly. If you say it, you must do it. Isn't it too late to give up now? Ming Yi Lian adjusted her stance, eyes brimming with dark energy, her voice sharp and resolute. Everyone was right. I used to only know how to run away, but now I won't run anymore. Ming Guangjian, seeing her charging at him with her sword, panicked and tried to strike her emotionally. Wait. Are you kidding me? Don't force yourself. Can you really go through with this? Don't forget that both Guang Hui and Guang Bao are your beloved younger brothers. They are all at my mercy. Moreover, there is also the emperor behind me. I do not believe you would dare to do that. However, Ming Yi Lian was not swayed by this. She performed her ultimate sword techniques, slicing him into pieces. Her sword was stained with his fresh blood, and her eyes were full of evil energy. Ming Guangjian still could not believe this was reality, constantly lamenting, this can't be happening. I can't die here. I still want to be emperor. He gradually turned to ash, swept away by the wind. Ming Yi Lian turned around, her eyes filled with tears as she thought of her father. She couldn't help but recall the beautiful memories of her childhood. The scene shifts to the space of an Miao Ling. A limping foot walked on the ground, Mo Tianluan dragging his wounded body towards an Miao Ling. Unforgivable. How is it possible that in just under 100 years, you have ascended to half-saint? How is it that a half-saint like you is even stronger than me, a holy realm? And Miao Ling caressed her sword, her cold eyes snorted, a level of power that relies on heretical sacrifices to ascend like yours. Just like a house in mid-air, swaying as if about to fall. I can see that your strength in the holy realm is not even comparable to a regular cultivator who has broken through to half-saint, and Miao Ling said, infuriating Mo Tianluan, making his veins bulge. Shut up. I am of the holy realm. Saint realm. I will use you as a cauldron to reach emperor realm. I will become the #1 demon emperor in the world. He swung his fist towards Miao Ling. Around his fist, spiritual energy surged densely. And Miao Ling was not panicked, instead, she calmly smiled with confidence. With astonishing speed, she struck at Mo Tianluan before he even realized what was happening. The places she hit began to deepen and spewed blood. His upper and lower body were severed in half. He fell, still unable to believe this was real, and Miao Ling coldly walked up to Mo Tianluan's corpse. Don't worry, you won't be lonely on your way. Soon, these evil sects from the demonic sect will follow you. Her gaze was cold as she raised her sword, delivering one more strike to ensure his death. His blood gushed out, splattering everywhere. The space trapping them began to crack. Ming Yi Lian looked around in panic. Bai Xiao Ru calmly analyzed, this artificial space is starting to collapse. What should we do? Normally, in this situation, you would be teleported out. Suddenly, the figure of Tion's father appeared on the water surface. My precious Tion heir, long time no see. Next to him was the figure of Tion's mother. Old disgusting man, get to the point. Hearing this, the figure of the father coughed a few times and replied, then let's say some more meaningless words. If you encounter this doll again, it means you have come into contact with the heaven books, and have successfully resolved this mess. That means our doll will activate to help you condense the power of the heaven books. The two dolls opened their mouths, releasing two streams of water and fire. Tion was astonished to see the book gradually recovering. The book is recovering. As the book was being restored, the mother doll continued to speak to him. I know you have many questions in your heart. After returning, I will answer them for you. Right now, you need to focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the Emperor realm. Tion raised his hand to grasp the book, continuously amazed. This is too miraculous. He held the anti-aircraft book in his hand and pondered, alright, I will elevate to the Emperor realm, and then wait for you all. The scene shifts to the front of the palace hall. The civil and military officials and soldiers were lined up in an orderly manner. A person dressed in the imperial robes of a sovereign stepped out from the palace. The sounds of greetings echoed throughout the palace. Long live Tion the Empresses. Long live, long live, long live. The person who stepped out was the Empress of the Chongming Kingdom, Ming-Yi Lian. She suddenly noticed something and looked up. It turned out that what she noticed was the flying pot of Tion. Earlier, Ming-Yi Lian hesitated and said to everyone, Master, Senior Sister Miaoling, Sister Xiaoru, I cannot return to Zhangjian Peak with you all. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling stepped forward and hugged her. We understand, a nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day. You staying is for the people of Chongming Kingdom. Don't be sad, we will visit you in Chongming Kingdom when we have the time. Ming-Yi Lian was hugged tightly by both of them and cried out, Senior Sister Miaoling, Xiaoru, I can't breathe. Tion stood aside, shyly blushing as he watched the three of them hug each other. If you face any hardships in the Chongming Kingdom, you can seek help from Master Miaoling. Zhangjian Peak will always be your home. You all will always be my family. Ming-Yi Lian, hearing this, was touched and teary-eyed. Returning to the present, she smiled happily at them. The three of them sat in the flying pot, traveling through the scorching sun. Ming-Yi Lian sat beside them, curious about where they were going. Master, we've got the Chongming flower, what's our next destination? Tion crossed his arms, squatting down, and replied to Miaoling with a strange smile, we're heading to the hidden forest. For more than 10 days, while you helped Yi Lian build the Chongming palace, I wandered around, gathering information. That's right, I finally gathered some intel. I heard of someone who has seen the divine fruit. Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling could tell from Tion's tone that he was bragging, so they didn't believe him. Seeing the two of them looking at him with strange expressions, Tion didn't bother to explain and simply said, in short, we're going to the hidden forest. The scene shifted to a gloomy forest, with thunder rumbling loudly. Inside, there was a flower placed on a rock, its entire body radiating a wonderful light. 3 serpent heads continuously swirled around that flower. One morning in a forest, a voice echoed. The hidden forest is a forbidden area of Dongzhou, on the mainland of the 9 provinces. Its area covers more than 5 million square kilometers. This hidden forest is indeed large. I wonder how long it will take to find the holy fruit. And Miaoling suggested, why don't we split up to search, and then gather here when the sun sets. Bai Xiaoru stood on the side, happily agreeing. Tion also nodded in agreement with them. Alright, let's meet back after sunset. Let's head out. After everything was discussed thoroughly, the three of them split up, each going in a different direction. As a result, by the time night fell, Tion sat disappointed, roasting a leg of some creature larger than himself. I searched all day, and I didn't even catch a glimpse of the holy fruit. He raised his hand to smell the roasting leg. Yum, it smells so good. It's no wonder it's me, I've made progress in cooking. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes beside Tion. He focused his attention closely. The next moment, Bai Xiaoru hurriedly rushed out from the bushes and bumped into Tion. The roasted leg also flew up into the sky because of this, falling into the pile of fire. A pair of feet approached, and the person coming was An Miaoling, her face clearly showing some worry in her heart. She slowly and carefully placed the leg back on to continue roasting. Tion, pinned down by Bai Xiaoru, kept struggling. "I can't breathe. I'm sorry." On the surface, he was panicking and struggling, but inside he was happy, enjoying it, putting up some resistance, but it was negligible. The quiet night in the forest was only filled with the crackling sound of the fire roasting the leg. An Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru were both anxious, fearful of something, silently not daring to say anything. Seeing the serious atmosphere, Tion asked, "What's wrong with you two? One looks cold like a ice queen, and the other is as hasty as if being chased by a dog." Both of them responded in unison to Tion's question, actually. But the next second, the two looked at each other in silence, with no one saying anything further. Seeing the situation, Tion could only urge one person to speak first. "Xiaoru, you go first." Bai Xiaoru began to explain why she was in such a rush. "Alright, actually I saw people from the Emperor's Alliance outside the edge of the forest. Emperor's Alliance is at work, anyone unrelated should leave here immediately." At that moment, she could only cover her ears and eyes and hide in a corner. Tion put on a serious expression and looked at Bai Xiaoru. "That being said, I still haven't asked you why the Emperor's Alliance is pursuing you." Bai Xiaoru tried to recall and told Tion, "Let me think back. This goes back to the time when the emperors of the Red Sky Empire and the Great Liang Empire declared war. However, in the end, these two countries were breached by another nation before the war began. I had met the Emperor of Great Liang and the Emperor of Red Sky in a secret realm. Therefore, the Emperor's Alliance blamed me for instigating the war. He said that all these events were caused by me, so the experts of the Emperor's Alliance pursued me under the orders of the Emperor of Heaven, the leader of the Emperor's Alliance, to prevent another disaster from occurring." And Miaoling, sitting beside them, questioned, "Aren't you the Imperial Princess Qingqiu? Why didn't Qingqiu take action?" Bai Xiaoru replied to her, "Because of the incitement by the Emperor's Alliance, now all of Zhongzhou wants me dead. Therefore, facing such a powerful force, Qingqiu also cannot protect me. Unless evidence can be found proving that the Emperor's Alliance has framed us." Tion calmly chewed on a piece of meat while reassuring Bai Xiaoru, "Don't worry, I will protect you. I will clear this injustice for you." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoru was overjoyed and flew over to embrace Tion tightly. He then turned to An Miaoling and asked, "So Miaoling, why do you look so serious?" And Miaoling began to think about the situation she had encountered. What does Lieutenant Kun Yin really want? Suddenly pulling us from Kun Yuan Empire to this hidden forest without telling us what we need to find. How is that possible? Military orders are as solid as a mountain. Her face was pensive as she said nothing to Tion. He spoke with a righteous tone, beginning to reassure her, "Having lived together for so many years, you should know what kind of people I and the little fox are. We will not betray you. Now, speak up." And Miaoling was convinced by Tion's words. She trembled and clenched her fists. Her serious face began to reveal the truth. "Actually, I am a reincarnator. In my previous life, I was the heartless Empress." Bai Xiaoru was astonished when she heard her speak, while Tion remained unperturbed, only giving a casual acknowledgement. The atmosphere became awkward, and all four pairs of eyes turned towards Tion. He looked around, confused about what was happening. A moment later, he realized the issue, his expression changing as he exclaimed, "Reincarnator? The Empress's ruthless intentions." The two of them looked at him and instantly knew he was being insincere. And Miaoling returned to the topic and continued, "All right, Master, you don't need to pretend anymore. I won't ask how you guessed my identity. In my previous life, I was with 3 strong Emperor Realm Level 3 individuals, Kun Yuan the Great, Wusu the Old Ancestor, and Shuiyu the Old Ancestor. We teamed up to explore a forbidden life area. Later, they ambushed me and trapped me in a prearranged formation. Those 3 used the formation to refine my life, and their main goal was my low-grade Imperial weapon. Therefore, even if I don't seek revenge actively, once they discover me, they will deal with me. Tion picked up a piece of meat for her and promised, this grudge must be avenged. Even if it means going through mountains of knives and seas of fire, master, I will help you. Bai Xiaoru sat in the back, munching on a piece of meat. Tion kept urging and Miaoling, hurry up and eat. After a while, Tion wondered, isn't it just a low-grade imperial weapon? Is it really that important? Isn't there one in the third level of the Emperor realm? Bai Xiaoru, sitting beside him, explained, only famous people in the Emperor realm possess imperial weapons. There are many powerful forces with numerous strong Emperor realm members, but they only have one imperial weapon. And Miaoling added, the scarcity of imperial weapons is due to 9 provinces lacking the materials to refine them. Furthermore, the most important reason is that 9 provinces lacks people capable of refining imperial weapons. After hearing this, Tion stroked his chin, pondering something, so that's how it is. If the system ever teaches me how to refine imperial weapons, wouldn't I become rich? In the quiet night in the forest, only the smoke and embers rose from where Tion's group was. In the Twin Realm Mountains between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou, purple clouds drifted in from the east. On the Twin Realm Mountains, at the border of Zhongzhou, a strong Emperor Realm peak and a secret realm appeared. The space of the secret realm only accepted cultivators with holy realm cultivation. The genius half-saint of the Shirlan Empire, we can go there to take the treasure. He is Lan Yang Wang of the Shirlan Empire, first level of the Emperor realm. The secret realm of the Emperor realm has appeared, the disciples of my Sword God Valley can all go to the Twin Realm Mountains. He is Jian Wuchen of the Sword God Valley, first level of the Emperor realm. Our genius half-saints of the Hao Tian Empire will also go to the Twin Realm Mountains to join the fun. The person sitting on the throne is Empress Bing Xian of the Hao Tian Empire, third level of the Emperor realm. Days went by, and on the 10th day, a huge explosion occurred in the forest. Emperor's Alliance members, get lost. The one who discovered the holy fruit first is my soldier from the Kuan Yuan Empire. He is Kuan Yin, a high-ranking half-saint of the empire. 3 strong mysterious figures appeared before him. Where are the soldiers? Quite curious. It seems they are all dead. Here, I can only see you. Go back and check. This treasure we will definitely take. The 3 strong figures are the 3 brothers of the half-saint Emperor's alliance, no words, no hearing, no sight. Kuan Yin became angry and charged forward, swinging his mace at them, get lost. This is a gift I want to present to great Emperor Kuan Yuan. How coincidental, the leader of the Emperor's alliance wants it too. 4 of them were fighting fiercely, while Tion sat on a tree eavesdropping. He waved his hand to signal in Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru to take action. Both of them understood the cue and attacked. And Miaoling unleashed the Ice Phoenix technique, creating a path of attack forward. Bai Xiaoru also refused to be outdone, taking out her fan and leaping to unleash a wind blade towards no hearing and no sight. The 2 of them were fortunate to dodge her attack. Kuan Yin continuously lashed out with a spiked mace at Miaoling, incessantly asking, who are you to dare sneak attack a captain of the Kuan Yuan Empire? And Miaoling replied, I am the one who will kill you. No sight attacked by Xiaoru while mocking, we are members of the Emperor's alliance. A little mouse like you should scurry away. I'll just keep attacking the Emperor's alliance, so what? No words stood to the side, aiming a bow at them, ready to ambush. An arrow was shot, and Miaoling created a wave of water to counter their technique. Tion stepped toward the rock with the holy fruit, happily admiring it. Suddenly, there was a sound coming from the swamp, and Tion quickly realized that bubbles were rising up from the swamp. Tion focused on what was about to happen next. A large creature emerged from the swamp. Tion looked on, his face still dazed as if nothing unusual was happening. The fighters sensed the oddity and temporarily paused the battle. Bai Xiaoru suddenly looked back in fear. Kuan Yin was equally horrified. And Miaoling glanced back in shock. The 3 brothers stared up at the sky in panic. Demon beasts guarding treasures. 4 giant snakes rose from below, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. Tion was not scared at all, he was only concerned, is it edible? One snake slithered from the swamp to the ground, attacking in Miaoling. It opened its wide mouth, trying to devour her. She quickly dodged and countered with the ice phoenix strike, but its tough skin showed no signs of damage. And Miaoling's face revealed panic. I can't believe the attack of the imperial weapon had no effect. Another snake opened its large mouth, wanting to swallow Kuan-in. Soon after, he became a meal in the snake's belly. The others who witnessed this scene were all horrified and frightened. On Tion's side, he was targeted by another snake. It stared at him, and he stared back at it. Man and beast locked eyes. After observing for a moment, they suddenly retreated in fear. On the side of the three brothers, things were not as fortunate. One person in the group had become its food. Next came another unfortunate soul. Almost everyone present had been attacked by them. No hearing witnessed his two brothers being eaten one after another, despairingly screaming, no words. No sight. And Miaoling, seeing the aggressive snake, panicked and realized, this is not an ordinary snake demon, it is. As Miaoling was halfway through her sentence, she suddenly looked up in shock. Tion was leisurely sitting on the snake's head, with a holy fruit in his mouth. I noticed it seemed very afraid of me, so I tried to control it. Unexpectedly, it actually obeyed quite well. So, do you think I look handsome? And Miaoling angrily threw her sword, hitting Tion right in the head. Handsome my foot. Why didn't you do this earlier? The other snakes were panic-stricken to see their elder brother in such a situation. No hearing stood on the ground, wide-eyed in astonishment at Tion. He managed to control such powerful demon beasts guarding the treasure all by himself. Who exactly is he? Tion pulled the sword out of his head and shouted at Miaoling. Such a large sword, how could it be tossed around carelessly? Today I must kill the master. A moment later, Tion coldly looked down at No Hearing. What's wrong? Aren't you leaving yet? He looked at Tion, sweat streaming down his face. Tion coldly ordered the snake demon to take care of No Hearing. He was startled and ran away. He ran deep into the forest, still crying out in fear. Meanwhile, Tion sat looking at the flowers, confused, scratching his head. Strange, I have obtained the holy fruit, but I feel like I've forgotten something. Since the beginning of the battle, Bai Xiaoru hasn't appeared. It turns out she was trembling in fear, hiding in the bushes. Bai Xiaoru was sitting, enjoying a cold ice cream. Do you think it will explode this time? I think it will explode, after all, it always does. It turns out the two of them were sitting in front of the elixir pharmacy, waiting to see when it would blow up. A moment later, a powerful shockwave erupted, and the elixir pharmacy exploded. Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling remained unfazed because this was too normal for them. You see, it exploded. Yeah, it finally exploded. Tion, amidst the rubble, cheered with joy, it's done. God, I succeeded. Saint Restoration Pill. The person under the third level of the Holy Realm can advance by one small realm after drinking. It only works the first time. Bai Xiaoru was surprised by its effects. And Miaoling, feeling shy and blushing, squinted one eye while opening the other, looking at Tion standing naked in front of her. It really is good stuff, but you should really get dressed properly. Tion went to his room and put on a new outfit. Now, you go refine the pill. I will need you to go to a place later. And Miaoling, standing outside, wondered, where is that, master? It's a secret, you'll know when the time comes. And Miaoling was puzzled, thinking, so mysterious. Tion tossed a vial to Miaoling, and she quickly caught it. Tion stepped out in a new outfit, looking strikingly handsome, and instructed Miaoling, after you drink it, focus on refining. Then, come find me. You, under the third level of the Holy Realm, will advance one realm after drinking. This time, I won't help you with the refining. And Miaoling happily held the pill Tion gave her. Is this really for me? Of course, don't you want it? Bai Xiaoru stood aside, showing a face full of admiration for Miaoling. And Miaoling could not contain her emotions and happily kissed Tion. She joyfully turned away and said, then I will go back now. Teen Tion revealed a satisfied expression, his hand continuously touching his cheek. I didn't expect this girl to be so proactive. Could it be that she likes me? Bai Xiao Ru, standing to the side, felt jealous. I want that too. Teen Tion blankly looked over at Bai Xiao Ru. A few hours passed, and it was already dusk. Teen Tion stood in the room, disappointed as he looked at the immortal pill. I thought the little fox wanted something else, turns out it is the immortal pill. He sat down on a chair, holding the immortal pill in front of Bai Xiao Ru. Are you ready? No matter which direction Teen Tion moved the immortal pill, she followed its movement. When he brought it close to her face, she continued to stare intently. Teen Tion flicked the immortal pill up, and Bai Xiao Ru jumped up to catch it in her mouth, chewing it eagerly. Bai Xiao Ru was happy, raising her hands to her face to savor it, continuously wagging her tail. Teen Tion, noticing from behind, stepped forward, wrapped his arms around her tail, and felt its softness. Indeed, just like I imagined, so soft. Bai Xiao Ru blushed, startled. She turned back and shouted, Teen Tion. What a foul rogue, do you not know that the tail of our fox clan cannot be touched casually? Teen Tion ignored her and continued to embrace her tail, saying, I don't know, what's the harm in me touching it a couple of times? The fox clan's tail can only be touched by a mate. If you keep this up, how am I supposed to marry anyone in the future? It's fine, I'll take care of you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Teen Tion still held on to the softness of her tail and fell asleep. At Tsangjian Peak, under the scorching 40-degree sun, Teen Tion sat on a stone bench, constantly chanting, Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Spirit, Grand Master, Primordial Tianzun, Buddha Tathagata, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, Jade Emperor, Lord Jesus, Holy Allah, quickly reveal yourself, according to the law, give me a command. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be attendance taking. Teen Tion pressed the attendance button, and immediately a notification appeared. Congratulations host for taking attendance, you have received Transformation Art of Self upgraded to level 3. Eternal Undying Body upgraded to level 3. Supreme Spirit Gathering Pearl can increase the cultivation speed of the wearer and replenish spiritual energy for the wearer. After hearing this, Teen Tion. He trembled, his face darkened, and he raised his middle finger in anger at the system. Still no good items. And Miao Ling walked over from a distance and asked Teen Tion, Master, what are you doing? Teen Tion replied, Miao Ling, you're here. I need you to go to a secret realm. A secret realm with restrictions on the Emperor realm. A secret realm with restrictions on the Emperor realm. In a majestic, rugged mountain range far away, there were many people gathering at this place, known as the Twin Realm Mountains. The secret realm with restrictions on the Emperor realm contains some artifacts left behind by strong Emperor realm peaks before they died, and the secret realm seeks their inheritance. In this type of secret realm, besides inheritance skills and martial skills, there are also top-grade elixirs, and even imperial weapons may exist, although the probability is very low. A disciple standing next to a strong figure listened to these words with admiration, his eyes shining brightly. I've heard that this secret realm is likely that of Emperor Gu Yang, a strong Emperor realm peak left behind 30,000 years ago. If I can find the true inheritance of Emperor Gu Yang in this secret realm, then I too will become strong. The person next to the man quickly crushed his dream, daydreaming. Casual cultivators like us don't have a chance, give it up. The crowd there kept discussing, you should take a look around, the 3 greatest forces around the Twin Realm Mountains are all here. That's right, they are all genius 3rd-tier half-saints, personally taught by the Peak Emperor. They also have a track record of never losing against Holy Realm, we can't compare to them. How annoying, I hope they get constipated and can't make it. 15 minutes later, beside them, Lan Feng, the prince of the Shirlan Empire, arrived. I didn't expect you all to be here. Mu Qingqing, the daughter of the Empresses Bing Xian Hao Tian Empire, responded from the side, since you are here, how could we not come? This is related to the imperial weapon. Jian Bei Chen, one of the heirs of Sword God Valley, coldly snorted, the imperial weapon of Emperor Gu Yang can only belong to us from Sword God Valley. While the 3 were arguing, Lan Feng suddenly pointed to the sky in astonishment, put those matters aside for now, everyone look over there. It seems that a very powerful character is approaching. A dark figure appeared from above, resembling a fairy. As it got closer, it became clear who it was. The person coming was An Miaoling, with a thin piece of cloth covering her face. An Miaoling landed and slowly walked over. Jian Bei-chen immediately sensed that her sword intent was not at all inferior to his. Mu Qing wondered about her background. I have never seen her before. Could she be a genius from another region? Lan Feng, upon seeing the beauty, eagerly rushed forward. Even with a layer of cloth, this prince can still tell that you are a beauty. Mu Qing advised against it. Acting rashly will not end well. Lan Feng coolly responded, primarily to show off in front of An Miaoling. Do you have something to say? An Miaoling ignored him and simply asked, do you have something to say? Lan Feng began to introduce himself. I am the prince of the Shirlan Empire. Woman, take off your veil. He started to make a move toward her, intending to snatch the cloth off her face. An Miaoling coldly drew her sword in retaliation, breaking his protective spiritual energy with just one strike. Lan Feng was taken aback by how powerful An Miaoling was. His face revealed a pleased expression. With just one sword, I have broken the spiritual energy shield and injured myself. The people around watched in astonishment and disgust. So powerful, they can injure the prince of the Shirlan Empire so easily. I wonder which genius they are from. They're not one of the geniuses from the central region of Zhongzhou, are they? Lan Feng took a hit from An Miaoling and stared at her, beginning to analyze. Her realm is half Saint Tier 2, with only slightly stronger sword intent. Therefore, her sword must be extraordinary, at least a semi-emperor grade weapon, or perhaps even a lower grade emperor weapon. Lan Feng summoned the snake demon and smugly said, if you have injured me, then let your sword pay the price. If not, then you won't be leaving today. The bloodline of the royal family of the Shirlan Empire. An Miaoling was not to be outdone and began to cast her spell. Powerful streams of spiritual energy flowed around her hands. She even put away her sword and retorted. You are not as skilled as you claim, yet you speak with such elegance. No wonder you are the prince of the Shirlan Empire. I don't even need a weapon to defeat you. He unleashed a snake strike and charged towards her with incredible speed. Talking nonsense. Today I will show you the power of this prince. Lan Feng did not hold back at all and launched deadly sword strikes towards An Miaoling. She quickly hit him, her ice phoenix summoned, dragging his snake-like figure as if he were just a wriggling worm. As for An Miaoling, after grabbing him, she forcefully slammed him down to the ground. With just her one throw, the ground trembled. Those around who witnessed this scene were alarmed. Who would have thought that the royal veins of the Shirlan Empire would be suppressed by her veins? What kind of veins does she have? Lan Feng was beaten and fell to the ground, but still managed to smile wickedly. Such a powerful bloodline. If I can defeat her, then whether it be her sword or her veins, everything will belong to me. Lan Feng resorted to tricks. Unable to fight back, he called for help. Long uncle, take down this woman for me. An Miaoling was left speechless upon hearing his cries. Right after, a figure of a little girl appeared behind her. The prince had said to follow him back to the empire. After hearing that, An Miaoling glanced back to look. He is Long Uncle, a third-level Holy Realm protector of the disciples of the Shirlan Empire. He has spiky hair and piercing golden eyes full of evil energy, rushing towards her quickly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as if he saw something. A dark sword, crescent-shaped, struck him, but fortunately, he managed to defend himself against the attack. Although he mitigated the damage, he was still pushed away. Even Lan Feng was affected. The two of them stared in shock at the void, where only Tion's hand and sword were visible. Tion scoffed, is it just you who have a protector? I won't have to come out anymore, I will stop them in the dark. Yes, master. Long Uncle helped the prince to his feet and suggested, Prince, why don't we take a step back? Let's wait until we exit the secret realm before continuing the fight. Alright, I will follow your lead. He assisted the prince in leaving, not forgetting to mock An Miaoling, Miss, I will spare you this time. The crowd around began to murmur, I can't believe they have called it off. Why aren't they fighting anymore? 2 people are injured now, that means we have 2 fewer opponents. What are you thinking? But once we get in there, the 2 of us have to keep our distance from those 2. I think that once we enter the secret realm, those two will definitely end up fighting. You're right. The gate began to slowly open, revealing a space. And Miaoling noticed Jian Beichen and Lan Feng murmuring and realized, it seems that the prince of the Shirlan Empire and the heir of Sword God Valley have joined forces. Suddenly, Mu Qingqing stepped up to An Miaoling and greeted her. An Miaoling turned in surprise to look, and Mu Qingqing didn't beat around the bush, introducing herself and getting straight to the point. I think you must have noticed that Lan Feng and Jian Beichen have teamed up. In order to fight against them, I hope to ally with you. Whatever items we receive, we will split equally. What do you think? Upon hearing this, An Miaoling contemplated for a moment and then agreed with her. The Twin Realm gate opened, and everyone there cheered, "It's open! It's open! The secret realm is open." The scene before the Twin Realm gate revealed a barren desert. Everyone rushed to step into the secret realm. Under the scorching sun and swirling dust, only shadows could be seen. They each moved straight ahead. In the distance, the silhouette of an ancient city appeared. Guiyang the Great is really out of things to do, yet he still imposed restrictions on aerial activities. This means we can only walk. Cut the chatter, conserve some energy. Let's walk while we recover. Otherwise, by the time we reach the ancient city at the end of the desert, you won't get another chance. Right, by then, to compete for the treasures, everyone will definitely end up fighting fiercely. There won't be any time for anyone to recover slowly. Heavy footsteps struggled across the desert. Jian Beichen and Lan Feng were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, forcing themselves to move forward. Before them was Guiyang City, and another spatial circle appeared at the gate. Exhausted, they leaned on their knees, panting heavily, while some even lay sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth. He lay in the middle of the desert with no one to help. The desert was desolate, remote, hot, with dust swirling everywhere, and not a soul in sight. After a while, when everyone was finally inside, Guiyang City began to close. "Master, the gates are shutting." "Don't worry, we are already inside." As the gate closed completely, a large formation enveloped Guiyang City. Suddenly, something strange occurred with the two masters and disciples from earlier. The disciple's name became strange as he chased after the master, while the latter hurriedly ran away to hide. "Master, wait for me. Why are you trying to escape? Am I not a good disciple to you, master?" He saw a room and immediately ducked inside. He quickly slammed the door shut and tried to block it, while his disciple outside clawed and tore at the door. "Master, open the door. Hurry, open the door." He gasped in anger and frustration, "Damn it. This secret realm of Emperor Guiyang is a trap. Not only is flying prohibited, but even inside Guiyang City, we're blocked from using our powers, turning us into mortals." Suddenly, the room fell eerily silent. No more sounds. Has he left? He instinctively turned to look. This was a room filled with mysterious jars. The door was tightly locked. He began to step forward to explore. In front of him were jars, all labeled with the word Saint Restoration Pill. Unable to resist his curiosity, he picked up one jar and opened it. "I didn't notice this while escaping in here, but it seems my luck isn't too bad after all. Looks like this room is specifically for storing pills. A jar contains so much, it seems we have struck it rich." Suddenly, sweat poured down him, drenched in fear. And then, a hand reached out from the jar. "Master! I found you." Upon seeing this horrifying scene, he quickly threw the jar away and shouted loudly. The hand slowly emerged, and gradually, his disciple crawled out. The scene became more horrifying than before. His fangs were sharp, and his eyes were filled with blood vessels. He kept cursing, "Let's go to hell together." He screamed and ran all over Guiyang City. Outside the secret realm, 3 mysterious figures appeared. It turned out they were Jian Wuchen of Sword God Valley, Lan Yang Wang of Shirlan Empire, and Mu Yun of Hao Tian Empire. Behind the 3 of them appeared another figure, which was Qin Tion's flying pot. Qin Tion squinted down, observing the situation. Everyone has arrived. I have a feeling this time the reward from the system will be very special." Qin Tion eagerly opened the system interface to take a look. "Let me see, Miaoling also needs to speed up." The scene shifted to an ancient city, wherein Miaoling and her group sat in place, being sucked dry of spiritual energy by a bronze statue in front of them. The bronze statue sat in meditation, while the strange circle behind it continuously absorbed their spiritual energy. Despite the energy being drained, no one resisted. They all showed dazed expressions. Tion suddenly burst out from Miaoling's chest, exclaiming, "Strange, have we all fallen under a spell?" Suddenly, he noticed the bronze statue before him. It kept sucking away their spiritual energy. Tion sensed something was wrong and quickly crawled out from Miaoling's chest. "This is bad, this thing is sucking the spiritual energy from Miaoling's group." Tion swiftly raised his hand and summoned the life and death sword. He slashed forward with a crescent-shaped attack. His technique directly struck the entity that was absorbing spiritual energy behind, causing it to shatter into pieces. After it shattered, the bronze figure woke up and shouted, "Who has disrupted my great plan?" After completing his task, Tion crawled back into Miaoling's chest and fled, disappearing in an instant. The Miaoling group remained in a dazed state. Moments later, their pupils returned to normal, and their consciousness was restored. Damn it! After we entered the secret realm, we unknowingly stepped into an illusion. This puppet has drained the blood essence of those dead geniuses. What does it want to do? Want to resurrect them? Perhaps this puppet is the corpse of the deceased Emperor Guiyang. This is not a secret realm at all, but rather a trap set by Emperor Guiyang to attempt resurrection. Once the puppet was discovered, it stopped pretending and began to rise. "Since you have found me out, then die here." It was angry, revealing two sharp fangs. Mu Qingqing sensed the situation was dire and quickly suggested, "There are only 4 of us left, let's work together. That's the only option we have." The puppet stood in a stance, gathering strength. Its body emanated fierce demon energy. A few small half-saints dared to speak arrogantly. "Now I have recovered to the 2nd level of the Holy Realm. You will obediently become the nutrients for me to reach the Emperor Realm." After finishing its words, all 4 of them wielded their weapons and charged forward. Miaoling focused her energy, using the Heart Sword formula, while Mu Qingqing channeled her energy to use the Vast Heavens technique. Her body soared gracefully with feathers. Jian Bei Chen charged forward at high speed, using the Heavenly Sword technique. Lan Feng followed a path of unparalleled swordsmanship, using the Blue Realm's 20 techniques, his entire body radiating fierce flames. The Metal Man was not to be underestimated either. He leaped up, striking down with his sword amidst swirling demon energy. The two sides clashed, creating shockwaves throughout Guiyang City. In the next moment, a massive explosion occurred. The Metalman's hands were severed, scattered across the ground. Unable to withstand the combined power of all 4, he dropped his sword, collapsing on the spot, dead with his eyes wide open, his mouth still agape. The battle came to an end. The 4 of them watched as the Metal Man slowly dissipated into clouds of dust. At that moment, outside the Twin Realm Mountains, Miaoling slowly helped Mu Qingqing out. Lan Feng hurriedly followed. The storage ring of Emperor Guiyang is in that woman's hands. Jian Bei Chen also pushed his way through, shoving Lan Feng aside. The Guiyang ring is with Mu Qingqing. Open the realm. Inside the extremely tranquil space, Miaoling and Mu Qingqing entered together. Outside, Mu Yun angrily glared at the two. Jian Wuchen and Lan Yangwang, do you intend to ignite a war between the Hao Tian Empire and the Shirlan Empire and the Sword God Valley? Those two exchanged sly glances and responded. Just joking, how could I possibly lay a hand on you or the princess of the Hao Tian Empire? I only want the Guiyang ring in the princess's possession. Brother Bei Chen is right, Mu Yun, don't talk nonsense. 2 against 1, you are no match for us. The imperial weapon belongs to our Sword God Valley, while that woman belongs to you. The sword in her hand is not ordinary, and moreover, she possesses other treasures, so you won't be at a disadvantage. After hearing them say this, Mu Yun didn't say much and drew her weapon to engage in a few basic moves. I won't let you have your way. Suddenly, she looked in astonishment at the 2 men. A hand was placed on Jian Wuchen's shoulder. It turned out that Qin Tian had arrived. What's going on? Do you want to bully my disciple with your strength? Or should the 2 of you play with me for a round? If you lose, then this matter ends here, alright? Mu Yun blushed shyly upon seeing Qin Tian. She thought to herself, this person is so handsome. No, the spatial magic is too profound. The two men were startled to see Tion appear like a ghost. When did he show up? How could we not have noticed it? Spirit realm? No, spirit realm cannot fly. The two of them immediately became alert and stepped away from Tion. But he still stared at them blankly. I just came here to play a game. Jian Wuchen, furious, drew his sword and attacked Tion. You dare to make fun of me? Even if you disguise yourself as spirit realm, I will still tear your skin off. The two continuously attacked, but Tion effortlessly dodged all of it. He stopped joking and became serious. Is that so? Then let's fight. Tion drew the life and death sword, immediately emitting tremendous power all around. Mu Yun was astonished by what he saw. Just drawing the sword alone already has such power. Who on earth is this? Tion boasted confidently, challenging. Show me all your moves. Jian Wuchen and Lan Yangwang still stood in place, cautiously watching Tion. Lan Yangwang felt alarmed. This is not good, this person is not ordinary. Jian Wuchen also sensed something unusual, looking at the weapon in Tion's hand. Is that an imperial weapon? No, it is a pawn being moved on the chessboard. It turns out that inside, the four people within Miaoling are playing Go. Jian Beichen was confused by the current situation. What are we doing here? Don't worry, my father will definitely defeat anyone who stands in the way. This matter will resolve itself without a fight. Mu Qingqing snorted after hearing this. You must be joking. Do you think she's going to take it easy? She's definitely going to win this round. Lan Feng glanced at Miaoling and thought to himself, mainly, that woman next to her isn't easy to mess with, otherwise, would have made a move already. And Miaoling sensed someone was looking at her. She turned around to look at Lan Feng. He quickly tried to change the subject to avoid being noticed. Suddenly, there was a shout from above by Tion. Miaoling, Miaoling. Are you in there? And Miaoling replied, Master, I'm here. Mu Qingqing, seeing this, became smug. This time it's 2 against 2, your father has no chance of winning. Hearing this, Lan Feng fell into deep thought. What is this? How annoying, I didn't even consider that this woman has a master, this is not good. Tion outside continued to shout, are you alright in there? Are you okay? And Miaoling responded, I'm fine, they're just sitting here playing Go. The others were terrified and quickly covered her mouth. Hurry, shut up. Don't say a word. That's right. The elders outside are fighting fiercely, and here we are just playing. What kind of status is that? Tion was delighted to know that Miaoling was still safe. That's great. It seems everything is fine, so I can rest easy now. Lan Yangwang was furious, charging toward Tion with an imposing aura. You bastard, who do you think you are looking down on? Suddenly, a shard of ice appeared to block Lan Yangwang. It turned out Mu Yun had used magic. You are mistaken, I am just protecting my eldest niece. Stop meddling in other people's business. Mu Yun turned to Tion. Leave Lan Yangwang to me. Tion replied. Then I'll leave it to you. Lan Yangwang glared angrily, his cold eyes shattering the ice barrier. I'll leave that arrogant man to you. As he spoke, he continuously launched deadly attacks at Mu Yun. Jian Wuchen began to chant magic, using a technique to open a domain. Forbidden space technique. A small space enveloped Tion and Jian Wuchen. He was smug. Now it's just the two of us. That woman can't help you anymore. Is this the domain that only someone in the Emperor realm can comprehend? Tion was surprised by the space he had created, which was truly fascinating. Besides the fact that the gravity in this space was heavier, he could also feel the pressure very distinctly. He could only use spiritual energy to withstand this pressure, but the spiritual energy was depleting and could not be restored, because under the influence of the realm, he could not absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. But it's useless against me. Eternal Undying Body activated. Tion quickly launched himself, attacking him. Jian Wuchen paused for a moment and sighed, not using the realm, only relying on the strength of the body to withstand my realm. Physical cultivation, huh? But I am the swordsman with the strongest offensive power. He drew his sword and countered Tion's strike, 1,000 swords as one. The two swords clashed, generating immense pressure. Jian Wuchen's sword began to chip. He was astonished. The strength is too great, no wonder its physical cultivation. Moreover, his sword skill is also very strong, but the killing intent from the swordsman's sword will not be limited by a physical sword. He extended one arm behind him, gathering spiritual energy, and immediately created a sword made of spiritual energy, light sword slash. He swung the blade toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian was astonished by his power. The attack shot straight into the sky, creating a powerful shockwave. Dust and smoke filled the air, and Qin Tian's figure appeared blurred and indistinct. The sword cultivator has some skills. There's reciprocity. You struck me with a sword, now it's my turn to strike you. Heart sword formula. Jian Wuchen was confused. Didn't I actually hit his head? At that moment, Qin Tian's gaze was filled with sharpness, and his entire body radiated overwhelming spiritual energy. Sword of the Immortal. Qin Tian stood directly below, wielding his sword without rushing up. Jian Wuchen was bewildered and did not understand what Qin Tian's move meant. In the next moment, his body began to tear apart. What is happening? Just with a light sweep, the sword technique is so powerful, it severed my foundation. Even within my domain, I can't recover with both hands. This can't be. This kind of technique. Could this person be a peak emperor? Jian Wuchen's domain shattered. Mu Yun, who was fiercely fighting, had to glance over. Qin Tian stepped out lightly, while Jian Wuchen fell into an involuntary free fall. He lay sprawled on the ground, utterly miserable. Mu Yun smugly looked at Jian Wuchen and then turned to Lan Yang Wang, smiling faintly. What do you want to do now? Do you still want to continue fighting? The group accompanying and Miao Ling were surprised to see the area destroyed like that. Jian Beichen, seeing his master lying still, ran over. The four of them sensed that the situation was not good anymore, so they decided to retreat. Consider yourselves lucky this time. Wuchen brother, let's go. And Miao Ling was happy to see Qin Tian. Mu Qingqing, who was next to her, blushed because Qin Tian was too handsome. And Miao Ling happily handed the ring to Qin Tian. I got the storage ring. Qin Tian joyfully patted and Miao Ling's head. Mu Yun stepped forward from behind to introduce herself. Hello, I am Mu Yun, the aunt of Mu Qingqing. Qin Tian replied upon hearing this. Hello, I am Qin Tian, the master of Miao Ling. Mu Qingqing could no longer resist Qin Tian's handsomeness and stepped forward, shouting, Qin uncle. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian grimaced and pointed at his face. Do I look that old? Little girl, you can't say such things. I'm still a handsome guy. Mu Yun quickly bowed her head and apologized. Mu Qingqing, I'm sorry Qin Tian. Not knowing big or small, hurry and apologize to Qin Sr. Mu Yun happily invited Qin Tian. The Hao Tian Empire is not far from the Twin Realm Mountains. I wonder if Qin Daoist friend has time to visit the Hao Tian Empire. Qin Tian replied, no need. Miao Ling and I have been away from the Kunlun Sword Sect for too long, we must return to report our safety. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun did not say much, just placed a token in his hand. Alright then. Whenever Qin Daoist friend has time, please come to the Hao Tian Empire. You can notify me through this token. Qin Tian sat on the flying pot to return, curious. Alright, the secret realm Emperor realm has generally come to an end this time. What rewards will the system provide? The system board opened with an announcement. Congratulations host disciple for successfully completing the secret realm mission perfectly. Reward, Supreme Imperial Weapon Creation Method. Points have increased by 2. Qin Tian was as happy as a child, jumping up and down. So it's the Imperial Weapon Creation Method. And Miao Ling was startled to see Qin Tian like this. Some time later, in Huashou Village, Hao Tian Empire, Qin Tian was forging iron when he saw Miao Ling approaching. He greeted her. Good morning, Miao Ling. She yawned and greeted back. 3 months have passed since leaving the secret realm of Emperor Guyan. When we returned to Zhangjian Peak that day, I didn't know what Master had gone crazy about, declaring his intention to seal off spiritual energy in storage rings, starting to practice his mind in the mortal world. And Miao Ling rubbed her eyes and asked Qin Tian, Master, you've been forging for 3 months in Hua Shou village, what is it all for? Qin Tian focused on his work but still replied, of course, to cultivate an extraordinary divine skill. Tonight, I will open your eyes along with Xiao Ru. Suddenly, Bai Xiao Ru just woke up in a daze and walked over to ask, have you eaten yet, Master? Qin Tian and Miao Ling looked at her helplessly. 3 months of eating and sleeping and then eating, you are a fox, not a pig. By afternoon, the sunset darkened the sky, and soon it was midnight. The two of them saw Qin Tian's face pale and were increasingly worried. Why are you talking nonsense if you're not sick? The pulse is normal, and there's no illness at all. Qin Tian chuckled. I'm neither sick nor in fever. Soon, you will know my true power. Qin Tian instructed them to place their hands on the table, and all 3 of them were standing on the formation that Qin Tian had created. Because he had sealed his spiritual energy, the task of controlling the forging array was left to the 2 of them. Qin Tian raised the heavy hammer high, striking down continuously like a machine. He desperately swung the hammer, and Miao Ling exclaimed in astonishment. The forging method is terrifying. Each strike is half again stronger than the previous one, and even with greater strength, it still hits the target, eliminating impurities without harming the raw material. This forging technique, even in my previous life, I had only heard of it and never seen it. Moreover, each strike consumes a tremendous amount of stamina. Now, without spiritual energy, Qin Tian is completely relying on his strong physique to maintain the 10,000 butterfly heavenly strike method. Can this physically exhausting technique really be sustained for 3 days? Just 3 seconds later, the hammer halted, and Qin Tian's body collapsed like a withered corpse, his whole body feeling weak. I can't hold on any longer. And Miao Ling angrily shouted at Qin Tian, you're giving up too quickly. Suddenly, she was taken aback by something, her face illuminated by rainbow rays from the forge, revealing a work of art in just 3 seconds. And Miao Ling gasped in shock when she saw the masterpiece. Is this really not true? Bai Xiao Ru's expression was no less impressive than hers. Qin Tian was cheerful when he saw the dagger and immediately picked it up without hesitation. His face was filled with pride as he gave the dagger an extravagant name. I will call you the Dragon Pattern Emperor Blade. Suddenly, a noise came from outside the door. Bai Xiao Ru stepped out to open the door and saw 2 red-haired people lying sprawled on the ground. She quickly exclaimed, Qin Tian, someone has fallen at the door. A moment later, inside the room, the oil lamp had begun to ignite. The 2 red-haired individuals were brought inside to have their wounds bandaged. Qin Tian and his 2 disciples stood by, assessing the situation. They were hardly injured at all, I simply wrapped up their wounds. Qin Tian yawned and said, well done. They don't seem like strong enemies at all. Let them rest here for the night, everyone is tired today, so let's go back and rest. Suddenly, the nephew lying beside him kept calling out grandfather. Qin Tian turned to look, is he having a nightmare? A flame suddenly ignited on the chest of the old man lying next to him. Qin Tian looked and immediately recognized it as a death curse. Inside the fire was a sealed talisman. Early the next morning, Miao Ling and Bai Xiao Ru sat at the back, constantly using magic to treat the old man. A moment later, he opened his eyes and woke up. The grandson, who was carrying firewood, saw him awake and happily asked, Grandfather, do you feel better? Qin Tian urged from the side, don't be lazy, there are still 100 pounds of firewood left. The grandson was startled and yelled, what the hell, isn't it 50 pounds? Qin Tian waved his hand, 100 pounds is already very cheap. If it weren't for us, your grandfather would die in a month. Hearing this, the grandson was astonished, a month? Grandfather, is that true? The grandfather, standing to the side, thanked the 2 of them and, upon hearing his grandson's question, turned helplessly towards him. Qin Tian, sipping a cup of hot tea, asked, tell me, why do you have a death curse on you? Who exactly are you? The old man did not hide anything and began to tell Qin Tian everything. I am Zong Wu, and beside me is my only grandson, Zong Yan. Not long ago, My master Luo Ho of the Rakshasa sect and I went to search for a treasure. This is a semi-imperial weapon. Luo Ho, I'm not seeing things, am I? That's right, you are not seeing things. These 3 swords are all semi-imperial weapons. Luo Ho plotted against me to obtain the semi-imperial weapon, casting this death curse on me. This kind of curse can initially be removed, but Luo Ho is determined to keep me trapped. By the time I manage to escape, the death curse has already blended with me. The curse will continuously erode my life. I can only use my cultivation to suppress it, slowing down the erosion process. Zhong Yan understands immediately. Grandfather, does that mean the Zhong family has been? Zhong Wu covers his face and continues dejectedly. Yes, later Luo Ho exterminated my entire family to eradicate the roots. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being an imperial weapon, the Zhong family was completely destroyed. I risked everything just to save my child. Zhong Yan feels fear upon hearing this. How terrible. Tion queries, what realm does Luo Ho have? Or rather, who is the strongest in the Rakshasa sect? Zhong Wu replies to Tion, the strongest in the Rakshasa sect is Luo Ho. He is at the 2nd tier of the Emperor realm. Tion calmly pours another cup of tea, the 2nd tier of the Emperor realm, huh? Then you should make a heavenly Tao oath. After that, I will teach you the Forgetting the Self for Eternal Life Sutra. The 2 people listened, their faces turning tense. What? Although it is true that this expert saved me, you cannot just demand that I become your servant right away. At least be a little polite. Tion seriously continued, what's the matter? While you are not in immediate danger, the death curse has not been unblocked. You could still die at any moment. Only the Forgetting the Self for Eternal Life Sutra can eliminate the deadly death curse within you. Of course, this comes at a cost. The old man Zhong Wu, upon hearing this, pondered, what is the price to pay? Tion shook the cup and coldly replied, everything. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. A moment later, Tion blankly said to Zhong Wu, just kidding. I just want you to be my bodyguard. After hearing Tion say this, the old man Zhong Wu breathed a sigh of relief. I can be your bodyguard, but I have one condition. I want revenge. The scene shifted to a dark, remote area, with thunder rumbling. Inside a room hung 3 half-imperial weapons. The one meditating inside was Luo Ho, whom Zhong Wu had mentioned. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, drenched in sweat, fearful. I have a bad feeling, someone wants to harm me. The scene shifts to Qingyun City, inside a certain painting shop. A young man looked at a painting, feeling extremely excited, the imagery of this painting. It seems like I can hear the calling of the ocean resonating, quiet like the breath of the world from before. Because I still haven't fully grasped the essence of water, I remain stuck at the 1st level of the Nirvana realm. The imagery of this landscape painting in front of me aligns perfectly with me, it can help me break through. Shopkeeper, how much is this painting? 100,000 spirit stones, currently on a 2/10 discount, so it's only 80,000 spirit stones now. Upon hearing the figure of 80,000, the young man clenched his teeth, drenched in sweat. After a moment of hesitation, he threw his wallet onto the table. Fine, I'll buy it. Wealth is just a material thing, once I break through, I will quickly earn it back. Though he spoke boldly, when he left with the painting, tears streamed down his face from the regret of spending money. At that moment, Tion and Miao Ling were also standing on the 2nd floor of the painting shop. She curiously asked Tion, Master, did you leave Huashou village and intentionally run to Qingyun City nearby to buy paintings? Tion replied, that's right, as far as I know, this is the most lively place nearby. And Miao Ling, hearing this, looked at him with a disdainful expression, really? Why do I feel like it's not just about buying paintings? Tion put on a dignified expression and responded, you have to trust the master. It's easy to say, but when he heard the brothel owner offer half price, Tion immediately stared at the brothel. And Miao Ling saw this and pinned Tion down, twisting his arm, buying paintings, right? Are you here to buy paintings, or are you looking for those painted girls? Tears streamed down Tion's face as he thought, actually, I just want to complete the system mission. He remembered the moment when he was forging iron, and the system issued the mission, activate branch mission, cultivate the heart in the mundane world. Branch 1, wealthy family, receive 1 million spirit stones. Reward, unknown. Branch 2, become famous, receive recognition from 1 million people. Reward, unknown. The scene shifts to the evening. Tion was sipping a cup of wine when Zone Wu approached. Sir, are you looking for me? That's right, it's been nearly 2 months since we first met, hasn't it? Now that you've removed the deadly death curse, your cultivation has also recovered to the second level of the Emperor realm. I think you no longer need to stay here. You can set off tonight. Zone Wu was very surprised to hear Tion say this. He thought he would have to follow Tion for the rest of his life, but now it was like this. Tion then took out his meat cleaver. I see you don't have any weapons. If you don't mind, I have this pig slaughtering knife. Do you want to take it? It's quite useful for chopping vegetables, meat, or whatever else. Seeing the meat cleaver, Zone Wu gaped in astonishment. What is this? So it's actually an imperial weapon. Who exactly is this, sir? Others have to fight tooth and nail to obtain an imperial weapon, yet this sir casually takes it out and gives it to me. Is this a test for me? Moreover, why does the imperial weapon look so ugly? The scene shifts to Luo Ho's residence. In the night of thunder and lightning, Zone Wu's voice rang out. Old thief Luo Ho, come out here. He, along with 2 other old men, stepped out with a smug expression. I wondered who would be so bold, it turns out to be you. You've made me search for a long time, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Zone Wu firmly held the meat cleaver, looked at him, and snorted coldly. I hope you can still laugh later. Saying that, he slowly drew the cleaver from behind his back. Luo Ho and his accomplices widened their eyes, focused on the cleaver in Zone Wu's hand. Seeing it was a meat cleaver, they burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Zone Wu, if you didn't have a weapon, I could still lend you one. Have you lost your mind thinking you could kill an emperor realm with a meat cleaver? Mocked by them, Zone Wu's face flushed, but there was no other way out. He yelled, Luo Ho, stop talking nonsense. Today, I will kill your entire clan to take revenge. Luo Ho continued to mock. I'm sorry, the master of the Zone family comes here to fight me with a meat cleaver, I can't help but laugh. Doesn't the Zone family give you money to buy weapons? He looked at Zone Wu with a sinister glare. Oh no, that's not right, I remember now. Your Zone family has been exterminated by me. Mentioning the family, Zone Wu couldn't contain his rage and charged at Luo Ho, shouting, Luo Ho, surrender your life to me. Luo Ho scoffed coldly and drew his imperial weapon. You really do not know your own limits. Instantly, a huge explosion occurred, with shockwaves shattering the surrounding ground and rocks. Within the smoke, Luo Ho used his 2 semi-imperial weapons to block Zone Wu's meat cleaver, but after only a brief clash, his weapon showed signs of breaking. Seeing this, Zone Wu pressed harder in his assault. Powerful slashes from Zone Wu were launched one after another. Luo Ho was extremely flustered, retreating to avoid the attacks. With a crack, the sword in Luo Ho's hand reached its limit and shattered. Seeing his weapon break into many pieces, he was astounded and murmured, how can this be? These 2 swords are semi-imperial weapons. In a dominant position, Zone Wu moved at incredible speed, closing in on Luo Ho. Didn't expect it, did you? The knife in my hand is a genuine imperial weapon. Zone Wu regarded Luo Ho as nothing more than a piece of vegetable to be chopped up, causing him to fearfully call for several elders for help. Seeing the situation was not good, the 2 elders quickly joined their hands and began to chant a spell, unleashing the secret technique of the massacre Tula formation. The spiritual energy from both of them combined, creating an enormous white skeleton. The skeleton's hand swiftly grabbed Luo Ho and pulled him back. Zone Wu was somewhat surprised by their secret technique. The white skeleton stared at him and let out a roar. Suddenly, ancient inscription stones began to rise from the ground. These stones quickly connected with the skeleton, forming a solid armor. Inside, Luo Ho took out a death curse and held it in his hand. He commanded, elders, keep him occupied for me." Luoho then took out a small knife, pointed it at the dummy, and murmured, "I want to cast the death curse once again." The two elders controlled the white skeleton, throwing punches at Zhongwu. With agile movements, he quickly jumped back to evade the attack while firmly gripping the knife in his hand. Zhongwu, furious, shouted, "Do you think hiding inside a turtle shell means I can't do anything to you?" His eyes wide with rage, he drew the knife back, executing the move, Imperial Sword, Dragon Roar Sword. "You truly underestimate the Imperial weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, a zigzag sword light like an electric arc appeared on the white skeleton. Zhongwu's sword pierced through the skeleton, striking down the two elders inside. An explosive shockwave erupted, sending the two elders flying backward, their fates unknown. Not stopping there, Zhongwu continued charging toward Luoho, who was casting the death curse. "Now no one can stop me. Luoho, die for me." But at that moment, Luoho had completed the death curse. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, Zhongwu. You're still a step too late. The death curse is complete, die for me." Instantly, chains from the death curse lunged forward, binding Zhongwu's heart tightly. A sharp spike pierced through his heart, tightening the chains around it. Seeing the death curse fully realized, Luoho was immensely pleased. "Zhongwu, last time I was careless and let you escape, but this time don't even think about it." As the death curse attacked, Zhongwu painfully clutched his chest. Seeing him in such agony, Luoho felt even more triumphant. "You can't escape, die here for me." Suddenly, a golden light appeared in Zhongwu's heart, pushing back the purple aura of the death curse. In the blink of an eye, the curse and the chains of the death curse shattered. The doll in Luoho's hand also exploded as a result. How is this possible? The death curse cannot be nullified. Before taking action, Zhongwu informed him of the reason. "Because my young master has taught me a skill that precisely counters your death curse." Upon hearing this, Luoho was taken aback. The veins in his eyes bulged as he shouted, "How can this be? Is there truly a skill to counter the death curse in this world? Unless... No, it can't be." Zhongwu gripped the knife tightly and infused it with spiritual energy, saying, "You can hold on to your doubts and die with them." With that, Zhongwu treated Luoho like a pig and struck him down, splitting him in two. Before losing consciousness, Luoho still couldn't believe this was reality. After avenging himself, Zhongwu took the knife back to Tion. He said respectfully, "It has been dealt with, thank you, sir." Not yet finished, the elder clasped his hands and continued, "There is one more matter, may I inquire about it, sir?" Tion asked in surprise, "Oh, is there something else?" Zhongwu continued, "The power of this knife is not small. Could you tell me about its origins?" After hearing this, Tion proudly explained arrogantly, "This knife is made by me. The kitchen was lacking a vegetable knife, so I decided to try making one." Seeing Zhongwu still confused, Tion continued, "Originally, I intended to forge it over 3 days and nights to take shape, but I only needed 3 seconds. To be honest, I didn't expect it either." After listening, Zhongwu wanted to question life itself, sweat pouring down like rain. He secretly thought, since the teacher taught me skills, I always believed he was not an ordinary person. But I did not expect that he was extraordinarily unusual. Don't mention 3 seconds. Can this imperial weapon really be forged carelessly and yet possess such power? Breaking his thoughts, Zhongwu looked at the knife with a bewildered expression and exclaimed, "It's truly hard to believe." Seeing the old man like this, Tion placed the knife down on the table, smiled, and said, "Zhongwu, as long as you can be loyal to me, I will forge you an imperial weapon in the future." Zhongwu, seemingly not believing his ears, asked again, "Is this possible?" Tion calmly sipped his wine, "And even Zhongyan, your grandson, he will also have an imperial weapon." Hearing this, Zhongwu immediately knelt before Tion and exclaimed, "Zhongwu swears to die loyal to you, sir." At this moment, Zhongwu also lowered his voice and expressed his thoughts. "Sir, to be honest with you, I have previously doubted you." Tion listened to the old man's words, confused and not understanding the reason why. With a sad and gloomy expression, Zone Wu continued. Because of your life-saving grace, I have been determined to do my best to repay it. I remember when I was on my way seeking revenge, I kept staring at the knife in my hand. Who on earth forged an imperial weapon into this kitchen knife? Is this really an imperial weapon? I once faced extermination for selling an imperial weapon. Thinking of this, Zone Wu felt dejected and muttered to himself. There can't be such a thing as a good deal. The sir is just comforting me, right? Seeing that I have no weapon in hand, he gave me this knife. Without thinking further, he raised the knife high, intending to test its hardness. Unexpectedly, as he swung it down, the ground beneath him exploded due to the might of the slash just then. In front of him appeared a large trench, several dozen meters long. Zone Wu's eyes widened in amazement at the power of the cleaver. Tion heard a noise and calmly asked the old man, "So this ditch was created by you?" Zone Wu was startled and quickly said, "Oh dear, my apologies, I will fill it in right away." Tion sipped his drink and said to him, "First, there's something else to deal with. Zhong Yan fell into the ditch while collecting firewood this morning and is stuck in there. I couldn't pull him out either. I can't think of a solution this time." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wu broke into a sweat. Could it be? That's right, it's the ditch you made. At this moment, Tion was dangling in the ditch created by old man Zhong Wu. The boy, with tears and snot all over his face, cried out, "Help! I don't want to die here. I still want to get married." Zhong Yan's desperate cries echoed throughout the forest, completely shattering the peaceful atmosphere of the place. The scene shifts back to the art shop in Qinyan City. At this time, two girls were standing in front of the shop. They walked inside and saw Tion. One of the girls, slightly puzzled, asked, "Why has the shopkeeper changed?" Tion asked in return, "Are you looking for Zhong Wu for something?" The girl smiled and replied, "I had an appointment to buy 3 famous sword paintings from the shopkeeper. He said to come by today to pick them up." After hearing this, Tion reached his hand into the box, took out the scrolls one by one, and said, "So it was you. A few days ago, Zhong Wu told me to paint some paintings of famous swords for him, and it turns out it was for you." The girl recalled the conversation with Zhong Wu. "I am not the owner of this store, and I am not the one who painted these conceptual paintings." The girl was a bit surprised, looking at Tion and asking, "Could it be that these masterpieces were all painted by you?" Tion nodded, "That's right. Is there something wrong?" She said nothing, just stared at Tion, thinking to herself, "I can't sense any aura from him, yet he is capable of painting such profound conceptual images. Could it be that this person is a senior in the emperor realm?" At this moment, the girl noticed the book Tion was reading on the table. She wondered and asked Tion, "Senior, did you write this as well? May I take a look?" With Tion's permission, she picked up the book and read. Inside the book was the story Tion was writing about the love story between the White Snake and Su Xian. The story recounted the fateful meeting of Bai Su Zhen and Su Xian on the West Lake Bridge on a windy rainy day. The tale was so captivating that the girl completely forgot the reason she came here was to collect the paintings. She was absorbed in every page of the novel written by Tion. After a while of reading, the girl came across a line in the last pages. "Please like and subscribe to Lucy Recap to read the next part." After reading those lines, the girl was so astonished that her mouth dropped open. Seeing her expression, Tion asked, "What do you think of the White Snake story I wrote?" The girl used the book to hide her embarrassment and replied, "It's very good, extremely interesting. It's just a bit short, not enough to read." Upon hearing this, Tion put his hand to his mouth, cleared his throat lightly, and said, "Well, I'm still writing." But deep down, he thought, "After all, I'm not the true author. Just relying on some memories from my current world is a bit difficult. Copying is not a good behavior, I'm helpless in this matter." He didn't know what the girl thought of that made her excited. She closed the book, placed her hand on her chest, and happily said to Tion, "Senior, could you consider letting our trading company publish and sell this? My name is Lin Wan, and the Lin Family Trading Company is one of the 2 largest trading companies in Qinyan City." Tion did not rush to agree, but calculated quietly, "This time it really is a case of a dog accidentally catching a fly. Before that, we were rejected by the Qin family, one of the two largest merchant families in Qinyan City. Now, how did we encounter the Lin family wanting to publish and sell it? Breaking off his thoughts, he agreed with Lin Wan's proposal. The White Snake story will be entrusted to you for printing and distribution. Lin Wan happily responded, "That's great. At that time, our Lin family guild will only keep 2 parts of the profit from the White Snake story, while the remaining 8 parts will go to senior." On the way back, the maid accompanying Lin Wan asked curiously, "Miss, I don't understand. Why is the profit split like this? Isn't our guild not making any profit? You really are clueless. The profit is split this way because the White Snake story isn't valuable. Most cultivators find their training very dull, so they need a little entertainment to regulate themselves. Reading is one of the leisure activities for cultivators. The purpose of the White Snake story is to promote. If readers enjoy it, they will remember our guild. The customer flow to our guild will naturally increase. Little girl, you must learn these things carefully." In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On the main road, excited discussions were buzzing. "Have you seen the latest chapter of the White Snake story yet?" "Seen it. I tell you, this Su Xian is truly not a good person. Bai Su Zhen has helped him so much, yet he turns his back and abandons her." The scene shifts to the Qin mansion. A loud voice is heard, "Father, it's not good." Upon seeing the girl enter, the man speaks, "What is the urgent matter?" The girl replies, her face filled with anger, "The White Snake story that the Lin family is releasing is becoming very popular in Qinyan City. Many people have already been drawn over there. Right now, we are in a passive position. We bought a large batch of goods just half a month ago. If we can't sell it, our merchant association will face a significant shortage of circulating spirit stones." This girl is Qin Yu, the daughter of the Qin Family Merchant Association led by Qin Hongming. After hearing this, Qin Hongming is very surprised and asks, "What did you say? Quickly summon all the managers and shopkeepers of the branch stores here for a meeting." Not long after, the shopkeepers of the Qin Family Merchant Association have gathered. Qin Hongming sits above, angrily stating, "You all better think of a way for me. If not, you can all get out." Chenin, upon hearing Qin Hongming's words, shrinks back in his seat, too afraid to speak. Suddenly, Li next to him clasped his hands and reported, causing Qin Hongming to feel extremely frightened. "This bastard Li is about to step on me." Li recalled the time when Chenin chased Qin Tion away and spoke up. "Before, there was a young master who brought the White Snake story to our shop, wanting us to publish it. But the shopkeeper didn't even want to look at it and outright refused. Perhaps now our guild will not have to face such a crisis." After hearing this, Chenin hurriedly knelt down and pleaded, "Manager, I was just confused for a moment. Please give me another chance. I will definitely find a way to salvage the situation." The scene shifts to Qin Tion's painting shop. Chenin is kneeling at the door, pleading, "I am a subordinate who cannot see the mountain. Please show mercy and forgive me this time. I have come here to take the punishment and accept the blame. I hope you won't be angry. Think about this again, won't you?" Qin Yu stood behind, arms crossed, thinking, "Very good." If he had approached the Qin family's guild before, it shows he has a good impression of the Qin family guild. So, as long as this fat Chenin sincerely apologizes, after adding a bit of spirit stones, it might still be possible to recruit him. But Qin Tion's words were like a slap in the face to both of them. "I accept your apology, but I won't forgive you. You can leave now. It's getting cold lately. If there's nothing else, I'm closing up." Just as Qin Tion was about to close the door, Qin Yu's arm blocked him. "Sir, wait a moment." She stepped forward, speaking coquettishly to Qin Tion. "If we've been so sincere, then please reconsider this cooperation. Please." She leaned closely against Qin Tion. "We will double the spirit stones. As long as you are willing to turn back, I can give you even more." "Sir, do you need?" As she said this, she brought her face close to Qin Tion's and whispered, "I can give you everything you want." But Qin Tion pushed her head back with his finger, looking coldly at her and speaking in a firm tone with one word, "Get lost." Ignoring the two of them, Qin Tion closed the shop. Tears were streaming down Qin Yu's face at this moment. she angrily exclaimed. Damn it! In Qinyun City, no matter how you say it, I am still the top beauty. Tion is facing my seduction yet remains completely unmoved. Is he really a man? She turned around and scolded Tionen. At that moment, someone approached with a cane. Isn't that eldest niece Qinyu? It's been a long time. She turned her head to look, surprised. Are you the Kawa Great Master? An elderly man, hunched over and carrying a gourd filled with wine at his waist, smiled and said, That's right, I happened to pass through Qinyun City and deliberately came here to meet you and Hongming, my dear brother. The scene shifts to the Lin mansion. Lin Wan is sitting inside the room reading reports. Half a month ago, the Qin Family Trade Association suddenly imported a batch of third-grade pills, priced 20% higher than usual, but the quality of the herbs was 5 times better. Since then, buyers of the Lin family's pills have been demanding price reductions. Most of the pills are currently stored in the warehouse. A maid entered, carrying a bowl of soup, and said, Miss, you should eat breakfast first. Today, the lady has an appointment to meet that gentleman. Lin Wan, still focused on the report, replied, All right, I understand. The scene shifts again to Qin Tion's art shop. Lin Wan is handing Qin Tion a large pouch of money. Mr. Qin, this is the rose from the White Snake story last month. Holding the bag of money in his hand, Qin Tion felt a bit puzzled. I heard that the Lin family business has not been doing well lately, is that right? Lin Wan could only smile wryly and replied, The Lin family business has faced some difficulties recently. Even you have heard about it, have you? Qin Tion stroked his chin. I heard a little about it. In my opinion, as long as the pill master of the Qin family business doesn't leave, the Lin family will not have any chance to make a comeback. He thought to himself, I wonder how long this spiritual cultivation will take. Before my spiritual energy recovers, I will need an organization to handle trivial matters for me. Lin Wan said sadly, That's right. I also tried to reach out to the refined pill master in another major city before, but no one was willing to come to a small city like Qinyun. At this rate, in just a few more years, the Lin family business may collapse. Qin Tion snapped his fingers and put on a cool demeanor. What if I can provide you with third-grade pills? Lin Wan was a bit surprised and asked, Does Mr. Qin also know how to refine pills? Qin Tion didn't answer, only told her, Come to see me again in 7 days. Time passed, and in some quiet forest, a cloud of black smoke appeared. A small dog was leisurely urinating on a flower next to a small house in the forest. Suddenly, a large explosion echoed from the small house, startling the dog and making it stop urinating. Standing up straight, black smoke poured out from the house. Qin Tion and Zhong Yen stumbled out of the small house, coughing heavily. Zhong Yen intently looked at the pill in his hand, excitedly telling Qin Tion, Young master, I've successfully refined a 4th-grade pill. Zhong Wu ran over excitedly, lifting Zhong Yen high up. No wonder he is my grandson. In just 7 days, he has already mastered the refining of both 3rd-grade and 4th-grade pills. Xiao Ru and Miao Ling were too familiar with this scene, merely standing aside, eating melon seeds and watching the drama unfold. At that moment, Qin Tion's face darkened as he fell to the ground. A flood of questions ran through his mind. Why did Zhong Yen never have explosions when refining pills before, but now, after my guidance, there are explosions? Am I cursed as a man? Is it that every time I refine pills, there will be an explosion? This isn't scientific, this is not scientific. Qin Tion's complaints echoed throughout the forest. How can there be such a curse? It's neither scientific nor related to martial arts. Because Qin Tion provided pills to Lin Wan, the Qin family's trading house is now as empty as a deserted temple. Inside, Qin Yu is angrily beating the servants. Where are the people? Where have the pill buyers gone? Miss, please spare my life. They all ran over to the Lin family's trading house. At the Lin family's trading house, the pill buyers are lined up in droves. I'd like 2 bottles of 4th-grade pills. Laughter can be heard in the Lin family's residence. Lin Zhou, Lin Wan's father, looks at the records and can't help but laugh. No wonder she's my daughter, she's doing great. The Qin family's trading house is in complete chaos right now. Although she received praise, Lin Wan still feels a bit worried. She hesitantly says, "But I have something I need to discuss with you, father." This is a bit difficult to bring up. When Lin Zhou hears his daughter say this, he becomes curious. What is it? Lin Wan recalls Qin Tian's words, "Out of regard for your appreciation of my books, I will help you this once. But if you want my assistance again, then your Lin family's trading house needs to come under my command. Of course, I know you don't have the final say. Tell your family master to come here and negotiate with me. These pills are based on the conditions set by that gentleman. He also said that as long as we serve him, even providing emperor-level pills or imperial weapons in the future would not be impossible." Lin Zhou was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Did that gentleman really say such a thing? "That's right, father. What should we do?" Lin Zhou closed his eyes and sighed. The young people these days really don't understand. Just a small achievement and they become so arrogant. Well, let's go discuss this for a bit. Moving to Qin Tian's bookstore. He held a glass of wine, crossed his legs, and sat arrogantly on the chair like a nobleman. "You're here, aren't you?" Lin Zhou stood opposite him, respectfully clasping his hands. "Mr. Qin, as you said, I have come." Suddenly, Lin Zhou's eyes widened when he saw something. It turned out he was looking at Zone Wu standing behind Qin Tian. The aura from Zone Wu made others feel breathless, as if a force was pressing them down. Lin Zhou's face changed when he realized Zone Wu was at emperor level, definitely at emperor level. The person next to Mr. Qin is an emperor-level cultivator. He was terrified, hunched over at a 90-degree angle, stammering, I am the leader of the Lin Family Trade Association, the father of Lin Wan. I heard that you have intentions to recruit my Lin family." In Lin Zhou's heart, he thought, with an emperor-level cultivator as a subordinate, how formidable must Mr. Qin be. "We cannot provoke him, our Lin family cannot afford to offend him." Qin Tian smiled and said, "My words, your daughter has surely conveyed to you by now. What I say should not be doubted. In the future, I will provide you with imperial weapons and pills of the emperor grade, but not at this moment. Right now, you do not have the qualifications to obtain these things. You need to continue to develop the Lin family to be even stronger." He placed the wine glass down beside the meat cleaver and continued, "I will help you achieve this goal." With that, he flicked his wrist, pushing the meat cleaver towards Lin Zhou. Being an imperial weapon, it could stab straight down into the floor with just a light drop. This made Lin Zhou tremble in fear like a dried-up chicken. Qin Tian looked at him and said, "You can examine this cleaver if you wish." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou's face darkened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. In his mind, the old man thought. In front of him was just a vegetable cutting knife. He reached out to grab it, but as soon as he held the handle, he was incredibly surprised. No way! This is not an ordinary vegetable cutting knife. Holding the knife in his hand, Lin Zhou began to doubt life. Oh, divine being! This brilliant light, this enchanting feeling, this burning sensation makes one want to let go but cannot. Surprisingly, this is an imperial weapon. Why? Who could have possibly created something like this? Who refines an imperial weapon without wanting to make it more advanced, more elegant? Seeing the old man's expression, Qin Tian smiled and said, "This knife is called Qin Longwen Di, and I forged it for cooking. Dishes made with an imperial weapon are incredibly delicious." Right, Zone Wu. Zone Wu, standing to the side, chimed in. "Indeed, sir, it's extremely delicious." Seeing this scene, Lin Zhou immediately knelt down and hugged Qin Tian's leg. "On behalf of the Lin family, I swear to the heavens, our Lin family is willing to be loyal to Qin young master for a lifetime." In his heart, he was overjoyed as if celebrating. Oh heavens! This is not just a senior, this is an ultra senior. If I let this opportunity to hug this big thigh slip away, wouldn't I be a fool? Qin Tian saw that the plan had succeeded and excitedly called out, "Zhong Yan, come in here too." Lin Zhou saw a figure walking in and thought to himself, are there still other people here? As Zhong Yan stepped in, he struck a pose and introduced himself, I am the charmingly handsome champion of the universe, refined pill master Zhong Yan. Qin Tian was speechless, while Lin Zhou was bewildered. Did I swear to the heavens a bit too early? At this moment, Qin Tian also raised his hand to introduce. This is Zhong Yan, our refined pill master. Lin Zhou looked at Zhong Yan with a doubtful gaze. A young refined pill master like this? Can the pills he refines be better than those of the Qing Family Trade Association? May I ask, what rank of pills can you refine? Zhong Yan confidently held up 4 fingers and replied, if it were before, I could only refine second-rank pills. However, after the teachings of my master, I can now refine 4th-rank pills. The pills delivered to the Lin Family Trade Association before were all refined by me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhou rushed over and picked up Zhong Yan as if he were a child, so those pills were all refined by Master Zhong Yan. That's great. With Mr. Zhong Yan's help, we will definitely be able to defeat the Qin Family Trading Association. At this moment, Qin Tian got to the main point. I have given you people. If you still cannot completely defeat the Qin Family Trading Association, then you have no right to be my subordinate. Lin Zhou loudly affirmed, the subordinate will definitely do everything to defeat the Qin Family Trading Association. With Zhong Yan's assistance, the number of buyers of pills from the Lin Family Trading Association increased steadily. In just 1 month, the Qin Family Trading Association was on the verge of bankruptcy, struggling to hold on. The Qin Family Trading Association had put up a sign for transfer. That night, the sky was clear, the moon was bright, and the wind was gentle. At Qin Tian's painting shop, he was sitting at the table reviewing the accounts. They did very well. In just 1 month, they caused the Qin Family Trading Association to lose half of their inventory. At this rate, they will soon drive the Qin Family Trading Association out of Qinyan City. But the question is, why is the demand for healing pills and enhancement pills so high? Zhong Wu, standing beside him, explained, in the past few months, the spiritual energy in Qinyan Mountain, outside Qinyan City, has increased significantly. This led people to speculate that a treasure had emerged. Thus, disputes often occur near Qinyan Mountain, and the demand for these 2 types of pills has also risen sharply. Qin Tian was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Just then, the system displayed a notification, branch of the mundane training, obtained a dragon vein. This month, the Qinglong mountain range will reveal a dragon vein. The dragon vein can increase the concentration of spiritual energy around a 30 km radius by 10 times. After reading the mission, Qin Tian fell into deep thought. Is this mission about land? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized something. So that's how it is. Indeed, the 3 branch missions of the system correspond to wealth, fame, and land. Wealth, reputation, Tao partner, skills, land veins. In cultivating immortals, besides the opportunities that can be seized, there are encounters that cannot be sought. The most important factors are wealth, fame, companions, techniques, and land. These 5 are essential resources for those cultivating immortals. However, resources do not just fall from the sky, so one must compete and seize them. He clenched his fist, determination shining in his eyes. Because I have the system, I have never worried about these matters. Therefore, we are still lost in thought. What we lack is not a Tao, but a strong Tao heart. Zhong Wu stood opposite, sweating at the sight of Qin Tian. The aura from the master was nothing like before. Suddenly, the system appeared again. Congratulations host for successfully comprehending. When the host acquires the dragon vein, the refining of the mortal heart will be completed. Qin Tian was surprised. What? To complete the mission, do I need to obtain the dragon vein as well? He immediately ordered Zhong Wu. After a while, we will go to Qinyan Mountain for some fun. Yes, sir. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Qin Tian and his group to head to Qinyan Mountain. Upon arrival, Zhong Wu couldn't help but exclaim, the spiritual energy at Qinyan Mountain is really intense. It seems that the previous rumors might be true. There truly is a treasure appearing here. Xiao Ru, hearing about the treasure, excitedly jumped up. That's great. Let's go find the treasure. Suddenly, a man and a woman appeared behind Xiao Ru. Both looked at Xiao Ru and said, "We were just planning to come here to test our luck, but unexpectedly encountered the person the master wants to capture. We are really lucky." The girl, frightened, quickly hid behind Miao Ling. Zhong Wu looked at them and shouted, "Who are you?" They then introduced themselves, saying, "I am the four-leaf clover of Emperor's Alliance, may you guide me." The man beside him also spoke, "I am the dice demon of Emperor's Alliance, Bai Ying." Leaf Clover made a strange face and said to Qin Tian's group, "We've introduced ourselves, can you hand Bai Xiao Ru over to us?" Miao Ling immediately stepped up to protect, making Xiao Ru feel touched. "Xiao Ru is one of us, we definitely won't hand her over to your Emperor's Alliance." Seeing that the conversation wasn't going well, Bai Ying opened his domain. Zhong Wu quickly opened his own domain as well. A space like that of a volcano enveloped everyone. Suddenly, Zhong Wu felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation. He was very surprised that he couldn't open his domain. "What's happening? My domain is completely suppressed, I can't open it." Bai Ying, seeing this, was pleased, "Surprised, aren't you? That's because I have discarded all the useless powers in my domain. And what I gained by giving up all those powers is the game of life." Then, he snapped his fingers. A strange game table appeared in front of Qin Tian and the others. Seeing their peculiar expressions, he continued to introduce his abilities. "Everything in here will be judged by the eye of judgment of the realm acting as a fair referee. And now I will introduce the rules of this game world to you. You will act as the 4 disciples of the spirit realm from Zhangjian Peak, sent to Qingyun village to deal with the lurking demons in the village. In this game, the actions and abilities of the puppet need to use 10-sided dice to determine the success rate. The green dice represent the tens, while the white dice represent the units. The smaller the number rolled, the higher the success rate. In this case, 00 to 05 means great success, and you can receive a reward, whereas 95 to 99 means great failure, and there will be a punishment. Bai Ying smiled sinisterly and continued, "Now, take the dice in your hands." Miao Ling was somewhat surprised to find the dice in her hand without realizing when she had taken them. Qin Tian found this game interesting and decided to give it a try. Bai Ying wore a strange expression and said, "Let us begin this fun game. Transform your characters." In the blink of an eye, 4 puppets that looked exactly like Qin Tian and his companions appeared on the game table. Looking at his character, Qin Tian's face darkened. "Why does my character look so ugly?" Miao Ling was even more incredulous. "How could I possibly be that fat?" Xiao Ru was stroking his chin, analyzing his character. "A mage can use 5 elements magic. Not much different from me." Zhong Wu was baffled. "Is my character a swordsman just because I'm good at using a sword?" Bai Ying raised his hand towards the game table and continued, "Then you should go to the village gate and confront the village leader Zhonghua of Qingyun village. Zhonghua is very happy to see you." The village leader spoke as he saw Qin Tian and his group. "You have finally arrived. This is wonderful. Recently, there have been constant sightings of zombies by the villagers in the village. Furthermore, whenever the villagers tried to leave, thick fog would appear to block them. Now, everyone is scared." Leaf Clover grinned wickedly and said, "So, what will you do? Leave or enter the village? Option 1 is to leave, option 2 is to inquire." Xiao Ru chose to query and jumped in front of the village leader. "I want to know when the zombies appeared. Also, was there anything unusual before they showed up?" The village leader replied, 3 months ago, a loud noise came from behind the mountain of the village. Since then, zombies have started appearing near the village. Originally, there was only one, but after a month, another one showed up. Now, 3 months have passed, so there are 3 zombies near the village." Miao Ling had some doubts and spoke up. "Wait, you haven't mentioned the conditions for us to win and the punishment for failing?" Bai Ying stared at Miao Ling. "The beautiful lady asks a good question. You can only win the game and leave my realm if you find out the real culprit behind this incident in the village. Otherwise, you will be sealed forever in the puppet, trapped in my realm for all eternity." After hearing this, Qin Tian burst out laughing. "Ha ha! It seems we have only one way to go. Let's play." Bai Ying began to lead the game. "You will enter Qingyun village with the village leader. Then, you will hurriedly go to gather information from the villagers, but unfortunately, you won't be able to collect much useful information. And so, night fell. The village leader led you all to a room to rest. He glanced at Leaf Clover beside him and signaled. She understood and nodded in agreement. He continued the story. The real drama is just beginning. Late at night, while you are sound asleep, the zombies outside the room are slowly closing in. Now, I will decide the number of zombies that will appear, ha ha ha. Leaf Clover behind him took out a cage along with a 4-leaf clover and began to perform. 4-leaf clover, oh 4-leaf clover, curse others to harm others, bring good luck to Buying young master. At this moment, Buying started to roll the dice. The probability of 1 zombie appearing is 50%, 2 zombies is 35%, and 3 zombies is 15%. Seeing the number 3, he was very excited, ha ha. A great success. This number is definitely not in your favor. Tonight, 3 zombies will attack you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the zombie puppets appeared in front of Tion and his group. Watching the 3 zombies attack them, he continued, because of the great success, zombies will not only increase in numbers, but the cultivation has risen to a new level. Very well, Buying grinned, we are in a battle. You can attack first. Roll the dice. Zhong Wu, hearing this, stepped forward. Alright, let me go first. After a few rolls, Zhong Wu's 2 dice totaled 35 points. With this score, Zhong Wu attacked zombie number 3 and chopped off its arm. Next was Miao Ling's turn. The beautiful girl, with her luck, rolled 10 points. Miao Ling's attack was to freeze zombie number 2 for 2 turns. The last turn of this round belonged to Xiao Ru, the luckiest in the group. Her score was 0-3. Buying and Leaf Clover sighed in admiration, truly impressive, a critical hit. Next, Xiao Ru used her ultimate spell. Hearing this, Xiao Ru was extremely excited, great. Let's strike them with a critical hit. Xiao Ru's puppet received the order, took a broom, rushed up to approach the opponent, and unleashed a powerful technique, creating a strong attack. Immediately, the 3 zombies were annihilated. Xiao Ru and Miao Ling were delighted to have won, but Tion, who was nearby, disagreed, believing it was too easy of a victory. Leaf Clover's expression darkened as he spoke, that's right. In a moment of danger, zombie number 1 has used restraint. Only a major success can make it possible. After using restraint, it will forcibly leave 1 drop of blood and can immediately take action. Buying, with a triumphant expression, dropped the dice onto the table. With Leaf Clover's 4-leaf clover, he rolled a 0. Immediately, he ordered zombie number 1 to use the ability to devour its kind to increase its strength. All its wounds and blood would recover to the initial state. Additionally, its realm would rise to the golden body realm. After devouring its kind, the zombie underwent a massive transformation, its cultivation also increased to the golden body realm, and its blood volume rose by 50%. Xiao Ru, Miao Ling, and Zhong Wu were extremely surprised by the events unfolding before them. Tion, on the other hand, was somewhat astonished, along with a hint of excitement. After using its special ability, the zombie acquired new skills such as poisonous claws, with venom in its talons, and agility, allowing it to attack twice in 1 turn. Buying continued to roll the dice. Because zombie number 1 had advanced to the golden body realm, it was given priority to act first. With the blessing of the 4-leaf clover, he rolled a 0 again. Immediately, the zombie used its poisonous claws to attack Zhong Wu and Miao Ling. Due to the toxin, both of them began to bleed continuously. Miao Ling had only 10 health left, and Zhong Wu had only 11 health remaining. Outside, both were extremely surprised as they looked at their arms. The wounds on their arms looked exactly like the puppets. Could it be that the injuries the puppet receives will transfer to our bodies? Buying made a strange expression and replied, that's right. This is the true effect of my buying domain. Of course, this effect works both ways. If my puppet is injured, then I will be injured too. But can you two hold out until my puppet and the 4-leaf clover appear? 4-leaf clover smugly chimed in, not only that. In this domain, we also have the luck of my 4-leaf clover supporting us. Essentially, whatever number we want will appear. Xiao Ru was incredibly angry upon hearing them. You are truly despicable little men. Bai Ying did not bother to argue with Xiao Ru and continued to throw the dice. Zombie number 1 has quick skills and can take 2 actions in one turn, so I can attack again. With that, they combined their efforts to achieve the perfect score of 0. Immediately, he commanded, "Go ahead, zombie number 1. Continue to use the twin venomous claws to attack Zone Wu and in Miaoling." He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Take down these 2. And Miaoling and Zone Wu, you can go die. Qin Tian had been silent all this time, and only now did he speak up. Oh, that's not necessarily true. As soon as he finished speaking, his puppet Qin Tian seized the zombie's 2 attacking arms. With a crack, the zombie's fingers were broken by Qin Tian, and 2 fingers swelled up. The zombie howled in pain as if it had lost its mind. Bai Ying was astonished at the sight. What is happening? Qin Tian smirked and sneered. Let me update a bit. Qin Tian updated his character. Special ability, Immortal Body of Eternal Life. After activation, agility and physical strength are elevated to the maximum limit. Intelligence is reduced to the lowest limit. This is my true character. Leaf Clover was bewildered upon seeing this. How could this attribute become like this? Are you cheating? Qin Tian, feeling smug, crossed his arms. This is the realm you opened, the rules you established. How could I possibly cheat? With just a simple move, the number 1 zombie was taken down by Qin Tian. He smiled slyly, thinking, no matter how strong your realm is, it can't be stronger than my system. Ha ha ha. Leaf Clover was sweating, turning to Bai Ying. What is going on? But he didn't know either, as the realm did not detect Qin Tian's cheating. At this moment, it was Qin Tian's turn. He used an antidote to restore the HP of Zone Wu and Miaoling. Bai Ying, unwilling to accept defeat, summoned the Golden Body Realm Demon to attack Qin Tian's group. But before it could emerge, Qin Tian punched it. Bai Ying summoned a Winged Tiger, but it was also taken down by Qin Tian in one strike. He was in pain and summoned a Sea Dragon, but Qin Tian skinned it to make a handbag. Not only that, Qin Tian also used the Sea Dragon's meat to make hot pot. He smirked, extending his arm towards Bai Ying and Leaf Clover. They trembled like frightened rats, begging, "Qin Tian Lord, we know we were wrong, please spare us." That's right, Qin Tian Lord. But Qin Tian tightened his fist and punched straight at them. Go to hell and repent. A punch from Qin Tian was like heavenly thunder striking down, shattering Bai Ying's domain. Once he dealt with them, the dragon vein emerged. The image of a massive dragon hovered amidst the fierce lightning within the forest. Several people were rushing towards the dragon vein. I didn't expect it to be the dragon vein. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. At that moment, someone passed them, laughing loudly. Ha ha. This dragon vein will surely belong to my Kun Yuan Empire. This person was Kun Quan Xian from the Kun Yuan Empire. He loudly threatened those around him. Anyone not involved, get out of my way, or die. Behind him, 2 old men chased after him, unwilling to back down. We cannot let the Kun Yuan Empire take this, otherwise, our sects will have no future. That's right, the dragon vein absolutely cannot fall into his hands. On the left is the old ancestor of the Flying Dragon Sect, and on the right is the old ancestor of the Flying Star Valley. Not far away, the old ancestor of the Thousand Swords Sect and the old ancestor of the Xian Bing Sect are arguing intensely. This dragon vein belongs to the Thousand Swords Sect. No one should dare compete with us. The other side is not backing down, we will definitely fight for it until the end. Humph. What is your Thousand Swords Sect? This dragon vein belongs to us, the Xian Bing Sect, don't even think of taking it. At this moment, someone's hand clenches around a long spear, attacking at breakneck speed. But Kun Quan Xian easily dodges. The attacker is Xiao Zhan, the Grand General of the Hao Tian Empire. Xiao Zhan shouts loudly, Kun Quan Xian, how dare you run into my Hao Tian Empire and cause chaos? Get out now. Kun Quan Xian scoffs coldly, full of disdain. What if I come? Do you really think you can stop me just with your title as Grand General of the Hao Tian Empire? You must be dreaming. The old ancestor of the Flying Star Valley and the old ancestor of the Flying Dragon Sect also rush in to attack him. Then what about us? Kun Yuan Empire, don't even think about getting the dragon vein. Kun Quan Xian still doesn't pay them any mind, channeling spiritual energy into his hand, and smiles wickedly. Indeed. Every time there's delicious food, flies and pests appear. Immediately, he summoned his weapon. He swung the long spear forcefully, unleashing a powerful attack against 3 people. Xiao Zhan was taken aback and quickly raised his long spear to defend himself. With just one strike, he had dealt with the old ancestor of 2 sects, leaving only Xiao Zhan struggling to hold on. Kun Quan Xian laughed sinisterly, staring at Xiao Zhan. You, a mere shrimp, think you can stop me? What a foolish dream. The group of Qin Tian hid in the bushes, observing. Zhong Wu whispered to Qin Tian, Sir, should we intervene? Qin Tian stared intently at Kun Quan Xian. Wait a moment. His strength seems to be at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. He glanced over at Miao Ling and asked, Miao Ling, is he Kun Yuan Emperor? No, but he is the elder brother of Kun Yuan Emperor who attacked me years ago. This one is Kun Quan Xian. Qin Tian, upon hearing that he was Miao Ling's enemy, burned with anger, causing Zhong Wu to break out in a sweat. Over here, Kun Quan Xian and Xiao Zhan were locked in a fierce battle. You dog of Kun Yuan. Don't even think about having designs on the dragon vein. Ha ha. This is not up to you to decide. Whatever Kun Yuan desires, he has never failed to obtain. Kun Yuan, you have committed many evil deeds in the past. Today, I will kill you to uphold justice. You really don't know your own strength. Today, let me see what you can do to me. Saying this, he unleashed a sweeping strike, launching countless forceful attacks at Xiao Zhan. With immense power, Xiao Zhan could only stand there in shock, being sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the dragon vein, catching Kun Quan Xian's attention. He turned his head, excited. It's here. It has finally appeared. A gigantic water dragon emerged, astonishing those around. Some shouted, Look over there, it's the water spiritual dragon vein. The water spiritual dragon vein has appeared. Old ancestor flying dragon trembled, struggling to speak. Xiao heir, quickly help me up, seize the dragon vein. No, you are injured. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his obsession to seize the dragon vein. Qin Tian, who had been hiding, also signaled Zhong Wu to begin the operation. Zhong Wu received the order, grabbed a knife, and charged forward, executing the technique Tong Shiluen Huizhan. Zhong Wu's move attacked Kun Quan Xian like a tornado. He clenched his teeth, furious. Damn it, another rat. Zhong Wu's technique created a massive explosion, shaking the entire forest. Not giving him a chance to react, Zhong Wu continued his assault. After blocking the attack, Kun Quan Xian questioned, Who are you to interfere with my good business? Zhong Wu scoffed, his voice low, I am here to kill you, on behalf of my master. Upon hearing this, Kun Quan Xian grew angry, his eyes blazing. He swung his long spear fiercely, pushing Zhong Wu back. Daring to ruin my plans, you'll pay with your life. He channeled spiritual energy into the long spear and executed the move Lu Ting by Wan Chang. True to its name, countless spearheads formed from spiritual energy shot towards Zhong Wu. Faced with Kun Quan Xian's powerful technique, Zhong Wu remained calm as he wielded his knife to counter. The powerful slashes he used shattered his opponent's technique. However, the sheer number of spearheads made it difficult for him. Damn it, there are still so many left. Zhong Wu also slashed out waves of knife energy to retaliate against his attacks. Kun Quan Xian's eyes glowed red as he continuously attacked Zhong Wu. Although you are very strong, as long as you can't get close to me, you have no chance left. Die for me. Loud explosions erupted beneath the forest, and clouds of dust rose into the sky. As the dust began to clear, Zhong Wu's meat cleaver was now deeply embedded in the ground. Zhong Wu was also exhausted from his injuries. He sighed, no wonder you are a seasoned emperor realm, this continuous assault is fundamentally impossible to defend against. At that moment, a familiar long spear appeared, accompanied by a voice, Daoist friend, I am here to help you. Zhong Wu was astonished and opened his eyes wide. The one who had come to help was none other than Xiao Zhan. After Kun Quan Xian's last attack, Xiao Zhan was still alive. He appeared behind Kun Quan Xian and immediately unleashed the evil energy battle spear, attacking him. Seeing a good opportunity, Zhong Wu also stepped in behind him, brandishing his cleaver. He gritted his teeth and executed the dragon's roar cleaver, a secret technique of the Zhong family. Caught in a 2-against-1 situation, Kun Quan Xian was furious and shouted, "Even if the two of you attack together, you are still no match for me." Saying this, he swiftly used the tip of his spear to block Zhong Wu's cleaver. Tion below took out the frying pan in his hand. "It's our turn to appear now. Xiao Ru, take us to the dragon vein." Pointing in a direction, Tion continued, "The dragon's head is guarded by Zhong Wu." After saying that, the three of them climbed onto the flying pan, heading straight towards the tail of the dragon vein. After a while of moving, a cave appeared in front of them. Xiao Ru suddenly spoke up, "The dragon vein actually comes from this cave." In a different scenario, two swords were clashing against each other, sparking fire. The old ancestor of the Thousand Swords Sect and the Xianbing Sect were still fiercely fighting. In the midst of the tension, the old ancestor of the Xianbing Sect noticed someone approaching the dragon vein. Taking advantage of the old ancestor of the Thousand Swords Sect's distraction, he launched a sneak attack, sending the old ancestor of the Thousand Swords Sect flying backward, crashing into a large tree. He laughed triumphantly, "I told you, you are no match for me. Looking this way and that while fighting, who taught you that?" He looked at the three of Tion and shouted loudly, "Little guy, without reaching the Emperor realm, even if you have a day, you won't be able to seal the dragon vein. Hurry up and get lost." Tion didn't care, just smirking, "Oh, indeed, it seems I am underestimated." Then all three of them flew straight into the cave where the dragon vein was appearing. Tion gently landed and ordered Miao Ling, guard the entrance, don't let anyone disturb me. Next, he summoned the system interface with an excited expression. Tion extended his hand toward the system, "Seal the dragon vein." Immediately, a huge golden formation appeared in the sky. A beam of energy shot straight up into the sky, activating the formation. The dragon vein was quickly pulled back in at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, only a trace of residual aura remained from the dragon vein. Tion stood in the cave, extending his hand, waiting for the system to completely seal the dragon vein. The dragon vein had completely vanished, while Kun Quan Xian was still fighting, unaware of what had happened. A few minutes later, he finally realized and glanced back. The old man who looked down on Tion earlier was now stunned, his mouth agape and eyes wide when he saw the dragon vein being sealed. The dragon vein was entirely sealed, leaving only a gem in Tion's hand. The system displayed a notification, "Congratulations host for completing the mortalization mission. Unsealing rewards, Emperor level Supreme Quality 9 Heavens Mystic Fire Cauldron, Emperor level Supreme Quality Primordial Dragon Spear. Supreme Evil Sound Control Technique. The reward for attendance has increased threefold. 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire Cauldron, a refining furnace that can enhance the success rate, quality, and quantity of the elixirs produced. Primordial Dragon Spear, a forging hammer that can increase the success rate and quality grade of imperial artifacts. Evil Sound Control Technique, control corpses through evil sound, applicable to corpses below supreme level. Each time the level increases, one additional corpse can be controlled. Haha, it feels like it's been ages since I've felt this. Tion summoned his sword, causing a whirlwind to rise and the skirts of the two girls behind him to flutter wildly. Your great master Qin has returned. Tion transformed into a beam of light and flew away, leaving Xiao Ru and Miao Ling in the cave. Kun Quan Xian, under attack by Zhong Wu, was astonished to see the beam of light. Tion, excited, drew his sword and executed the technique Heart Sword Formula, one sword splits the world. Immediately, a jet-black sword chi sliced through Kun Quan Xian's long spear. Seeing his spear split in two, he exclaimed, "Is it broken? This celestial hammer of mine is a high-grade imperial weapon." Zhong Wu, taking advantage of his opponent's difficulties, used his ultimate technique to launch an attack. He leaned back, dodging Xiao Zhan's long spear, but still sustained injuries to his face. After that, he created a layer of spiritual energy protective shield to block Zhong Wu's attack. Although he managed to block it, he was still sent crashing to the ground, causing a huge explosion. When the dust settled, he struggled to stand up, covered in wounds. Clenching his teeth, he stared at the three people, Tion, then took out a thunder talisman and held it in his hand. Do you want me to die? Then let's all die together. Saying that, he activated the thunder talisman in his hand. Instantly, the thunder talisman enlarged and stuck to Tion's back, leaving Zhong Wu and Xiao Zhan stunned. Seeing the talisman, Xiao Zhan was extremely shocked. This is the 9 Abyss Divine Thunder Talisman passed down from the Kun Yuan Empire. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wu became anxious and shouted, "Young master, hurry and run." The power of this talisman is even more terrifying than a full-force attack from an Emperor Realm peak. Tion closed his eyes and sighed, "It's useless. This talisman is already locked onto me, and no matter where I run, I can't escape." He lowered his sword with an excited expression. The only way is to kill Kun Quan Xian before the spell is activated. Executing the Heavenly Outer Flying Immortal move, Tion shot towards Kun Quan Xian like a meteor. In an instant, Tion's sword pierced through his heart. Kun Quan Xian's eyes turned white, and the veins of blood stood out vividly. He laughed maniacally. "Haha, it's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful bolt of lightning struck from the sky, locking onto Tion. The bolt of lightning surged towards him. Glancing back, Tion was astonished to see the lightning so close. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and everything around was shattered by the force of the lightning. Miao Ling and Xiao Ru gasped in shock, speechless. Without thinking much, they rushed towards Tion. Miao Ling landed right into the pile of debris surrounded by smoke and the remnants of the lightning. She quickly ran to where Tion lay unconscious under the chaos. As she helped Tion up, he kept coughing up blood due to the severe internal injuries. Miao Ling reached into her robe, searching for something. "Master, hold on, please don't let anything happen to you." She took out a pill bottle, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Tion. Quickly pour the pill from the bottle into his mouth. A tear from Miao Ling had also fallen onto his face. A few minutes later, Tion woke up. The first thing he said was, "It's too salty." Seeing Miao Ling crying heavily, Tion reached out to wipe away her tears, then said, "Silly disciple, why are you crying?" "I'm fine now, stop crying, you cry so badly." Xiao Ru had also rushed over, anxiously asking loudly, "Tion, how do you feel now? Are you okay?" He struggled to sit up and replied, "I'm fine now. I'm sorry for making you worry about me." He reached down to pick up his sword, looking at Kun Quan Xian lying beside him. Tion thought to himself, "Fortunately, the timeless body in the supreme life and death sword absorbed most of the damage for me, otherwise, I would really have died here." Stabbing the sword forcefully into the ground, Tion tried to stand up. "Alright, let's go. Kun Quan Xian will finally have to pay the price. Soon, I will take you on a trip to the Kun Yuan Empire." Saying that, he reached out to Miao Ling, making her so emotional that she wanted to cry again. But recalling that Tion said she cried badly, she quickly wiped away her tears. Then grabbed Tion's hand. The scene changes, and Tion is now standing on some altar. The sky is gloomy, accompanied by flashes of lightning striking repeatedly. Xiao Ru and Miao Ling are standing a distance away, watching the situation. Xiao Ru voices her concern, "Tion is seriously injured like this and is saving lives, is it really okay?" Miao Ling, with a worried expression, stares intently at the altar without saying anything. Suddenly, Mu Qing appears, hugging Miao Ling. "That's right. You guys came to the Hao Tian Empire without telling me a word. If it weren't for Xiao General mentioning it, I wouldn't have known you were here." Qing, why did you come here?" Xiao Zhan, who is behind, clasps his hands respectfully. "I'm sorry, but because the teacher wants to save lives here, I was indeed very worried, so I reported it up." At that moment, a woman appears with an angry expression. Outrageous. As the princess of a nation, how could you be so disrespectful? Qin still holds Miao Ling and replies, it's okay, mother, Miao Ling is not a stranger. That's right, I'm at a loss for words with you. This little girl has never matured. Please don't mind everyone. This woman is Queen Bing Xian of the Hao Tian dynasty, a super powerful third-level primordial emperor. Qin, with a mischievous expression, extended her hand to introduce. Right, I forgot to introduce everyone. This is my mother, Queen Bing Xian. I've heard about you from Mu Yun. You can just call me Aunt Mu Xian. Miao Ling bowed. Hello, Aunt Mu Xian. Oh dear, Miao Ling, you're being too polite. Look at Xiao Zhan, he doesn't even bother to greet us. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan hurriedly knelt down, respectfully saying, I pay my respects to Queen Bing Xian and the princess. While everyone was talking, a powerful bolt of thunder tribulation appeared in the sky. Hearing the loud noise, everyone turned their eyes toward the altar. The queen rubbed her chin, looking worried. It's starting. But this thunder tribulation is unusual, not like the ordinary thunder tribulation of primordial emperors. Miao Ling gazed intently at the altar. What is happening? In my previous life when I saved the primordial emperor, the power of the thunder tribulation was not this strong. Master, you must be safe. Tion was standing behind the shield created by the system. He looked up at the thunder tribulations. It seems that this thunder tribulation is not only an emperor realm tribulation but also mixed with a bit of my physical body's thunder tribulation. As soon as the words ended, a very intense thunder tribulation struck down from the sky. Thanks to the shield provided by the system, the thunder tribulation slid off in another direction. Looking at the explosion in front of him, Tion was a bit surprised because it was not only the Emperor Realm thunder tribulation, but also a thunder creature. As the dust settled, the thunder tribulation transformed into a human figure with blood-red eyes, staring at Tion. The Empresses were also astonished when they saw this thunder tribulation taking form. This is something I have never heard of before. Miao Ling's eyes widened, sweat streaming down her face. What on earth has happened during the Emperor Tribulation of the Master? How could there be such a significant mutation? Tion looked at the thing in front of him with dead fish eyes and suddenly thought, as far as I know, there has never been a precedent for a thunder tribulation to take form while saving lives. Brother, did you mistakenly run to the wrong place? There are no nameless beings here, only red fur. The strange figure stared intently at Tion, continually mumbling the words, red fur. His face gradually changed, and then he transformed into Tion's appearance, but in a very bizarre manner. Tion was surprised and said, so it has turned into me. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and charged towards Tion, shouting loudly, kill. Seeing this, Tion laughed with delight, then clenched his fists and charged towards him as well. In no time, the punches and kicks from both of them collided, generating a violent shockwave. A huge explosion erupted on the altar. The group of Miao Ling below could only see a cloud of swirling dust. After the last punch, both slid backward for a distance. Tion exclaimed, the physical strength of this guy is quite abnormal, isn't it? After saying that, Tion continued to rush forward, executing the Great Freedom Transformation Dragon Claw to attack him. A large golden dragon hand flew swiftly towards him. He had no time to react, and his body was struck by the golden dragon's claws, losing a large chunk. He stared blankly at his arm that was gradually vanishing. Suddenly, he smiled in a very eerie way. Next, he used the eternal indestructible body to instantly revive his arm. Seeing this, Tion understood the situation, so that's how it is, this guy is a product born from Emperor Tribulation and the physical body tribulation. Without saying much, he transformed into a dragon using thunder tribulation and attacked Tion. With bright eyes, Tion smiled excitedly, let's see how I can counter you. Tion used a unique technique to transform into a ferocious beast called Ho. Legend has it that there is an ancient beast in the East China Sea that specializes in eating dragon brains. Whenever it fights a dragon, it spews fire from its mouth that stretches several meters. This is why dragons are unable to win. Seeing his lightning dragon fail, he still wore a strange smile. He used thunder tribulation again, transforming into a Garuda to attack Ho from above. Although Ho was defeated, Tion remained undaunted. Is this Garuda? Let's see how I deal with you. He used the transformation technique once more to become a giant Confronting, attacking Garuda. Upon seeing Confronting appear, he was left speechless in shock. Before Garuda could react, it was bitten to pieces by Confronting. With its enormous body, Confronting dove straight down onto the altar, creating a massive explosion. Everything around was shattered due to the blast. The group, including Xiao Ru, who were standing at a distance, were also affected by the explosion. We're in trouble, the Save Lives platform is about to collapse. The Empresses looked at the sea of flames on the altar and spoke to reassure, no, the Save Lives platform of the Tion Empire is very solid. With boundless spiritual energy reinforcing it, it is meant for people to save lives to be at ease. Thick smoke rose, and the huge stone pillars collapsed. Seeing him trembling, kneeling on the ground, Tion waved his hand, provoking, come on, bring out all your skills. Step in here and fight. Disdained, he was extremely furious, his eyes wide, shouting, this is you forcing me. He stood up, clenched his fists, and used his boundless instincts. Tion saw this and was speechless for 5 seconds, damn it, I told you to use your skills, not to hack. With a strange expression, he clenched his fist, appearing in front of Tion, looking at his fist before him. Tion clenched his teeth and thought, it's over, there's no time to evade now. Receiving a powerful punch from him, Tion was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Too furious, Tion used the eternal indestructible body to punch him back with tremendous force. The powerful blow made him step back a few paces. Like a madman, he gathered lightning onto his fist and charged quickly towards Tion. A huge pillar of energy descended from the sky towards Tion. Xiao Ru and Miao Ling, seeing this, were extremely worried and shouted, Tion. Suddenly, a massive tortoise shell appeared, blocking the lightning strikes from him. Tion summoned a giant black tortoise to protect himself. The strange man sneered dismissively and said, do you think hiding in a tortoise shell can help you survive this calamity? He used a secret technique to create 2 clones of himself. You underestimate my lightning too much. Tion shook his finger repeatedly and replied, no, I only used the black tortoise shell to buy some time. Saying that, he raised his hand to summon his life and death sword, staring intently at him. Tion continued, if you have created clones, then I can only draw my weapon. Seeing Tion draw his weapon, he panicked. Wait, a supreme weapon. This isn't fair, this is just a thunder tribulation emperor realm along with a bit of physical tribulation of the emperor realm. Tion took out a file and continuously sharpened the life and death sword. The Dharma treasure is also part of a cultivator's strength, and this is very fair. Throwing the file to the ground, Tion reminded him, next time, don't blink. Holding the life and death sword tightly, Tion smiled at him, you are the first person to witness the sword move of the heart sword formula in the Emperor realm. A green flame enveloped Tion's entire body, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks. Suddenly, Tion and the strange figure appeared in a peony field. Not only that, but Qing and the Empresses also appeared here with confused expressions. The Empresses opened their eyes wide in disbelief when they saw that Tion could create the sword formation all by himself. Tion swung the life and death sword forward, and a streak of 5-colored sword chi rushed toward them. They panicked and quickly created a protective shield. Quick, let's create a protective barrier. If he can create the formation alone, then the spiritual energy consumption must be very large, right? One of them said in a panic. That's right, we'll hold on until he exhausts all his spiritual energy, then the sword formation won't even need to attack to shatter, another one added. Hearing this, Tion smirked contemptuously, this lotus seed immortal formation only needs to be formed to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish what is consumed. Therefore, the layers of Lien's sword chi continued incessantly, so you have no chance of victory. After hearing this, they could not believe their ears. How can this be possible? A blue lightning bolt struck directly down at their protective layer, and a surge of energy from the heavens and earth descended upon the altar. Tion's last move had torn apart the atmosphere. As soon as Tion landed, the system announced, "Congratulations host on advancing to the Emperor realm, reward, Supreme Great Tao Chi M Level 1, which can enlighten others, effective only the first time for each person, side effect is weakness for 3 days, transformation art of self increased to level 16, demonic sound control technique increased to level 2. After reading the system notification, Tion smiled excitedly, "It's finally over." A voice from behind surprised Tion, "Congratulations Tion Daoist friend on advancing to the Emperor realm." The Empresses and Qing came forward to congratulate. "From now on, the world has another emperor, Tion uncle is really amazing." At that moment, someone rushed over and shouted loudly, "Grand General, something bad has happened." "What is it that you're so panicked about?" The subordinate reported in a panic, "The demon clan of Qin Mountain Range is gathering. According to reconnaissance information, the Demon King Black Dragon of Qin Mountain Range is preparing to attack our Qin city." He gasped for breath and pleaded, "Please, General, come to our aid quickly." Hearing this, Tion spoke up, "Is Xiao Daoist friend coming along? I just advanced to the Emperor realm and want to test my skills, to see the power of the Emperor realm. If Tion Daoist friend is interested, then let's go see what abilities this Demon King Black Dragon has," said Xiao Zhan. Upon hearing Tion and the Empresses, Xiao Zhan placed a hand on the shoulder of the subordinate and said, "Don't worry, Qin city will not be in danger." When he asked why, Xiao Zhan explained, "Because that dragon has already stepped out without looking at the date, misfortune is about to befall him." The scene shifted to the walls of Qin city, where large crossbows filled with spiritual energy were being prepared for battle. Xiao Zhan stood on one side, directing the soldiers, "Lift your spirits, load all the explosive arrows onto the siege towers, and prepare all the spiritual energy cannons. Also, get the ammunition ready for me." In some place in the city, the formulas are being recited. Ancient Tai, the blessed virtue of the Tao, established in the center, the gods and transformations, to control the 4 directions. 4 elderly men are sitting around a white energy sphere, continually reciting the formula. Thus it is that the energy can manipulate the celestial and earthly stagnation, circulating without waste, the water flows without ceasing, nurturing all things in the midst of fluidity, the life force circulating the formation. As the final words are uttered, a protective shield appears, enveloping the entire Qin city. The citizens in the city are astonished to see the great formation being activated. At this moment, Xiao Zhan is kneeling with hands clasped, reporting, "Everything has been prepared, whether for attack or defense, it has all been completed." The Empresses, upon hearing this, offer their praise. "Very well done, your arrangements are very meticulous. This is my duty, it is not worthy of praise." "Xiao General, it is said that your weapon was damaged by Kun Quan Xian in the previous battle for the Dragon Vein, is that true?" "Indeed, therefore I plan to seek Bai Li Great Master, asking him to create a semi-imperial weapon for me, though I am not sure if he can forge such a weapon, to prepare for the upcoming battle." The Empresses thought the same after hearing this. Aside from whether the time is sufficient, we also need to consider whether it is possible to forge the set of imperial weapons. After all, even the Great Master Bai Li cannot guarantee that a set of imperial weapons can be forged. Tion, sitting at one side drinking tea, then spoke up, "Mu Xian, my Daoist friend, I believe I can help with this." "What do you mean by that, Qin Daoist friend?" Tion slowly placed his teacup down on the table and said, "Today I will demonstrate a bit of my skills. The Zhongwu weapons I promised you previously will also be realized this time." Upon hearing this, Zhongwu was so moved that he began to cry. He was so emotional that he knelt on the ground and repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude. Qing turned to whisper to Miaoling, Hey, Miaoling, could it be that Qin uncle can forge weapons?" "That's right, the master not only knows how to forge weapons, but the weapons he makes are also extraordinary." "Really? I didn't expect Qin uncle to be so formidable." The scene shifts to the back courtyard of Tion's art shop, where Tion is using the primordial dragon spear to continuously strike the iron, saying, "Look at my butterfly heaven hammer technique." Xiao Zhan and Qing looked on in shock. "Princess, I can't be blind, can I? The hammer that Senior Tion is using to forge is really of supreme imperial grade." "No, you are not blind, I see it too. The Empresses spoke up to both of them. This is not the main point, but the main point here is, she looked pale, biting her lip tightly. It seems like Daoist friend Tion is forging an imperial weapon. After hammering like crazy for a while, Tion finally forged a cleaver. Holding the cleaver in his hand, Tion was extremely pleased. It's done. Not bad, not bad, it looks much better on the outside. Let's call it the ancestral blossom blade. The group of empresses behind them were left speechless in astonishment. Mother, it really is an imperial weapon, and it only took a few strikes to complete it. A master, truly an expert. Tion then turned to Zone Wu. Zone Wu, this sword is for you. He immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, young master, for the sword. Zone Wu will definitely go through fire and mountain for you. Next, Tion turned to Xiao Zhan. Xiao General, your weapon of choice is the spear, right? The young man stood up straight and replied, yes, senior, that's correct. At that moment, Qing also changed her way of addressing and pleaded, Qin Gij, I also want an imperial weapon. Haha, no problem, everyone will have a share. Tion kept forging weapons for everyone until evening, then he continued to forge from night until morning. After tirelessly working for 9 days, the radiant light of the weapons finally shone. First was a high-grade imperial weapon sword named Blush Pink Rabbit, followed by a high-grade imperial weapon lance called Good Fortune. Both of them held the imperial weapons and asked Tion, why is my sword called Blush Pink Rabbit, while Xiao General's spear is called Good Fortune? This name is quite strange. With a smug expression, Tion explained nonsensically, because no one can bear the humiliation of being killed by Blush Pink Rabbit and being defeated by the ancient weapon Good Fortune. After receiving their imperial weapons, Qing and Xiao Zhan said their goodbyes and returned home. Miao Ling stepped out and said, Master, come inside, it's very cold outside, as she draped a coat over Tion's shoulders. The person who just recovered has begun to overwork themselves and can't afford to catch a cold. Tion said nothing and just stared at Miao Ling, making her feel awkward. She asked him, Master, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? There is, you have a bit of beauty on your face. Being complimented for being beautiful, instead of saying thank you, she shouted at Tion, stop joking with me, you don't look like a master at all. Haha. What good is looking like a master? While they were talking, Xiao Ru hurriedly ran up to Tion, startling him. He reached out to support her. Tion asked curiously, what's the rush? With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Ru said, Tion, help. It's extremely urgent. Not understanding what she was saying, Tion asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Xiao Ru cried like a child as she explained, my younger sister secretly ran out to find me, but halfway there she was captured by the Emperor's alliance. The scene shifted to a forest somewhere, where a large thigh was being roasted over the fire, and 2 people were sitting nearby eating and drinking. The man holding the leg said to the one beside him, Qi Xiang, are you sure that Bai Xiao Ru will really rush into the trap? Qi Xiang replied indifferently, Bai Xiao Ru and her junior sister Bai Xiao Xiao have a close relationship, like 2 peas in a pod. So when Bai Xiao Ru finds out that Xiao Xiao has fallen into our hands, she will definitely come here to rescue her. The beast-faced man glanced at him while chewing, sisterly bonds are truly admirable. Xiao Xiao, hanging from the tree, heard them talking and immediately recognized her sister's voice. At that moment, Miao Ling appeared, cutting the ropes, and Xiao Xiao fell freely from the tree, but Xiao Ru was waiting below to catch her sister. Qi Xiang knew this but remained unfazed, saying, see, hasn't she arrived? The beast-faced man tossed aside the piece of meat and put on boxing gloves, as expected of Qi Xiang, very thorough in your calculations. He got into position, shaking his head, then let me head to the kitchen and prepare this delicious meal. Someone's foot stomped firmly on the ground to gain momentum, and it turned out to be Zone Wu with his cleaver, charging in to attack them. Surprised by the sudden attack, the beast-faced man reacted quickly, jumping backward to evade Zone Wu's strike. He slid back a considerable distance, standing next to his accomplice. Qi Xiang was somewhat surprised to see this. Why are there still people coming to assist? Don't these guys fear the Emperor's alliance retaliating? At that moment, Tion also appeared and said to them, your intelligence has been outdated for years, you don't even know who is beside Xiaoru. Hearing this, they scoffed, we've been in seclusion for 100 years and just recently exited, but it doesn't matter, killing you and taking by Xiaoru is the same either way. Zhongwu expressed some concern to Qin Tian, saying, young master, be careful, they seem to be strong, seasoned Emperor realm fighters. He smiled reassuringly, replying, Zhongwu, there's no need to worry. Qi Xiang tossed away his cloth and activated his domain. A Go board instantly appeared beneath his feet. Seeing his domain now activated, he felt proud, saying, these are all familiar scenes, it seems your domain has been completely suppressed. He then extended his hand to control the Go pieces that had fallen. But you can't be blamed for this, after all, I'm at the second tier of the Emperor realm while you're only at the first tier. The falling pieces immediately created a powerful shockwave. Qin Tian, standing within the protective barrier, disdainfully flicked his ear and said, here we go with this boring realm again. Have you ever considered that I think you're too weak, so I didn't use the realm? Hearing this, Qi Xiang smirked contemptuously, you're talking nonsense. No matter how strong your defense is, in my infinite realm, you're just decoration. Qin Tian glanced at him with half an eye, that's true, but also not true, you'll find out shortly. Qi Xiang, furious, infused spiritual energy into the chess piece in his hand and unleashed the endless chess piece. The pieces on the board began to bounce like rubber balls, continuously attacking Qin Tian's defensive barrier. Inside, Qin Tian withdrew the life and death sword. At the same time, using transformation art of self, he summoned blue flames with his other hand using eternal indestructible body. Combined with the life and death sword, he immediately executed the three forms of power. The life and death sword surged in size like the Rui Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, the life and death sword had grown several dozen meters long, shattering Qi Xiang's chess pieces. He looked on in shock, mouth agape with fear. What kind of power is this? Raising the life and death sword high, Qin Tian unleashed his ultimate technique, the two-section slash. His eyes were bloodshot, and a sinister smile played on his lips as he swung the sword fiercely towards him. With the absolute power brought by Qin Tian, Qi Xiang could only stand frozen in place to receive the attack. The force from Qin Tian's slash extended beyond his realm. That powerful strike caused Qi Xiang's domain to start cracking, followed by a huge explosion that sent earth and rocks flying in all directions. Everything around the explosion was blown away. Xiaoru, with her eyes half closed, tried to protect her sister from the aftershock of the explosion. Qin Tian landed lightly after taking care of him. The golden sphere beside Qin Tian at this moment represented the battlefield between Zhongwu and the beast-faced man. Qin Tian smiled and looked over. One down, now for the last one. Inside the domain, Zhongwu tightly gripped the sword engraved with the word Zhong. The beast-faced man lunged quickly towards Zhongwu, his fists containing tons of power. Sword master, you are very strong, fighting you ignites my passion. He spoke and threw a punch to attack, but Zhongwu blocked it with his sword. Zhongwu shifted his sword back and replied, you're not bad either. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a powerful slash, but his opponent jumped back to dodge. He skidded along the ground. A smug smile spread across his face as he looked at Zhongwu, and he said contemptuously, you're very strong, but unfortunately, you're old now. The blade of Zhongwu, with purple lightning arcs, slashed towards him. True to his boxing skill, he bent down to dodge the strike from Zhongwu. Immediately, he countered with a powerful hook that forced Zhongwu to step back. Watching his opponent attack, Zhongwu broke out in a sweat, thinking, this isn't good, this guy seems to have unlimited stamina. Seeing Zhongwu at a disadvantage, he charged in to attack, I wonder if you can withstand my punch. He threw a powerful punch again, forcing Zhongwu to defend with his sword. Though he managed to block it, Zhongwu was still pushed back, crashing against a rocky outcrop. The powerful impact created an explosion that blew away half the rock, and without giving Zhongwu a moment to react, he continued to charge in for the attack. Suddenly, the space turned red. A magical vortex appeared in the air. From within the vortex, the voice of Tion rang out, transformation art of self. A giant golden dragon's foot tore through the vortex and lunged out. The beast-faced man and Zong Wu looked on in astonishment. Before the beast-faced man could react, the golden dragon's foot was right in front of him. He could only exclaim, "Damn it," before the golden dragon's foot smashed him down into the ground. As the dust settled, his realm gradually faded away. Chunks of stone crumbled and fell scattered. After dealing with him, Tion turned and walked away. Zong Wu, still in shock, couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He looked at Tion with a pale face. After all, he's an experienced emperor realm, yet he was killed by you in one move. Xiao Ru joyfully hugged Tion. "Luckily it was you, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. It's all good now, it's all good now, both assassins have been taken care of by me." While they were in an embrace, Xiao Ru suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, I almost forgot." She turned around and reached out towards Xiao Xiao. "I forgot to introduce you, this is by Xiao Xiao, my junior sister." Xiao Xiao was nervous, her eyes wide open staring at Tion. Is he my brother-in-law?" The little girl turned her back with tears streaming down her face. Surprisingly, the proud sister is Imperial Princess Qingqiu, who looks down on others, yet she is hugging a man. "I must go back and tell everyone this news." Seeing this, Xiao Ru quickly approached to explain. "Wait, it's not what you think, you damn little girl, don't talk nonsense, he is not your brother-in-law." Xiao Xiao was extremely surprised when she heard this. "What? He is not my brother-in-law? Then what are you two to each other?" Xiao Ru was about to speak but suddenly remembered. "Wait, I can't say that my relationship with Tion is that of a servant." Thinking of this made her feel as if she would turn to stone. "If I say it out loud, how will I face my junior sister in the future?" Her scream of, "What should I do?" echoed throughout the mountain. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and everyone was now gathered in front of the painting shop. "Master, we are taking Xiao Xiao out to play." Okay, come back home early." Zong Wu anxiously spoke up from the back. "Young master, there are many people of unknown origin in the city right now. Should I secretly protect them?" "No need, they are just strolling around the city, nothing will happen." Looking into the steaming cup of tea in his hand, Tion continued, "Moreover, I have entrusted it to Miao Ling." The lovely image of Xiao Xiao appeared in the cup of tea in Tion's hand. Meanwhile, the little girl was happily admiring the new and interesting things in Qinyan City. Seeing her enjoyment, the shopkeeper came out to introduce, "Little girl, this is our specialty, the mighty wine." He excitedly introduced his product. "Just drink this wine, and you'll be guaranteed to sleep like a log." Isn't that impressive? The little girl, inexperienced in the world, brightened her eyes upon hearing the shopkeeper's words. "So impressive, sister, I want to buy this." But Xiao Ru firmly opposed. "No, children shouldn't drink alcohol. I'll buy you candy when we get back." "No, I want to buy this. I don't like candy." At this moment, Xiao Ru also noticed Miao Ling's unusual attitude and curiously turned to ask her. "Miao Ling, what's going on?" "It's nothing, I just ran into an acquaintance." "You take Xiao Xiao out to play first, I'll be back after a while." Switching scenes to a forest somewhere near Qinyan City, Miao Ling is quietly following the red-cloaked man she encountered in the city. It seems he has noticed Miao Ling tailing him. He jumps down and turns to her, saying, "Hey, you should stop now. You've been following me for quite a while." He is the son of the Xueyu old ancestor, Xueshu Chang. When Miao Ling realizes she has been discovered, she no longer hides and reveals herself before him. Xueshu Chang then asks Miao Ling, "Who are you? What is your purpose in following me?" Miao Ling stares at him and shouts, "I'm here to kill you. Today, I will take your life and consider it a little profit." Saying that, she summons her ice-glass sword. Upon hearing this, Xueshu Chang rubs his chin with a cunning expression and says, "If you won't speak, then I will capture you and ask later." Miao Ling uses the heart sword formula and charges toward him. Xueshu Chang also uses the Xueyu technique, condensing blood qi in his palm. The ice-glass sword collides with the blood qi, creating a powerful shockwave. The techniques of both sides were extremely powerful, affecting everything around them. The nearby ancient trees were shattered by the shockwaves of the attack. After a while of struggling against each other, Miao Ling jumped back a distance, her eyes cold and sharp as she swung her sword behind her. Son of the old ancestor Xueyu, Xueshu Chang, go to hell. Saying that, she unleashed the heart sword formula, creating countless ice swords surrounding him. Xueshu Chang was filled with fear upon seeing this. This is the sword domain. But unfortunately, by the time he realized it, Miao Ling had already pierced him through with the sword intent. He curled up, desperately trying to fend off the sharp sword strikes of the sword domain, continuously attacked by the sword intent. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. No, this is not a domain, it is a domain simulated by sword intent. At this rate, I will die, I need to call for help. Ending his thoughts, he bit his teeth and called for his father. Save me, father, save me. His cries echoed throughout the forest. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, blowing away the trees and rocks around, and a red shield appeared amid the white dust. Someone appeared, breaking Miao Ling's sword intent, and saving Xueshu Chang. The person who arrived was none other than Xueyu, the old ancestor, who looked at Miao Ling with a deadly gaze. Who are you? How dare you kill my son? Miao Ling was very surprised to see Xueyu, the old ancestor. Although I am just a spirit body, I can still recognize him, he is one of my 3 enemies. Seeing his father arrive, Xueshu Chang was very pleased. Father, make her help me, I need to play for a while, and she is a beautiful woman, so why don't you? He was interrupted as someone snapped their fingers. Do you think you've already won? Hold Xueyu, the old ancestor, for me. Immediately, a long spear was summoned, and someone jumped up to attack Xueyu, the old ancestor, along with Xueshu Chang. A spear strike was delivered, breaking through the protective barrier of Xueyu, the old ancestor. It turned out that the attacker was Kun Quan Xian, who emerged from the smoke, continuing his assault. Xueyu did not lag behind, summoning his blood spear, and he jumped back to evade Kun Quan Xian's frenzied attack. Seeing the person attacking him, he was extremely angry. Kun Quan Xian, have you gone mad? Why are you attacking me? At that moment, Kun Quan Xian had bloodshot eyes and a strange smile, launching continuous attacks. He remembered being buried under a pile of rubble after the battle with Tion. At that time, Miao Ling asked Tion, what should we do with Kun Quan Xian's corpse? Tion had already calculated this long ago, and because Kun Quan Xian's cultivation was below supreme, Tion used dark magic to control him and turn him into a puppet. Returning to the present, Xueshu Chang's face was pale as he sensed an evil energy behind him. He was sweating profusely and glanced back. Xueyu old ancestor saw this and shouted worriedly, Chang heir, be careful. Miao Ling used the heart sword formula to shatter the spirit, slashing out numerous sword chi to attack Xueshu Chang, who barely had time to scream before meeting his end. Xueyu old ancestor was astonished to see his son die before him. He went mad and struck Kun Quan Xian back. Get out of my way. How dare you kill Chang heir? Miao Ling turned to him, this is just the beginning, Xueyu old ancestor. Holding the ice glass sword tightly in her hand, Miao Ling stared at him. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I send you off to join your son. Upon hearing this, Xueyu's old ancestor gritted his teeth in anger. Damn woman, just you wait for me. Seeing Xueshu Chang die with his eyes wide open, Miao Ling snorted coldly. Xueyu old ancestor, I will wait for you. Switching scenes to the residence of Xueyu's old ancestor, his spirit body had now returned. The death of his son drove him into a rage, smashing furniture. My son, I will definitely avenge you, and that Kun Quan Xian too. I must go find that Kun Yuan emperor woman to get to the bottom of this. Switching scenes to the night, Miao Ling and her companions returned to the painting shop. Miao Ling happily recounted the story of killing Xueyu's son to Tion. The next morning, the Black Dragon Demon King led the demon clan to surround Qinyan City. The people of Qinyan City, hearing this, immediately opened the formation to surrender, or else they would face a bloodbath here. The citizens in the city looked at the surrounding demon clan in fear. At the same time, at Tion's painting shop, a grilled snakehead fish banquet was underway. Qin Tian and the Empresses were still leisurely chatting with each other. Mu Daoist friend, it seems the Black Dragon has arrived. This detestable fellow really knows how to pick his timing. Shall we go over there first? That's fine. Zhongwu asked Qin Tian in confusion, young master, what should we do with this jar of wine that has just been brewed? Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Just remember to flip the fish for me. Scene shifts to the wall of Qingyun City, Xiao Zhan's voice echoes with curses, a bunch of traitors, deceitful, I disdain them. Qin Tian and the Empresses approached and spoke up, what happened, Xiao Zhan? Why are you all covered in blood? Xiao Zhan turned back, clasped his hands in respect, and said, because there are some forces within the city, including the Qin Family Merchant Guild, one of the two major merchant guilds, who believe we are going to lose. They deliberately plotted a surprise attack against the city lord to open the defensive array and surrender to the Black Dragon Demon King. Xiao Zhan pointed to the 3 corpses behind him, so I personally led the team to kill these traitors. The Empresses frowned as they looked at them, killing them is great. They dare to fantasize about betraying our empire, Hao Tian. These people do not deserve to live. Qin Tian smiled and twirled his wrist. Now it's our turn to take action. Then I must rely on the strong body of my friend Qin Tian, said Qin Tian as he stepped outside alone, surprising the Black Dragon a little. You actually sent a nameless nobody to deliver his life. Has the Hao Tian Empire run out of people already? Where is Xiao Zhan? Qin Tian smiled at him, Xiao Zhan is still in the city fishing for me. Besides, I'm not here to give my life, but to take your dog's life. Hearing this, the Black Dragon scoffed, truly arrogant, a nameless nobody dares to be so conceited. He then leaped in front of Qin Tian. Today I will teach you what it means to bring disaster upon yourself by speaking. With a mocking laugh, he rushed towards Qin Tian. Seeing that he had fallen into his trap, Qin Tian smiled triumphantly, come here, little dragon. Qin Tian then summoned the life and death sword and held it in his hand. As the Black Dragon got closer, Qin Tian said, if it were from a distance, this move wouldn't be accurate, but now, taste my 40-meter great knife. With that, Qin Tian activated the 3 elephants of power, a powerful dark force enveloping the life and death sword. Black Dragon's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing it. In an instant, the life and death sword had sliced through Black Dragon's body while he was still trying to grasp the situation. Not stopping there, the life and death sword scraped against the ground, creating a series of continuous explosions. The demon clan stood with their mouths agape in shock, exclaiming, what just happened? Black Dragon Lord was killed in the blink of an eye. Qin Tian then turned his gaze to the demon clan standing above, stating, next, it's your turn, little lackeys. They stood dumbfounded, looking up at the life and death sword in front of them. Qin Tian executed a dual cutting strike, a sword intent that determined the fate of the world, sweeping through them. Seeing their companions die one after another, the remaining ones wanted to flee but were too late. Explosions continued to erupt in the sky above Qingyun City, with dust and chunks of demon flesh raining down to the ground. Xiao Zhan, standing atop the city wall, was left speechless, so powerful, is this the Emperor realm of the Master? Xiao Zhan, the cleanup of the battlefield is left to you, the Empress said as she transformed into a beam of light and flew away, I'm going to have grilled fish with the Master. Xiao Zhan stared blankly down below, suddenly shocked, when did the Master leave? Returning to the painting shop, Zhongwu was slowly pouring wine into cups. Qin Tian and the Empresses continued to grill fish. The timing for grilling is just right, you should taste this, it's really delicious. Thus, the 3 of them happily grilled fish and drank wine. As the night grew late and the moon rose high, bones from the fish and wine jars lay scattered on the ground. Qin Daoist friend, when Z the Dragon Emperor Slayer, truly impresses me, I toast to you. The 2 of them drank to the point of oblivion, ignoring all decorum. At this moment, Qin Tian was holding the Empress's thigh, with his head resting on her chest, resembling 2 drunken ghosts. Meanwhile, Zhongwu mistook the wine jar for his wife and was holding it tightly. Zhongwu, wake up, we're out of wine. I didn't expect this wine from Qin Tian to be so strong, even someone at the Emperor realm can get drunk. Of course, I used a lot of spiritual fruit with fine wine and then refined it using the pill method. While speaking, he waved his hands around. I have been practicing continuously to produce this imperial liquor. The Empresses was a bit surprised to hear this. Besides refining qi, you also know how to refine pills. Tion gave the Empresses a dead fish stare. Of course, reaching the emperor level is just a small matter for me. The Empresses smiled knowingly when they heard Tion speak firmly, so that's how it is. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Xiao Ru and Miao Ling called out Tion's name loudly. Both of them, full of evil energy, burst into Tion's room. Wake up at once. At this point, Bai Xiao Ru had reached the peak of the holy realm, and she angrily brushed her teeth for Tion. Today is the grand ceremony of succession for Qing, you cannot be late. Miao Ling, who was currently at the 3rd level of the holy realm, complained as she brought things to Tion. For all these years, people have always regarded you as an elder or a master. If you are late, it will break their hearts. Both of them continued to talk incessantly, making Tion uncomfortable. Moreover, this time you will go to the ceremony alone. Miao Ling and I will not go. That's right, I suddenly have a feeling that I need to go into seclusion soon, and Bai Xiao doesn't want to go outside, so Bai Xiao Ru needs to stay and take care of her. A large bag was thrown outside, and Tion was chased out of the house by his 2 disciples. Although he had reached the 2nd level of the emperor realm, he could only cry in this situation. Scene shifts to the imperial capital of the Tion Empire. Inside the palace, Qing's voice is heard. Mother, do you make me the heir because of my good relationship with Uncle Qin? The Empress, while brushing her hair, explains. That's right, Qin Daoist friend is a refined pill master, capable of refining pills at the emperor level, and also a blacksmith who can forge imperial weapons. Moreover, your emperor realm breakthrough is based on his emperor level pills, so we naturally need to cultivate a good relationship with him. After hearing her mother's explanation, Qing looks a bit sad. So that's how it is. Noticing her sadness, the Empress reassures her, don't think too much. Besides your relationship with Qin Daoist friend, your abilities are also the best. This is the most important thing, which is why I chose you to be the next Empress of the Tion Empire. Scene shifts to Tion. At this moment, he is being blocked by soldiers outside the gate. One soldier says, the imperial capital is not to be entered recklessly. Tion then takes out a token. Upon seeing the token, the soldiers line up and kneel respectfully, inviting Tion inside. Looking at the token, Tion can't help but smile. Haha, it feels nice to have a token, doesn't it? With that, he casually whistled as he walked into the imperial capital. Xiao Meng, the daughter of Xiao Zhan, saw Tion and joyfully called out, Qin young master. Hearing someone call his name, Tion looked a bit confused and asked, do you know me? Xiao Meng stepped forward to introduce herself, I am Xiao Meng, Xiao Zhan General is my father. Upon hearing this, he was very surprised. What? So he really has a daughter this grown up? While they were talking, someone peeked from behind a pillar, eavesdropping. Damn it, I can't hear anything at all, who is this little guy anyway? He angrily squeezed and cracked a corner of the pillar, how dare he get close to my Xiao Meng? This rat-faced guy is Gong Yusu. The auspicious time has come, as the bells echoed throughout the imperial capital. Tion and Xiao Meng also heard the ringing of the bells are ringing, we can go in now. Alright then, let's go together. Inside the palace, everyone was lined up to present gifts to Tion. Tion blankly watched as people offered their gifts. This is a special luminous pearl presented to congratulate the new empress. Seeing everyone bring gifts, Tion sweatily thought to himself, oh no, I forgot to bring a congratulatory gift, and these 2 young ladies Miao Ling and Xiao Ru didn't remind me. Gong Yusu, who was behind, noticed this and smirked slyly, stepping forward to mock Tion, little guy, which family do you belong to? You didn't bring a congratulatory gift, you really are embarrassing your family. Xiao Meng, seeing this, angrily shouted, Gong Yusu, shut your mouth, do you even know who young Master Qin is? He didn't care and laughed dismissively, I know all the famous young masters in the Tion Empire, but I don't know this young master of mere spirit realm. Tion ignored him and walked to the table to present his gift, holding out a piece of paper towards the recipient. This is my congratulatory gift. The old man receiving the gift and those around him looked puzzled. A piece of paper. Gong Yusuk couldn't help but laugh heartily. You're giving a piece of paper to the new emperor's heir. I see you came just to get a free meal. It's killing me with laughter, really poor and shameless. With a sinister look, he thought to himself, this time I will make you lose all face. The young man standing next to Tion whispered, I say, brother, why did you offend Gong Yusu? He is the famous young master of luxurious clothing. If you really have offended him, you should apologize. How would I know? I don't even know him. The scene shifted inside the grand hall, where Gong Yusu chatted incessantly in Tion's ear. The deeper you go in, the higher the status. Above are the Empress's seats, next are the 4 great clans and the royal family, and then there is the position of the great deity. Your little guy's position wouldn't be at the entrance, right? Ha ha ha. Tion pointed ahead and asked him, why are there 3 dragon chairs at the very top? The small clan is just a small clan, you can't blame you for being unrefined. Those 3 dragon chairs, one is for Empress Bing Xian, one is for the new Empress, and the last one is for the Qin Great Master refined Qi Master, the top tier. Only someone like the Qin Great Master has the qualification to sit alongside 2 generations of Empresses. He kept rambling on without realizing the Qin Great Master was standing right next to him. Ignoring his nonsense, Tion walked straight towards the dragon throne, much to the confusion of everyone present. He sat down on the dragon throne with his legs crossed, and Tion said with delight, this dragon throne is truly different, sitting here feels really comfortable. Seeing this, Gong Yusu was extremely surprised. How bold! A trash of the spirit realm like you dares to sit on the dragon throne. This is the seat of Empress Bing Xian, the new emperor, and Qin Lord. Your actions are provoking imperial authority. The people below started to gossip. Indeed, he must be from the spirit realm. Isn't he just the foolish son of some family? This time, his clan is going to suffer because of him. That's right. When he was giving gifts for the celebration, do you know what he gave? A piece of paper that says he refines Qi once exclusively. It made me laugh so hard. Someone from the crowd called out loudly, little foolish guy, do you think you have the right to sit here? You deserve to die 100,000 times. He felt pleased and thought, this is my chance to show off in front of the new emperor, I must stop this. I will remind the new emperor of my contributions later. He was Gong Yuming Xian, the father of Gong Yusu. Tion looked at the old man and sneered, is this little guy stupid? Who do you think you are? Hearing this, he immediately urged his son to charge at Tion. Both their fists were right in front of him, but Tion didn't bother to dodge. Suddenly, the 2 of them were knocked back by some unseen force, sliding across the ground for a distance while continuously spitting blood. However, Gong Yuming Xian did not understand the reason. The one who struck was none other than Qing, who had a dark expression and angrily shouted, why? You dared to lay a hand on Qin Great Master, refined Qi Master of the highest grade, and furthermore, you are also my Qin uncle, and you still ask why. The 2 of them were astonished, mouths agape. What? No way, Ming Xian pointed at Tion, stammering, he is Qin Lord. Qin frowned at him, if you have offended my Qin uncle, don't blame me for being ungracious. From today onwards, the Gong Yu family will be removed from the Tion Empire, and all assets will be confiscated. Hearing this, he shouted angrily, no, wait. You are not qualified to remove the Gong Yu family from the list, the Empress Bing Xian will not agree. At that moment, the Empress Bing Xian entered and spoke up, who told you that I would not agree? In my empire Tion, anyone who offends the Qin Great Master has also offended me, and no one can be forgiven. From now on, the Gong Yu family will be removed from the empire Tion, all their assets will be confiscated, and they are forever prohibited from setting foot in the empire Tion. Upon hearing this, Gong Yuming Xian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face turned dark, and he staggered, unable to stand firm. At this moment, he realized how foolish his previous actions were. The Gongyu family is truly doomed. After dealing with the trouble, the coronation ceremony for Qin Qin began. She was called the Empress Mu Tion by everyone. She happily turned to Qin Tion and said, "Qin uncle, today is my grand succession ceremony, may I make a rather unreasonable request to you?" He agreed, but it must not be too unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Qin Qin cheerfully stated her condition, "I want to be your disciple." As for this, Qin Tian immediately agreed. Seeing her daughter happy, the Empress Bing Xian was also joyful. "Now you're happy, my silly daughter, Empress Mu Tian." Qin Tian suddenly remembered, "Wait, ever since I took in Empress Miao Ling as my disciple, all my disciples have been empresses." Time passed, and a month later, at Qin Tian's painting shop, Miao Ling was standing and looking at Qin Tian. "Master, this is the outfit I bought during my stroll a while ago. Try it on." Wearing the new clothes, Qin Tian exuded his exceptional charm, and he happily asked Miao Ling, "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" Unable to contain her emotions, she shouted, "Beautiful, very beautiful. Master should wear this from now on." Qin Tian curiously asked her, "Did you buy something for yourself or do you want me to buy it for you?" Hearing this, she shyly turned red and said, "No, I don't want that." It seems she bought something very exciting. "I'll have to take better care of Miao Ling's courtyard in the future." While they were talking, something pierced through the roof and flew in. It turned out to be Qin Qin. She flew too quickly, couldn't keep up, and he staggered and fell backward. Seeing this, Qin Tian quickly embraced her. With his handsome face, he gently asked her, "Qin Qin, why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Miao Ling, feeling annoyed from behind, interjected, "Hey, how long are you two going to hug like that?" At this moment, Qin Qin remembered the issue and, in a panic, spoke to Qin Tian, "Oh right, master, help. Kun Yuan the Great and Shuiyu the Old Ancestor have teamed up to attack us." Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke in a frantic tone, "My mother can't hold them off alone." They were in the middle of the battle when Shuiyu the Old Ancestor unleashed a blood abyss attack, a massive bloody hand attacking the Empress's Bing Xian. Seeing the attack coming, she quickly activated the Hao Tian shield. A layer of protection appeared to block his strike. Kun Yuan the Great drew his sword and said, "Bing Xian, you cannot defeat me and Shuiyu on your own." With that, she used her sword Qi to slash toward Bing Xian. A massive explosion spanning hundreds of meters erupted, destroying everything in its path. Empress Bing Xian was also knocked back, crashing against the cliff. Emperor Kun Yuan stepped towards Bing Xian, saying, "A wise man knows when to yield, surrender now." Looking at the bloodied sword in her hand, she smiled and continued, "If you submit and hand over the Hao Tian Empire for me to command, I will spare your life and that of your daughter." Shuiyu clenched his teeth and spoke, "You must also hand over the woman who killed my son. I know she is in the Hao Tian Empire, and I will make that woman wish she were dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian appeared behind him with the life and death sword, asking, "Who did you say should wish for death?" Intoxicating spirit, Qin Tian's sword Qi seemed to carry the power of the vast universe. Explosions erupted continuously, and the ground below was destroyed. Shuiyu unleashed his blood domain technique, creating a shield around himself. A massive explosion occurred, sending shockwaves and debris flying in all directions. As the dust settled, a large crater appeared before Qin Tian. After the recent attack, Bing Xian, injured all over, forced herself to speak, "Qin Daoist friend, you have finally arrived." Carrying the life and death sword on his shoulder, Qin Tian replied, "Qin Qin told me you were injured, so I came immediately." Emperor Kun Yuan also spoke up, "Bing Xian, this is the help you sought, right? Too weak, just a first-level emperor realm and you think you can save the Hao Tian Empire?" She thrust her sword forcefully into the ground and looked at Qin Tian with one eye half closed. "You can only resort to petty tricks like ambushing to push back Shuiyu. If it's a one-on-one fight, he would definitely not be a match for Shuiyu." As soon as she finished speaking, Shuiyu emerged from the bottom, and seeing him, Qin Tian sneered, "So you're still not dead?" Shuiyu shouted angrily, "A weak, insignificant first-level emperor realm dare to ambush me." He clenched his teeth in rage, the veins in his eyes popping out. I will chop you into 100 pieces. He used blood qi to form a spear and attacked Qin Tian, but Qin easily leaned back to dodge. He then spoke to Bing Xian, Daoist friend Bing, can you still move? Emperor Kun Yuan has entrusted you with this. Hearing this, Bing Xian drew her sword. Of course, Shuiyu had to rely on his Daoist friend Qin. Hearing this, Kun Yuan smirked scornfully. The situation became more interesting. As for Shuiyu, who was ambushed by Qin Tian, he went wild like a beast. Thus, the four of them split up to fight, Kun Yuan with Bing Xian, and Shuiyu with Qin Tian. Before the fight began, Qin Tian spoke to the old man Shuiyu, before we start fighting, I need to tell you something. This statement left him dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on, and his gaze turned icy. Qin Tian continued, regarding your son's death, I feel very sorry, saddened, after all, he died so tragically, and moreover, it was my disciple who killed your son. Mentioning his son's death, his eyes turned red, and his teeth clenched tightly. Seeing his anger, Qin Tian cheerfully added, in the matter of killing your son, I also lent a little help from behind, so you don't need to thank me. He was driven mad and unleashed a blood spirit divine light attack at Qin Tian, you bastard, I will make you pay, I will kill you. However, his attack was blocked by the shield and mirrors created by Qin Tian. Hiding in the mirror, Qin Tian continued to provoke him. Old man Shuiyu, if you have any higher tricks up your sleeve, go ahead and use them, don't hide anymore. Otherwise, I might think you're just a coward who only knows how to conceal. He clenched his teeth in anger. Lowly Jr., you dare to be rude at the first level of the Emperor realm, not afraid of riding on my head to show your power? I will chop you into 100,000 pieces to vent my anger. He unleashed a blood sea and charged towards the mirrors in front of him, but Qin Tian remained unbothered and laughed to irritate him further. He clenched his fists, releasing waves of blood qi. He immediately used the blood sea utterly to launch a palm strike that shattered the mirrors before him, but Qin Tian appeared behind him. Shuiyu old ancestor, you have really disappointed me, only a little skill, I truly don't know how you advanced. You are really insulting the title of Emperor realm, just go home and sleep early. Having been insulted by Qin Tian time and again, he angrily tensed up. Little guy, you dare to insult me. We will definitely kill you. After saying that, he opened the realm of Blood Emperor's prison. The scenery inside his realm looked like it was in hell. Qin Tian glanced around. Is this really the realm of Ancestor Shuiyu? Shuiyu shouted loudly, little guy, open your realm. I must shatter your realm and defeat you. He was furious and clenched his fist tightly. I will make you experience endless despair and fear. Qin Tian snorted coldly and raised the life and death sword. Arrogance and ignorance are your fatal weaknesses. With you, there is no need for a realm, just using my skills will shatter your realm. I will use divine punishment to strike you down. Countless images of Qin Tian appeared around Shuiyu. He utilized the 3 elephants of power to transform the life and death sword into 40 meters long. Outside, Kun Yuan was still fighting with Bing Xian. She glanced toward the realm and spoke proudly, it seems Shuiyu has begun to get serious. Many little men helping you will lose their lives for you, Bing Xian. The Empress Bing Xian smirked disdainfully at this. Haha, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Don't be too pleased with yourself. Returning to the domain of Shuiyu, an unusually quiet scene. He is now kneeling on one knee. Have I really failed? I was defeated by a little guy at the first level of the Emperor realm, who didn't even bother to open his domain. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. His face is covered in blood, and he looks up at Qin Tian. If this is just a dream, then please wake me up. Qin Tian smiles at him. This is not a dream, this is your end. With that, Qin Tian transforms the life and death sword and swings it down at him, causing a massive explosion that shakes his domain. The ground below is cleaved in two by the life and death sword, demonstrating the power of that strike. In this way, Shuiyu's domain is destroyed by Qin Tian. Kun Yuan and Bing Xian are both extremely surprised by what they see before them. As the dust settles, Shuiyu appears with a battered body. Suddenly, his head is lifted high by Tion. Tisk tsk, yet you let his emperor's soul escape. But without a body, dealing with the emperor's soul will be a bit easier. Sooner or later, I will find him, making him lose his mind to vent his anger for Miao Ling. The Emperor Kun Yuan seemed unable to believe his eyes. What is going on? Shuiyu is a third-tier strong emperor realm, yet he was defeated by a little guy from the first-tier emperor realm. Meanwhile, Bing Xian smiled with excitement. Kun Yuan, it seems that the situation between our two empires must shift now. Finishing her words, she unleashed her ice phoenix technique, transforming into a huge ice bird that attacked her. Caught off guard by the attack, she gritted her teeth in anger and used the golden dragon transformation, causing a golden dragon to appear to confront Bing Xian's ice bird. A thunderous explosion erupted after the two techniques clashed. Seeing her struggling, Bing Xian continued, Kun Yuan, the words you spoke before are now returned to you. Relying solely on yourself, you cannot defeat me and my Qin Daoist friend. Therefore, the one who knows the times is a true hero. Surrender now, as long as you submit and hand over the Kun Yuan Empire to my Hao Tian Empire, I will spare your life and let you serve me. Qin Tian stepped on Shuiyu's head. Of course, this also depends on whether my disciple agrees or not. At this moment, she was caught in a sandwich between Bing Xian and Qin Tian. Looking at Bing Xian, she angrily shouted, this is truly wishful thinking. Even if my soul is scattered, I will not let you humiliate me like this. Seeing this, Bing Xian loudly said to Qin Tian, if that's the case, Qin Daoist friend, why not lend me a hand and send her soul scattering? Qin Tian gladly agreed, Bing Xian, no problem, I share the same intention. After finishing his words, both of them simultaneously launched an attack towards her, resulting in a huge explosion that shook the entire Qinyan city. The sword of Emperor Kun Yuan soared high, and she was blown apart, leaving only fragments of clothing. After Emperor Kun Yuan's death, within half a year, the Kun Yuan Empire was completely engulfed by the Hao Tian Empire. And on an ordinary afternoon at Qin Tian's painting shop, Xiaoru happily pulled Qing Qing's hand and ran off. Qing Qing, you finally made it. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to call me here? She asked, confused and not understanding what was going on, as Xiaoru dragged her into the barrier. A large barrier enveloped Qin Tian's painting shop. Qing Qing, bewildered, turned her head back to look behind her, and at that moment, she realized she had just entered the barrier, leaving her extremely astonished.